Hunting Hollywood. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 850, Happy to See It Happen. October 20th. Through communication with the senior management of Ygritte, the political advisory team of the Westeros family, the Circe Capital Analysis team, Simon's personal assistant office and even the private intelligence team of the Westeros family, he clearly sorted out and analyzed a series of recent events surrounding the Wisconsin Logistics Distribution Center. It was already evening in a small meeting room at the Westeros headquarters. Simon and James Raybould stood side by side in front of a white writing board in a corner of the meeting room. There were only a few words on the whiteboard. Political parties, unions, short sellers, media, competitors. Many things seem complicated, but when you cut through a mess, there are always a few core threads. In order to win votes, political parties must stir up some topics that the public is most interested in and make promises that are in line with the public's wishes. Unions must maintain their status and strive for more benefits at the same time. Short sellers need a company's stock price to fall in order to make a profit. The media needs hot topics and public opinion to promote sales and ratings. Competitors should not be soft-hearted as long as there is a chance. Not only that, these factors are not completely separated from each other, but a complementary relationship. Political parties need to win over unions, short sellers need to borrow the power of unions and political parties, and the media is often the most effective tool for public opinion. Competitors are happy to see the disruption of political parties, unions and the media. The two looked at the words on the whiteboard in silence for a moment, and James Raybould spoke first. I will go to Washington this weekend and talk to the president. The couple in the White House really needs to be knocked. Simon actually does not have high requirements for the Clintons, and he also understands that there are too many things to weigh in that position. However, if the other party just watches the Democrats in Wisconsin using the bullshit reason that the party is not a monolithic entity to make trouble with Ygritte's approach, he doesn't mind letting the Democrats lose their influence in Wisconsin to the greatest extent. As a state that was the focus of last year's midterm elections and a focus of the Westeros system's deep cultivation plan in the political field, it is not difficult for Simon to do this. Compared to the states and counties in the Midwest that only have 2 or 3 electoral votes, Wisconsin's share of 10 electoral votes is not insignificant at all. Thinking of this, Simon nodded and said, also, if possible, talk to Gore again. With the popularity advantage Clinton has accumulated in recent years, there is almost no suspense about his re-election in next year's election. On the contrary, if Al Gore, the next vice president, wants to continue to seize the presidency after Clinton, he must rely on the help of the Westeros system. Moreover, compared with the relatively shallow foundation of the Clintons, the Gore family has a much deeper influence in the Democratic Party. James knew that Simon had secretly met with Bush Sr. at the beginning of the year, and was also aware of some of Simon's thoughts. Hearing this, he said, have you changed your mind? Of course not, Jim, you just need to have a meal with Gore, and you don't need to promise anything. Simon did not want Gore to take over after Clinton and continue the U.S. policy of developing the economy as the center. Instead, he hoped that the Bush family would come back to power and use several wars to wipe out the family wealth accumulated by Clinton and make the United States fundamentally decline. According to the way of weakening the people that he had learned from a certain book, Simon believed that this would be more beneficial to the expansion of the Westeros system. However, during the discussion with James, Simon would not explain it so bluntly. It is difficult to say whether James is a staunch patriot. Therefore, the reason given by Simon is that the huge Westeros system must have certain solid allies between the two parties in the United States. The Clintons are allies of the Democratic Party. The relationship between the two sides is actually just right. If it is too close, Clinton's re-election will probably be a problem, not to mention the continued influence of the Clinton family in the future. On the Republican side, Simon chose the Bush family. As for Clinton's current Vice President Al Gore, although he was the main promoter of the U.S. Information Superhighway Act, Simon had never considered winning him over from the beginning. Of course, It would be no problem to use the Gore family's influence within the Democratic Party to interfere in the recent turmoil. Whether it is politics or business, there is no escape from intrigue. Having said this, James crossed out the word short on the whiteboard and asked, Simon, what are you going to do? Of the 5 factors that triggered this turmoil, the last 2 media and competitors are not too important. The Westeros system currently has a very strong control over the media field, and there will definitely not be a one-sided phenomenon. As for competitors, there are not many that the Westeros system will take seriously at the moment. Therefore, in addition to political parties and trade unions, another most unstable factor is the short-selling capital on Wall Street that is sharpening its knives against the Westeros system's technology stocks. Simon sorted out his thoughts a bit and said, the short sellers want to succeed in shorting a company by using the following means: provoking legal disputes, introducing interference from the authorities, exposing financial scandals, etc. What happened in Wisconsin has little to do with the short sellers. They are still building positions now, but I think they will continue to use these things to suppress the market's confidence in Ygritte. As for the financial aspect, Ygritte now has no loopholes for them to exploit, so the most important means is to introduce interference from the authorities, which is nothing more than antitrust review. Even though we have made some compromises with Washington, Ygritte's monopoly advantage is still too obvious. Robertson and others want to short, and the most effective way is to start from this aspect. Choosing the right time to split Ygritte was Simon's established plan. After all, Ygritte is too large now. If it does not take the initiative to adjust, it will be difficult to escape the shackles of development. James also understood this, so he knew that even if the short sellers succeeded, it would not cause a serious blow to Ygritte. However, he quickly asked, Simon, are you really not worried that the new technology bubble will burst in the short term? Simon said, among Cisco, AOL and Ygritte, the only one I am a little worried about is AOL, because it is still investing heavily in building its own infrastructure network. Therefore, I plan to let AOL issue another $5 billion in long-term bonds in the near future to reserve enough cash. Other than that, there is nothing else. If the bubble really bursts, Cisco's market advantage can easily survive the trough period, and Ygritte is even more so. You must have read the memorandum of the meeting on October 7th. The funds raised by this company's IPO are the chips I prepared for bottom fishing expansion after the bubble bursts. Therefore, if the new technology bubble bursts ahead of time, it will only be good for us, because many potential competitors will suffer a great loss of strength, or even have to completely withdraw from this field. James scanned the list of words on the whiteboard again, turned to Simon again, and looked at him with a bright look. So, do you think these recent events are nothing? Of course not. We still have to take it seriously and handle it very carefully. There has never been a lack of various black swan events in human history. Sometimes, some insignificant little things may brew into an irreversible storm. Therefore, I will only say those words to you. In front of other people, my attitude must be as if I were facing a great enemy. James smiled with relief when he heard Simon say this, and couldn't help but said, Simon, I often wonder what kind of experience can make you so mature. Simon smiled and said, Jim, let's talk about the next topic. James just asked casually and didn't expect to get an answer. The two continued to discuss some specific details of the follow-up response until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, when they got off work. Speaking of which, Simon is actually happy to see the recent turmoil and some things that can be expected in the future. Because the rise in the technology stock market is indeed a bit too fast. Simon is very happy to see the growth rate of Ygritte and other Westeros system technology stocks slow down. Only a steady stream can last a long time. Therefore, even without these things, Simon is planning to reduce his holdings of Westeros system technology stocks at the beginning of next year, on the one hand, to cash out funds for investment in other fields, and on the other hand, to suppress the overheated rise of technology stocks. Now it is a two-pronged approach. Of course, Simon will not let it go. Just like the sudden strike of truck drivers of the Wisconsin Logistics Distribution Center contractor, in order to avoid similar unprepared situations in the future, Simon's handling of this time will definitely leave a deep impression on some people. There is no work arrangement for the weekend, and Veronica is still in Los Angeles and cannot return to the West Coast. In recent days, I occasionally glanced at the map in the Fifth Avenue apartment, and casually decided to go to the Alaskan wilderness where snow has begun to fall, race cars, hunt, hike, and relax. When ordinary people see rich people wearing ordinary clothes, driving ordinary cars, and eating ordinary food, they often feel that rich people are just like that, and even have some weird sense of superiority. In fact, the biggest advantage that wealth brings to people is freedom and choice. Rich people can wear ordinary clothes, but they can also buy luxury goods on a shopping street at any time. This is something that ordinary people who have to save money for half a year just to buy a shoulder bag can't do at all. Simon wanted to go to Alaska on the weekend. He just told everyone that everything would be arranged. Fashion Week had just passed, and many models rushed to New York to rest and prepare for the Victoria's Secret fashion show at the end of the year. Simon originally planned to bring a few big vases with him. He had dinner with Lola on Wednesday, and the girl grabbed the spot when he casually mentioned it. Obviously, there can only be one. On Friday night, he excitedly ran to meet Simon and spent the night in the northern suburbs of Greenwich, Connecticut. The next morning, just after dawn, the two boarded Simon's private Boeing 767 to Alaska. After a 6-hour journey, they arrived in Anchorage. Because of the time difference, the time was still more than 9 o'clock on Saturday. After the plane landed, they left Anchorage directly and drove more than 100 kilometers east to a wilderness hunting ground. In October, snow had already fallen in Alaska. Fortunately, not all areas were covered with snow, such as the hunting ground chosen by Simon and his party. When they arrived at the destination, they looked around and felt the vastness of the sea and sky. Lola, who had been a good girl for many years and had never experienced this, was even more excited. After getting off the car, she looked around and soon couldn't help but spread her arms and shouted. It was already noon. A group of bodyguards and 2 guides, one male and one female, accompanying Simon began to prepare lunch. Simon naturally didn't need to pay attention to these things. After Lola finished venting, he looked at the girl's flushed face and asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" Lola felt Simon smile and suddenly felt shy. She stepped forward and took the man's arm. "Where are the guns? Aren't we going hunting? Let me tell you, I have never touched a gun in my life. I must try it later." "Well, I don't know how to hunt any animals. Can I fire an empty gun?" "Of course." Simon nodded and took the girl to an off-road vehicle behind. A bodyguard was already sorting out the guns. Because this is a large animal hunting ground where moose and brown bears roam, the trunk is full of rifles with scopes. Seeing Simon coming over with Lola, the bodyguard greeted him, but did not pick up the rifles. Instead, he dragged over an obviously heavy box. After opening it, he looked at the exaggerated large gun in the box, and Lola's eyes widened slightly. The middle-aged bodyguard, who was already calm and composed, picked up the gun and handed it to Simon, and couldn't help but persuade him, "Boss, do you really have to play with this?" Simon easily took the famous Barrett anti-material sniper rifle with one hand, posed a little, and gestured to the barrel. "Remove the bracket, it doesn't look good." The middle-aged bodyguard had no choice but to help Simon remove the bracket at the front of the gun very skillfully, and he already knew what his boss was going to do. However, thinking about his boss's extraordinary strength, this 15-kilogram gun was nothing in his hands. He handed the magazine over again, thinking that if his boss got hurt, he would definitely be in trouble, so he made a final effort. "Boss, if you use this gun to hunt, even a brown bear will be smashed." Simon took the magazine and loaded it, saying, "I don't plan to shoot brown bears, I'll just shoot rocks. However, I was careless this time, next time I can bring some small drones as moving targets." After that, he held the big gun in one hand and hugged the still-dazed Lola next to him with the other hand. "Baby, let's go, let's try this big toy together." Lola followed Simon's strength and walked to a place not far outside the camp, stood beside the man, and watched him carry the exaggerated big gun that looked very heavy. Then, boom. At a certain moment, looking at the upright figure next to him, looking at the wild big gun, and hearing a boom in his ears, Lola felt that she seemed to have become a prey of someone, or the kind that would fall into the trap without chasing or hunting. A manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich, Connecticut. The weekend was over. It was the early morning of October 23rd. She cooked breakfast herself and waited for the man who had changed into a suit after morning exercise to sit across from her at the dining table. Lola considerately took the initiative to divide the breakfast and sat down at the table, but she did not pick up the cutlery immediately. She supported her elegant face, which still had a certain seductive blush after the weekend, with one hand, and looked at the guy across from her with bright eyes for a while, and suddenly asked, "Simon, did you do this on purpose?" Chapter 851 released on the same day. Across the table, Simon, who had just picked up his knife and fork, looked up in confusion. "What do you mean by intentional?" After Irene Lauder opened her mouth, she felt that her idea was untenable. Facing the man's gaze, she still said, "I think you deliberately seduced me." Simon looked at the girl's face, which had become even more red, and nodded with a smile. "Yes. You actually admitted it?" Irene Lauder opened her eyes slightly, but noticed the smile on the corner of a certain guy's mouth, and soon realized that he was teasing her. She avoided the man's gaze and said unyieldingly, "You, bad guy. Born in the Lauder family, many things that are unattainable for ordinary people are not a problem for Irene Lauder." The reason why she had a certain weird idea was mainly because the experience just last weekend had greatly touched her. The key was still because of a certain guy. Suddenly, he took her to the wilderness thousands of miles away. He could easily carry a rough gun that she had difficulty lifting and show her wild side to the fullest. He could also pick up a piece of unburned charcoal after a picnic and help her draw a vivid charcoal portrait in the vastness of the world. He could bully her until she fainted during camping at night, and he could considerately carry her on his back when she was tired and continue to move forward during hiking and hunting in the wilderness. In short, the weekend just passed was definitely the most special memory in her 25 years of life. It was not because of the incident itself, but because of a person. Did he seduce herself? Of course. Just the name of Simon Westeros was enough to make too many women lose their resistance at the moment, not to mention her, a little woman who fell into the trap of his halo. Thinking of something, Irene Lauder looked up again and asked cautiously and tentatively, "Hey, I noticed that you have been in New York recently." Simon said, "Yeah, I had a fight with my wife. Now, this is your chance, do your best." Liar. Seeing that he said it so casually, she didn't believe it at all, but she couldn't help but have some expectations. "Then, can I live here recently?" "Sure, but I have to go back to Manhattan to work, and I will live in the Upper East Side for the next few days." Irene Lauder stopped eating again, plucked up the courage and took the initiative to say, "Then I will go to the Upper East Side too, and prepare breakfast, lunch, and dinner for you every day. And midnight snack." "Yes. No. Liar, unfaithful man, playboy." Irene Lauder suddenly slowed down her tone again, and said pitifully, "Simon, I'm in love with you, you have to be responsible for me. Or I'll kick you out now. There is an idiom in the East, it's better to have a short pain than a long pain. Asshole." Seeing that the girl opposite was still glaring at him angrily, Simon put away his joking expression, put down his cutlery and gestured to the opposite side, "Come." Irene Lauder struggled a little, but still stood up, turned around the table and walked to Simon's side. The man stretched out his hand and hugged her, and sat on his lap again. Simon turned his head and kissed the girl on the cheek in his arms, saying, "You are a good girl, Irene. However, you should know that there will definitely not be the kind of result you expect between us. I just hope that our relationship can become a good memory in your life. If you want more, I'm sorry, I can't give it to you." Leaning in Simon's arms, feeling the man's breath, Irene Lauder found that the resentment she had just felt melted away without any backbone. After hearing what the man said, she still felt a little uncomfortable, but she was reluctant to leave. She just turned around and took the initiative to kiss him. He must not let him go so easily. So, the two did not leave the manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich until after 9 o'clock in the morning. Estee Lauder's headquarters is located at the intersection of 5th Avenue and East 59th Street, close to the Upper East Side, a prime location in Manhattan. At 10 o'clock, when Irene Lauder entered the company building, her assistant Jessica hurried over to remind her that her father Ronald Lauder was very dissatisfied with her for not attending the company's regular meeting at 9 o'clock on time, and asked her to go to his office immediately after work. In the past, she was afraid of her father's scolding. However, since she called the guy last time and asked him to help solve the trouble in the IPO operation of Estee Lauder, although she never said it clearly, her family probably guessed her relationship with Simon, and inexplicably felt a sense of fearlessness. After instructing the assistant to help her prepare a picture frame, Irene Lauder rushed to her father's office. Ronald Lauder, who was buried in a pile of documents behind his desk, saw his daughter come in, and he did not intend to scold her at all. Instead, he asked her in a friendly manner how her weekend was. There was no way to say this directly. After a perfunctory response, Irene Lauder took the initiative to bring the topic to the work she was responsible for. Ronald Lauder did not care that his daughter deliberately changed the subject. The father and daughter chatted for a while. When Irene Lauder stood up and prepared to leave, Ronald Lauder saw that his daughter still seemed to know nothing, so he took the initiative to ask, "Have you read the latest issue of Forbes magazine that was just released today?" Irene Lauder was stunned for a moment, shook her head and said, "No, how?" Just when she was about to ask more, she suddenly reacted. Some time ago, she happened to see in the newspaper that Forbes magazine would announce the New Year's Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans at the end of this month. If her father said so, it was obviously today. In fact, she didn't care much about how much money he had now. Anyway, she could only look up. A posture that a certain guy likes very much? Bad guy. Ronald Lauder didn't notice his daughter's sudden distraction. Hearing what she said, he took the initiative to hand over a magazine next to her. "I happen to have one here, you can take a look." "Thank you, Dad." Irene Lauder took the magazine, and then used her eyes to confirm that her father had nothing else to do, and turned to leave his office. As soon as she left the house, she curiously glanced at the Forbes magazine in her hand. The eye-catching number on the cover directly gave her the answer she cared about most: $700 billion. Tisk. That's a lot of money. She sighed in her heart, and couldn't help but calculate how much of his personal wealth the Estee Lauder shares under her name were equivalent to. But then, the difference was too great, and she couldn't calculate it. She flipped through the Forbes magazine while walking. When she returned to her office, her assistant Jessica had found a picture frame for her. Seeing the magazine in her hand, she took the initiative to find a topic and said, "Erin, you are also reading Forbes? I have to say, it's really exaggerated. $700 billion. Everyone is talking about this." Erin Lauder put down the magazine, took the picture frame found by the female assistant, carefully took out a page of sketch from her bag, and began to frame it herself. She asked with interest, "Jessie, do you think $700 billion is too much?" Jessica shook her head and said, "No, I just think this is another negotiated number between Westeros and Forbes Group, just like last year's $300 billion. It was the first time that Erin Lauder heard such a statement, and she asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Jessica is a top Harvard student personally selected by Ronald Lauder, the father of Irene Lauder, for his daughter. He wanted her to be his daughter's right-hand man, not just a simple assistant. When Irene asked, she explained, "It's just to round up to an integer, 300 billion, 700 billion, so that the sensitivity of public opinion can be reduced. Think about it, which of the two numbers, $700 billion and, for example, $712.5 billion, can make people feel more accurate?" Irene Lauder roughly understood it, but smiled and said, "But I think $700 billion is easier to remember." Jessica smiled and nodded, and said, "It's easier to remember, but also easier to be ignored and forgotten, which involves some knowledge of psychology. Therefore, $700 billion, and last year's $300 billion, should be a kind of public opinion strategy customized for Westeros by his team." As Irene Lauder listened to Jessica, she had already put the charcoal sketch into the frame, raised it and looked at it, and retorted, "Why can't it be a strategy that Westeros came up with himself? I have met him several times. He is a very powerful guy, definitely more powerful than you think. That's for sure. Haha, some of my friends also speculate that Westeros may be a vampire. There are so many strange things about him. Aren't you talking about psychics and aliens? Obviously it's also a smokescreen." Seeing Irene Lauder's high interest, Jessica chatted with her, "Irene, if you have seen the video of Westeros boxing in an underground boxing ring in Australia, and, the movie The Man from Earth at the beginning of the year, it is said that the scene of shooting arrows in the movie was done by Westeros himself. Ordinary people can't pull such a bow at all. All these show that his physical fitness is different from that of ordinary people. At the same time, he is less than 30 years old, and his talents in all aspects are difficult for others to accumulate in their lifetime. Among various rumors and records, only vampires meet the requirements. Well, psychics don't count, so why can't aliens?" Jessica smiled and said, "Because Westeros is married and has children, which is not easy for aliens to do." When Irene Lauder heard the female assistant talking about a guy getting married and having children, she couldn't help but retort subconsciously, "Can vampires do that?" Jessica noticed that her boss's tone had a hint of bickering. For unknown reasons, she didn't want to confront her, so she changed the subject without leaving a trace, looked at the charcoal sketch in Irene Lauder's hand, and praised, "Wow, this painting is really cool. Irene, is this you?" "Of course," Irene Lauder said with a little pride, turned and walked to the wall on the side of the desk, took down a painting by Andy Warhol, and carefully hung the charcoal drawing on it. Jessica really thought the charcoal drawing in front of her was great, and walked forward to take a closer look. Although the handwriting was a little rough, every line seemed to reveal the painter's profound skills, and the composition of the content of the painting was even more beautiful with a master-level movie lens. She could easily tell that the background of the painting was a vast ancient wasteland. It was obviously a girl named Irene Lauder sitting on a fallen dead tree, holding an exaggerated gun in her arms, one hand resting on the gun and supporting her chin, with a smile on her face. Irene Lauder waited for Jessica to appreciate it for a moment before asking, "How is it?" Jessica glanced at Irene and said, "I feel that you in the painting are looking at your lover, and you are very happy, like a little girl in love." Irene Lauder was a little surprised. "Ah." Jessica looked at Irene's expression and smiled. "It seems that my guess was right." Then she looked at the painting again and noticed a line of very sloppy small words in the lower right corner. She stepped forward to try to distinguish them. Irene Lauder suddenly reacted and was about to stop her, but Jessica had already read out, to Irene, "Simon." "Oh, so her name is Simon." Seeing that Jessica had no special reaction and was just a little teasing, Irene Lauder also reacted. "Simon. This name is really too common, but in the Estee Lauder headquarters building where they are, you can find a lot of guys named Simon at random. It's not special at all. It's a miracle that Jessica can tell at a glance that this Simon is Simon Westeros." So she calmed down, chatted with Jessica for a few more words, and took the initiative to start the day's work. After graduating from college, after several years of step-by-step accumulation, Irene Lauder is now in charge of a marketing team under her own company. Except for being late today, she has always been very responsible, and the achievements of the team have been recognized by the company's management. The two spent half an hour discussing today's work schedule, sent Jessica to convene a team meeting, and Irene Lauder finally picked up the Forbes magazine again. Work still needs to be done. However, I can't help but think of a certain guy. After quickly browsing the feature article about someone with a net worth of $700 billion, she hesitated for a moment before taking out her phone. After some consideration, she awkwardly typed out a text message. Verizon Telecom had begun to try to develop text messaging services 2 years ago, but due to the performance limitations of current mobile phones, the experience was not very good. Irene Lauder rarely used it in the past. She edited it haltingly, checked it carefully, and then sent it. There was only one sentence: "Congratulations, Mr. 700 billion. Seeing that the message was sent successfully, she thought that he must be very busy and would not reply immediately, so she put the latest Nokia phone next to her. But she could not help but look forward to the sound of the text message alert. However, the phone did not ring until Jessica came to inform her that everyone had gathered. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Bad guy," and wanted to leave the phone in the office so as not to distract herself later. She got up and turned around the desk, but she couldn't help but grab it. And then. It was not until nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when lunchtime was almost over, that Irene Lauder, who had been scratching her heart for a long time, finally received a reply from someone. "Thank you." Too perfunctory. Staring at the message with a slightly grinning face for a while, Simon took the initiative to find a reason for him. He was so busy that it was good enough for him to reply to him. So he quickly fiddled with it again, wanting to ask him to have dinner together in the evening. However, after editing the message, he did not send it out in the end. He had been with me for a weekend, so I couldn't be too greedy. Otherwise. Maybe he would really let me. Short pain is worse than long pain. I won't let you succeed. After being reversed by a girl at breakfast, Simon had to rush to work non-stop when he arrived in Manhattan. Not only that, the Forbes 400 Richest Americans list released today also kept Simon busy all morning. In addition to the Forbes list, with similar ideas to the latest $700 billion wealth figure, Igrit also released the third quarter of 1995 single-quarter financial report on the same day. When Simon had time to reply to the text message to Irene Lauder at around 1 p.m., he had just finished a video conference in San Francisco. Chapter 852 $700 billion. After its IPO, Igrit did not readjust its fiscal year cycle and continued to calculate according to the natural year. On October 23, Igrit's third quarter 1995 financial report, released together with a new annual Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans, showed a single quarter revenue increase of 71% compared to the same period last year's $3.31 billion, with revenue of $5.65 billion. Even though the company's net profit was only $310 million, and even though the Forbes list robbed most of the attention, this financial report can only be described as shocking to those who are interested. Including the $3.91 billion and $4.73 billion in revenue in the first 2 quarters of this year, Igrit's annual revenue in the first 3 quarters of 1995 has reached $14.29 billion, and it is expected that the full-year revenue in 1995 will easily exceed $20 billion. In 1994, Igrit's annual revenue was only $11.67 billion. For most companies, if their revenue exceeds the threshold of $10 billion and they can continue to grow by about 30%, it is considered a high speed. Igrit's expected revenue growth in 1995 can still reach more than 70%, which can only be said to be a miracle. However, a careful analysis of Igrit's detailed financial report shows that this business miracle does not contain any water. Because of the explosion of the internet industry, Igrit, which has created the World Wide Web standard and firmly controlled the browser entrance, has seen an exponential growth in market demand for its internet basic tool software, its cloud computing services, online advertising business, software and game stores, e-commerce platforms and other products with the explosion of the entire industry. With a monopoly of most of the core patents of World Wide Web technology, Igrit's core products are unique, so it has absolute pricing power. Any enterprise or capital that wants to get involved in the internet field must first spend a lot of money to purchase a full set of basic internet tool software from Igrit. Especially after these softwares are changed from a sell-out model to a subscription model, it is no longer so easy to exploit loopholes and use pirated software. After purchasing the software, if you want to quickly and conveniently set up a website to provide services, directly using it is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Later, whether it is to open a website or operate new technology-related products, if you want to promote them, you can't avoid Igrit's various online platforms. Igrit's software and game stores are the preferred channels for many small software and game developers who are unable to independently publish. And so on. In 1995, the total scale of capital that directly poured into the new technology field has reached the level of $100 billion. The crazy burning of capital has naturally made Igrit, which has created the World Wide Web standard, the biggest beneficiary. Even though Simon has been deliberately suppressing Igrit from excessively pursuing short-term interests at this stage, this new technology giant is still making a fortune. It can't be stopped. Simon is happy to see crazy capital accelerate the development of the internet industry, but he doesn't want to see Igrit fall into the same frenzy. Therefore, in the morning conference call, Simon was mainly tirelessly repeatedly telling several responsible persons to start playing it safe. Igrit's early crazy expansion was mainly to launch more and richer online services and content in the shortest time possible to meet the needs of peer companies and attract the public to open network services. Now, this work can be taken over by other crazy capital. What Igrit has to do is to patiently cultivate its existing business, including software services, email, online payment, search engines, social networks, e-commerce, etc. If the time is not right, Simon would want to streamline and slim down Igrit right now. Even though Simon repeatedly recited the tight spell to the management, Igrit has been making frequent moves recently after the IPO was completed. The first is a batch of data centers that will be built in various overseas countries, 8 at a time, located in the UK, Germany, China, Japan, Singapore, Italy, Spain, and Australia. Although the scale varies due to different local industrial conditions, the total investment in the 8 data centers is expected to reach $2.5 billion. This plan is both Igrit's established strategy and a way to show its attitude to investors. In the original prospectus, Igrit emphasized that the funds raised from this IPO were mainly used to promote overseas expansion. He also believed that all parties would not forget the promise Simon made when he met with several Washington giants in the White House. A total of 8 data centers with an investment of $2.5 billion are Igrit's attitude. Not only that, AOL, Cisco and even Verizon will cooperate with Ygritte's plan. While AOL is improving its local infrastructure network, it has begun laying its own private transatlantic submarine cable, and will start a trans-Pacific submarine cable plan with a larger scale and investment. While building a new batch of large data centers, Ygritte recently released a new recruitment plan of up to 20,000 people, of which only 3,000 are in the United States, and the other 17,000 are all for expanding global recruitment of various overseas branches. The new technology industry bubble in the United States has indeed formed. However, Ygritte, which has a leading market value and attracts a lot of attention like a Target, is actually the company with the least bubble content, even compared with Cisco and AOL in the Westeros system. Although the shadow of the Wisconsin distribution center shutdown has not dissipated, when Ygritte's first quarterly financial report after its IPO was released in the new week, it still caused a strong response in the market. When Simon ended the remote video conference with Ygritte's senior management at around noon on the East Coast, Ygritte's stock price had risen by 6.1% since the opening of the morning. By the time the New York Stock Exchange closed at 4:30 p.m., Ygritte's single-day stock price rose by 11.7%, and its market value soared from $253.9 billion before the opening of the morning to $283.6 billion. The capital market has never lacked irrationality, but some things are obvious. After the U.S. stock market closed that afternoon, Barron's published an analysis article on its official website, pointing out that based on Ygritte's current revenue of $20 billion, if the company abandons its aggressive expansion strategy and starts pursuing profits, according to the 20% net profit margin standard for new technology companies, Ygritte will be able to achieve an annual profit scale of $4 billion. Therefore, the market value of $283.6 billion at the close of the day, calculated according to this standard, is actually only equivalent to a price-to-earnings ratio of 54 times. Considering that Ygritte still maintains an annual revenue growth rate of more than 70% after its revenue exceeded $10 billion, a price-to-earnings ratio of 54 times is not only not inflated, but even quite conservative. It must at least double again to be worthy of the company's true value. That is to say, Ygritte's market value has at least doubled its growth space, and is expected to eventually exceed $600 billion. When this article from Barron's was pushed to the homepage of the portal by Ygritte, there was no shortage of supporters, but it also quickly attracted a large number of opposing voices. Julian Robertson, the founder of Tiger Fund, who publicly threatened to short Westeros System Technology stocks, criticized Barron's for sensationalism in a live interview with CNN that evening. As a result, news soon spread on the internet. Because the entire Nasdaq market continued to rise after Ygritte was listed, many hedge funds on Wall Street who followed Julian Robertson to establish short positions in technology stocks suffered heavy losses. Starting from October 6, in 2 weeks, the book losses of Wall Street shorts may have exceeded nearly $1 billion. If Ygritte and other Westeros System Technology stocks continue to maintain the current growth rate, many shorts will be liquidated and exit in a month at most because they can no longer sustain. Being in the game, Simon's information is more accurate, so he also knows more detailed inside information. Just based on the information collected by the team under Cersei Capital, the recent losses of various shorts targeting Westeros System Technology stocks have been no less than $1.6 billion. However, the book profit of Cersei Fund Management, which focuses on hedging operations, is less than $500 million, because there are also many bulls who entered the market after hearing the news. There are too many wolves and little meat. On the contrary, Julian Robertson's Tiger Fund actually suffered little loss. This Wall Street financier obviously instigated a large number of cannon fodder to take the lead, and Tiger Fund did not establish many short positions. After finishing the day's work, Simon also arranged a dinner with Raymond Smith, CEO of Verizon Communications, in the evening to discuss the layout of the telecommunications field of the Westeros system after the Clinton administration was about to enact the Telecommunications Act. When Simon bought Verizon Communications' predecessor Bell Atlantic, he mainly took a fancy to Raymond Smith, who expanded a local Bell into telecommunications giant comparable to AT&T. Limited by the U.S. Telecommunications Regulation and Industry Antitrust Regulations, the renamed Verizon Communications has still only focused on a few states on the east coast of the United States in its fixed-line business in recent years. However, the rapidly emerging mobile communications business does not have such restrictions, just like the Internet access service that was taken advantage of by America Online. Therefore, the focus of Verizon Telecom's business in recent years has been mobile communications. With Simon's unremitting support, during the auction of mobile communication spectrum licenses held by the Washington authorities last year, Verizon alone spent $1.8 billion and directly won half of the spectrum resources. At present, Verizon Telecom's mobile communication network has spread to the entire east coast of the United States. In addition, Verizon Telecom's various overseas businesses in cooperation with Westeros system companies such as America Online have also expanded rapidly. During the statistics of the wealth list of Forbes magazine this time, as a private wholly owned subsidiary of Westeros Company, Forbes magazine gave a valuation of $30 billion, and also claimed that because there were no listed employees, the valuation of $30 billion was still very conservative. In order to avoid being watched by others, dinner was directly chosen in Simon's apartment on 68th Street in the Upper East Side. After waiting for Lady A to personally deliver lunch to the two and leave quietly, Raymond Smith talked with Simon while looking at the still young face across the table. His heart was full of emotion. Raymond Smith also got the latest issue of Forbes magazine as soon as possible this morning, $700 billion. When he saw this number just now, Raymond Smith's first reaction was to find it incredible, even though his boss's net worth had reached $300 billion last year. According to the U.S. Treasury's forecast, the federal GDP for the year 1995 is expected to be only $7.6 trillion. This means that Simon's wealth alone has reached 9.2% of the federal GDP. This figure is far more than the 1.5% proportion of the Rockefeller family at its peak. Even the Morgan, Rockefeller, and Carnegie families combined cannot match it. Looking at the world, this figure is even more exaggerated. Not to mention 1994, which has already been carefully counted, there are less than 10 countries with an annual GDP of more than $700 billion in 1995, which has not yet ended. Raymond Smith specifically checked the data this morning. This year, China, which is expected to rank 8th in the world in terms of GDP, will have an annual GDP of only about $730 billion. China is a huge country with a population of 1 billion. Spain, ranked 9th, is expected to have a GDP of only $610 billion in 1995. This means that the personal wealth of this young boss is enough to rank 9th in the world. Rich enough to rival a country. As for whether the figure of $700 billion is inflated, Raymond Smith has no doubts after reading this special article in Forbes. The shares of Cisco, AOL, Ygritte and Deaneries alone have contributed $500 billion in personal wealth to his boss. This is still based on the market value of the companies at the beginning of the month. At that time, the market value of Ygritte was less than $230 billion. But today alone, the market value of Ygritte has reached a high of $283.6 billion. According to the proportion of his boss's shareholding in Ygritte, it is equivalent to an increase of nearly $30 billion in wealth in one day, which is more than everyone else on this year's Forbes list except Bill Gates, who ranks second with $57.3 billion. Warren Buffett, who ranks third, has a personal net worth of only $12.6 billion, less than half of Simon's one-day increase in wealth. In addition to the four most valuable companies such as Cisco, the entire Westeros system, not counting the many subsidiaries of the Big Four, has been innumerable companies that Simon has invested in or controlled over the years. Among them, there are only companies with a market value or valuation of more than $10 billion. Still not counting the Big Four, there are other companies such as Cersei Capital, Nokia, Tinkover, Verizon Telecom, Melisandre, etc., totaling 11. Other billion-dollar companies such as Qualcomm, Aria, Instagram, Oldec, Addy, etc. are also countless. It is difficult to say which of them will suddenly start to develop rapidly and become a corporate giant. Just the shares of these companies are enough to make up another $200 billion and have surplus. These are just the assets on the surface. According to various rumors in recent years, in addition to a large number of non-listed companies at home and abroad, Westeros has even bought a large number of shares of traditional corporate giants such as General Electric, Boeing, and Freddie Mac. It is only because the shareholding does not exceed 5% that there is no need to disclose specific information. As for how Simon obtained enough funds to make the investment he wanted, it is not difficult to imagine it by looking at this time when Forbes directly gave Cersei Capital a valuation of $30 billion. Cersei Capital is a Wall Street financial upstart fully owned by the Westeros couple, and only the shares of its subsidiaries will be distributed to others. Every major financial turmoil in recent years, whether it is the European currency crisis or the collapse of the Mexican peso, is not without the shadow of Cersei Capital. What's more, even without Cersei Capital, with the influence of the name of Westeros, it is easy to borrow money from various banks, even if it is tens of billions or hundreds of billions of dollars. This is the way of the world. The richer the person, the more banks like to lend money to him. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that the hundreds of billions of dollars of social assets controlled by BlackRock Asset Management, a subsidiary of Cersei Capital, are a capital chip in the hands of the Westeros system that cannot be underestimated. Compared with ordinary people who are confused about the figure of $700 billion, Raymond Smith, who is at the top of this social pyramid, can also better understand what this wealth means. Nowadays, Americans are inevitably exposed to information related to the Westeros system almost every day, and they may use various products and services related to the Westeros system almost every day. This is the most intuitive display of Simon's personal wealth. The Westeros system has begun to affect all aspects of Americans. The industries involved in the Westeros system may not be as sensitive as energy fields, such as electricity and oil. However, if Simon wants to deal with certain people now, he only needs to cut off the various industrial services involved in himself, and the people who are targeted will be very uncomfortable. From the White House to the civilians, there is no exception. Therefore, after Raymond Smith learned about the things in the Wisconsin Logistics Distribution Center, he felt that the American Teamsters Union had really made a big mistake. The United Auto Workers Union's excessive demands have ruined the huge automobile industry in the United States that could have dominated the world. With such an obvious precedent, coupled with the current anti-union trend in the entire American society, how could Ygritte succeed in defeating the Teamsters Union? Coming up with these inferior means and trying to suck blood directly from Ygritte will not only fail, but will only make Ygritte more afraid of the American Teamsters Union. In addition, the various chronic diseases accumulated over the years within these old unions make it too easy to deal with them. What's more, the person who controls Ygritte is the only super-rich man in the world with a net worth of $700 billion. Not only that, on this year's Forbes 400 list of the richest people in the United States, in addition to Simon who is high above, the entire Westeros system is emerging. The list of 400 people does not include Bill Gates and Larry Ellison, who are only related to the stockholding but not the core of the system. Simon personally supports or is a core executive of the Westeros system. There are 37 members of the Westeros system who have made the list. It also almost reached 1/10 of the entire list. Through the generous contract given by Simon a few years ago, Raymond Smith himself was fortunate to be among them with a personal asset of $450 million. In the capital world like the West, all these people are a terrifying force that can destroy any force. The entire Westeros system, all the forces gathered together, let alone targeting a certain person or a certain company, even if it is a country, even if this country is the United States, it is inevitable that it will be hurt, and other small countries are easily defeated. In the long history of mankind, those capital oligarchs who sold emperors and sold wars are nothing compared to the current Westeros system. Chapter 853, Changes in Public Opinion. Because of its complete privatization and distance from the capital market, Verizon has a weak presence in the public in recent years. Only the industry knows that this telecom operator has a strong layout in the field of mobile communications. During the dinner, Simon and Raymond Smith first discussed pushing Verizon back into the capital market. In fact, it is another IPO. There are many purposes and benefits for making this decision. The first is to reduce the proportion of Westeros System's shareholding in Verizon. Under normal circumstances, business owners want to control more company shares. Simon did the opposite, still to further integrate Westeros System into the U.S. economy. Just like this Ygritte IPO, including the recent additional 100 million new shares issued according to the original green shoe mechanism, Ygritte's current total share capital has reached 4.426 billion shares, of which Westeros holds 2.561 billion shares, and the shareholding ratio has been reduced to 57.9%. The biggest benefit of transferring up to 42.1% of the shares to Ygritte's management and investors is that Ygritte has suffered much less potential targeting. Tens of millions of investors with interests totaling more than $100 billion are tied to the Westeros system. Whether it is the Federal Antitrust Agency or many competitors in and outside the United States, if they want to target Ygritte, they are equivalent to targeting the huge capital alliance behind Ygritte. If you don't pay attention, you may be crushed to pieces. The U.S. telecommunications industry has been developing for more than 100 years. If you want to break the deep-rooted old pattern, you will inevitably face many potential obstacles. The integration strategy can undoubtedly minimize these obstacles. The second is to raise funds. This is also the key expansion strategy of the Westeros system in the next few years. While the market situation is good, try to reserve more cash through listing or issuing bonds. In the past, many new technology companies that emerged in the 1990s went to the end due to lack of funds after the bursting of the internet bubble. The third reason is that it is more intuitive and convenient to complete the merger with AOL after listing. Verizon Telecom, which is not listed, is still too low in Simon's view, even if it is the $30 billion valuation given by Forbes this time. If it directly merges with AOL, which has a high market value, in a privatized state, it will be difficult to make a valuation that satisfies all parties, and it may also cause potential litigation risks. After going public, the stock prices of both parties are determined by the capital market, so the merger will not cause too much controversy. Simon also discussed the personnel issues after the merger of AOL and Verizon with Raymond Smith in advance. There is some history behind this matter. The predecessor of AOL was originally a startup company that provided internet services and was attached to Bell Atlantic, the predecessor of Verizon. At that time, Raymond Smith was already the head of Bell Atlantic, and the current CEO of AOL, Steve Case, was just an entrepreneur. The status of the two was very different. Now, AOL is in its heyday. Although the status of the two cannot be said to be completely reversed, once the merger is completed, Raymond Smith can only become Steve Case's subordinate. Simon is very cautious about this kind of thing. If Raymond Smith cannot work closely with Steve Case after the merger of the two companies, or even restrict and target each other, the merger will be meaningless and may even bring disastrous consequences to the two companies. The decision to merge cannot be changed, so once certain signs appear, Simon can only kick one of the two out. However, Simon does not want to see either of them being eliminated. When talking about this during the meal, Raymond Smith was very generous and said that he would try his best to cooperate with Case in the future, which made Simon feel a little relieved, but not absolutely. Many things are always much easier to say than to do. In the following days, the media's discussion about the 1995 Forbes 400 rich list in the United States became more heated. After all, there are too many highlights on this year's list. Simon is high above with a personal wealth of $700 billion, which is difficult to shake. Following closely, Microsoft founder Bill Gates' personal net worth also increased to $57.3 billion. Compared with 1994, the increase has also reached more than 100%. Warren Buffett, who ranks third, has a personal wealth of $12.6 billion, which exceeded many people's expectations, largely due to Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition of Metropolitan ABC Group. Berkshire Hathaway, which holds Metropolitan ABC Group, has been rising in recent months because of this good news. Larry Ellison, who ranks fourth, is a dark horse. His personal wealth of $11.7 billion mainly comes from his 31.2% stake in Oracle. With the explosion of new technology industries and the close connection between Oracle and Westeros, Oracle's database software has become more and more dominant in the market in recent years. When Forbes compiled the list, Oracle's market value had reached $37.6 billion. Even if it cannot be compared with billionaires such as Ygritte, it has already surpassed most of the traditional corporate giants in the U.S. stock market. It is worth mentioning that Westeros currently holds 24.6% of Oracle's shares, so this company alone has contributed $9.2 billion to Simon's personal wealth. Paul Allen, who ranked fifth, has a personal wealth of $10.9 billion. Forbes calculated that the reference market value of Bill Gates and Paul Allen is $151.5 billion. By this calculation, Westeros' 18.7% stake in Microsoft also contributed $28.3 billion to Simon's personal wealth. The 6th, 7th and 8th places are tied. They are Tim Berners-Lee, Jeff Bezos and Carol Bartz of Ygritte, and their wealth is $8 billion each. They are all super dark horses. Forbes magazine was waiting for Ygritte to be listed before counting the new annual wealth list. Therefore, The wealth of the three giants is based on the closing price of Idrid on October 6, the first day of its listing, and the same is true for Simon's personal wealth. The ninth place is John Kruger, with a personal wealth of $6.1 billion. John Kruger is 81 years old this year. This old media tycoon who once competed with Sam Redstone for the control of Orion Pictures and wanted to enter Hollywood has gradually retired. In recent years, he has continuously cleared and sold a large number of assets, and then turned to trust investment to prepare for wealth inheritance. Many TV stations under the Fox TV network founded by Rupert Murdoch came from John Kruger's Macromedia company. The 10th place is the two brothers of the Walton family, Jim Walton and John Walton, who are tied with the 11th place. The brothers have a personal wealth of $4.6 billion. The Walton family is still not to be underestimated. However, due to equity changes for various reasons, the wealth of Sam Walton's widow and 4 children is no longer uniform. After the two brothers, the personal wealth of the other 3 Waltons continued to occupy the 12th to 14th positions, but the wealth figures were $4.5 billion, $4.5 billion and $4.3 billion respectively. After the top 10, it is also worth mentioning that Alice Ferguson, the former housekeeper of the Westeros family, ranked 15th, with a personal wealth of $4 billion. Amy Pascal, CEO of Deaneries Entertainment, ranked 17th on the list with a personal wealth of $3.5 billion. In addition, Seagirl Claire Jean, ranked 35th, tied with Neil Brandley, another founder of Tinkober, ranked 36th, relying on her 13.2% stake in Tinkober. Both of them have a wealth valuation of $2.2 billion. Further down the list, D-Girl Deborah Lippman also ranked 87th on the list with a personal wealth valuation of $1.1 billion thanks to her 56% stake in Instagram. This year's Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans has a threshold of $340 million, and the famous talk show host Oprah Winfrey happens to be the last name on the list. In this list of 400 people, not counting big names such as Bill Gates, Paul Allen, and Larry Ellison, whose companies are only held by the Westeros system but not controlled or supported, there are 37 rich people who are truly closely connected to the Westeros system and can be regarded as Westerosians, such as Simon, Tim Berners-Lee, Alice Ferguson, and Seagirl. If it weren't for deliberate suppression from all sides, Simon Westeros controls the United States would definitely become a hot topic on major media platforms in the near future. When a person relies on huge wealth to have a significant impact on a country's politics, economy, culture, and even military, it is almost the same as control. In fact, the Westeros system is far from reaching a certain level, but this trend is very obvious. Just like this time. Compared with the public opinion atmosphere in the past few years, the media is lively, but there are fewer remarks clamoring to limit the continued expansion of Simon Westeros's personal wealth or formulate targeted tax bills. Instead, voices of doubt about the figure of $700 billion are rising one after another. This is what Simon wants to see: $700 billion. How is it possible? Okay. Even if it reaches $700 billion on the books, most of it is just stock assets, or stock assets with serious bubble components. Isn't it said that the new technology bubble is now very serious? Westeros is the best embodiment. Simon doesn't need to personally arrange things like public opinion guidance. As the core of the entire Westeros system, not only a number of related companies under it, but also media giants with close cooperation, including Time Warner, News Corporation, New York Times Group, etc., will consciously protect the young man, because everyone has a common interest, and they will prosper together and suffer together. Despite the disturbances from the outside world, Simon's life is still going on as usual after rejecting all interview invitations. The transaction settlement process of Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition of Metropolitan ABC Group has entered the final stage. After the registration and statistics of the stock settlement ratio in the first 2 weeks of October, the proportion of Metropolitan ABC Group shares that were finally converted into Deaneries Entertainment shares was as high as 83%. Even Warren Buffett changed the settlement ratio of half stock and half cash to 70% stock plus 30% cash. Therefore, for the $20.9 billion acquisition agreement reached at the beginning, Deaneries Entertainment finally needed to use only $3.5 billion in cash payment, which was less than half of Deaneries' own cash reserves of more than $7 billion. On the other hand, after the settlement is expected to be completed and a total of 236 million shares are paid to the original shareholders of Metropolitan ABC Group, the total share capital of the new Deaneries Entertainment Group will increase to 2.599 billion shares. Simon's shareholding of 1.937 billion shares will reduce his shareholding ratio in the new company after the merger from 81.9% to 74.5%. According to Deaneries Entertainment's dual-class share structure, the shareholding ratio has dropped to 74.5%, and Simon's voting rights in Deaneries Entertainment are still as high as 96.7%. The control is unshakable. Therefore, Simon still feels that the 74.5% shareholding ratio is a bit high, but it is not easy to reduce it in the short term, and he can only reduce it slowly in the future. The litigation and strike incidents surrounding the Wisconsin Logistics Distribution Center have been suspended. This is a decision made by Simon himself. In order to avoid people comparing his latest wealth with a group of truck drivers who are destined to be blacklisted, it is better to wait until the recent public opinion cools down before handling it. Time flies and it is already Friday, October 27th. The end of the year is coming. The third film in the Conjuring movie universe series, The Conjuring 2, produced by Deaneries Entertainment, was released on this day, announcing the opening of the Halloween schedule. Before that, a series of films released in the summer season have basically been taken off the screen one after another. Among them, Jurassic Park 2 finally had a North American domestic box office of $413 million, temporarily ranking first in the domestic box office in 1995. Whether it can hold this position depends on the box office performance of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, released on December 22 during the Christmas season. This is also a focus of recent movie fans. It has also caused some controversy. It stands to reason that putting Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice on the Thanksgiving schedule will be more conducive to this DC superhero blockbuster to fully realize its box office potential across the two major holidays of Thanksgiving and Christmas. One of the important reasons for setting the release date on December 22 is to make way for the 3D animated film Beauty and the Beast, produced by Deaneries Entertainment. Although Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice is distributed by Time Warner, Simon still has the final say on the release date. The 3D version of Beauty and the Beast, produced by Pixar, is scheduled for November 17. After all, it is a wholly owned son. Moreover, Simon actually hopes to leave some breathing space for some movies from other Hollywood studios. Otherwise, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, which also has a domestic box office of $400 million, will inevitably be a monopoly when it is released on Thanksgiving. Time Warner has some complaints about this, but it can only endure it. Everyone knows that if this happens to other people, they will make similar decisions as Simon. In addition to the Jurassic Park 2 that dominated this summer, Apollo 13, starring Tom Hanks, also produced by Deaneries Entertainment, had a cumulative North American box office of $177 million. Jurassic Park 2 and Apollo 13 also became the only two movies that broke the $100 million box office in the summer of 1995. Deaneries Entertainment launched David Fincher's new film The Game at the end of the summer. It cost $50 million to produce, and the final domestic box office was only $51.34 million. It is expected that the overseas box office will be at the same level. The global performance of breaking $100 million is not too bad, but it is far from satisfactory. Films such as Die Hard 3, Casper the Duck, and Braveheart from other Hollywood studios were directly or indirectly impacted by Jurassic Park 2. This time, they failed to cross the $100 million threshold. Warner Brothers burned $175 million for Waterworld, which made this old studio lose money. Although it was released at the end of July, far away from Jurassic Park 2, this apocalyptic science fiction movie only earned $63.19 million in the domestic box office, which was $20 million less than the previous history. In the overseas market, it is expected to barely get about $100 million in box office due to the competition with Jurassic Park 2. With a global revenue of $160 million, the box office share is expected to be around $70 million, which is far from the production budget of $175 million. This time, Universal Studios did not create the Waterworld attraction to make up for the losses in disguise. After all, Deaneries Entertainment has more than enough IPs of its own, and Warner can only look at the huge loss account and cry. In the original time and space, The two famous Hollywood box office duds in 1995, Waterworld has been settled, and the next thing to see is whether Cutthroat Island will repeat the same mistake. Cutthroat Island, a film produced by German-funded Carlock Pictures and Seagram's Paramount, has a final production budget of $100 million, according to the figures released in the recent publicity of the two studios. It is scheduled to be released on the same day as the 3D animated film Beauty and the Beast produced by Rivalries Entertainment, November 17. If Cutthroat Island fails again, two box office duds will be enough to pour cold water on many ambitious speculative capitals who want to make a name for themselves in Hollywood. Hollywood is not a game that everyone can play. With fewer spoilers, Rivalries Entertainment's position will be more stable. New York, Manhattan. The fourth Victoria's Secret fashion show will be held on November 11th. The Lexington Avenue Armory near Gramercy Park in Midtown has been booked by Victoria's Secret for the rehearsal of the show. This year's list of Victoria's Secret angels has been finalized before the Fashion Week in September. The biggest change is undoubtedly the simultaneous resignation of two Victoria's Secret angel spokesmen, Cindy Crawford and Yasmin Gary, and the replacement of Cindy by Eva Herzigova from the Czech Republic and Fernando Lima from Brazil. Eva Herzigova is nothing special. The 22-year-old Czech girl rose rapidly last year, relying on a series of enviable resources, and quickly rose to the top of the model popularity list launched by the fashion section of the Egret portal. At present, she has won the title of supermodel through various brand catwalks, fashion endorsements and magazine covers. Therefore, Eva Herzigova has become the new Victoria's Secret angel spokesperson, at least with sufficient qualifications. Fernando Lima, who just turned 18 this year, inevitably caused a lot of controversy, and the big goblins in the fashion circle torn it apart were quite tragic. It's a pity that even if everyone is dissatisfied this time, they can only watch helplessly, because Simon Westeros is standing behind the girl. Not to mention Simon Westeros's huge wealth of $700 billion, just the influence of the Westeros system in the fashion circle. Since someone has chosen Fernando Lima, others can only watch with envy. Even John Casablanca, the godfather of the industry who once dominated the fashion circle, has become silent, not to mention these little models. Whoever dares to do something bad, do something behind the scenes and put some black material in the media, will be completely banned. As for why Westeros chose Eva Herzigova and Fernando Lima, it can only be a man's own preference. This is not even something that can be achieved by climbing into a man's bed. Because in this circle now, there are too many models willing to do this. It can only be said to be luck. For example, right now, the hall of the catwalk has been set up in the Arsenal, and the lucky girl named Fernando Lima took advantage of the break between rehearsals of other themes to snuggle up to a man in the stands, which made the fairies passing by on the catwalk have little flames in their eyes. Bitch. They're all 6-foot-tall fairies, pretending to be girls next door, not coordinated at all, and even acting like a spoiled child. Tisk tisk, I hope you sprain both your feet during the next rehearsal. Chapter 854 The Long-Term Path. Cindy Crawford, who had no idea that Simon would come to watch the rehearsal today, rushed to the Lexington Avenue Armory on time. She spent half an hour walking through the theme that would be the opening, and finally had time to come to the grandstand in the hall. Simon was surrounded by a bunch of beautiful women. Looking around, on the left was Fernando Lima, on the right was Coco Gauff, and on the step up behind him were two fairies sitting sideways, leaning against a man's shoulders on both sides. Even the position near someone's feet was not spared. Not only on both sides, but a girl also knelt with one leg squeezed between the feet of a guy, with her arm resting on the man's knees, and her slightly raised face showed a delicate and innocent look. Kneeling with both legs together is the standard. Cindy secretly complained in her heart, but the smile on her face was impeccable. She squeezed away a girl on the periphery without leaving a trace, ignored the other's rolling eyes, and came forward to greet, "Hi, Simon." When she got closer, she could see clearly that the girl in front of Simon was spreading a small hand in front of the man. I don't know what she was doing. Simon was reading the palms of a group of big fairies around him. In his previous life, he had learned a little about this because of a costume TV drama project, but it was not even a superficial understanding. He was just talking nonsense to please the girls, and of course no one would take it seriously. Today, they were just rehearsing and happened to have a few hours free, so Simon came here purely to enjoy the ice. Seeing Cindy greet him, Simon smiled and replied, "Good morning." Cindy glanced at the little hand of a big fairy that was still spread out in front of the man, and roughly understood what was going on. In fact, there is a similar palmistry theory in the West, but she still pretended to be curious and asked, "What are you doing?" Simon stroked the palm of the girl in front of him and said, "It's obvious, reading the palm." She was trying to get close to the man, and when she heard this answer, Cindy immediately looked eager to try. "Can you help me take a look?" Then she stepped forward a little. Simon smiled and shook his head. "That won't do. You can only do divination 3 times a day. If you do it more than that, it won't be accurate." As soon as he finished speaking, a fairy behind Simon immediately interrupted, "Simon, including Heidi, you just saw 6. Simon tilted his head slightly and leaned on the head of the fairy who was leaning over from behind him. Listening to the laughter in his ears, he explained without any guilt, there were only 3 divinations, and the other 3 were appreciation. "Look, Heidi's hands are very beautiful. Mine too, Simon, you see, I've been a hand model. Yeah, not bad. Thank you. And mine, Simon, how is it? 80 points. Well, it's obviously 90 points, okay, you want to take another look? Okay, add 10 points. Haha." Being suddenly ignored like this, Cindy looked at the frolic in front of her and inexplicably felt some strange feelings. Is the man in front of her really a super rich man worth $700 billion US? However, she soon realized that the billionaires in her stereotype were generally old men, and it was impossible for them to play and joke with a group of young girls like this guy. It would be inappropriate to do so. Simon Westeros, even though he was already standing high in the clouds, was actually only 27 years old. Many 27-year-old young people might not have even left school. Moreover, recalling past contacts, this guy was definitely not the kind of person who deliberately put on airs because of his rising status. His skillful interpersonal skills allowed him to get along with anyone. It was a pity that there were too many fairies at the moment. Cindy thought that she might not have the opportunity to talk to someone alone today. A staff member of the Victoria's Secret show team came to remind her, and Simon took the initiative to drive people away. Work still cannot be delayed. When the girls dispersed, Cindy stepped forward in time and grabbed the position where Coco Gauff was just now. She found that the other side had also changed, and it happened to be the one who was reading her palm when she came over. Simon noticed Cindy's expression and introduced the girl on the other side, saying, "This is Heidi. She is also a customer of your elite. Don't you know her?" Cindy shook her head, but still took the initiative to reach out. "Hello." The girl on the other side shook hands with Cindy and introduced herself. "My name is Heidi Klum, from Germany," and then turned to Simon and said, "I have been working in Europe for the past few years since my debut, and I am still a small shrimp. Cindy must not know me." Simon felt the girl wearing only a Victoria's Secret pink nightgown approaching, and smiled and said, "Not in the future, maybe even better than Cindy." Heidi Klum. A former Victoria's Secret veteran, she is also nicknamed Haima by many fans. However, because of Simon's big butterfly, some things have obviously changed. Heidi Klum in his memory should be the champion of the elite model competition in the early 1990s. This time, if Grace had not sent a list of models with good potential to Simon for him to choose after completing the takeover of Elite, Heidi Klum, 23 years old this year, might only be an ordinary model under the French branch of Elite who is slightly good but difficult to stand out. There is no shortage of beautiful skins in this world. In the modeling circle, whether you can become famous or not, appearance and hard work only account for 2 points, while luck accounts for 8 points. In fact, Heidi Klum does not quite meet Simon's aesthetic taste. The reason why he chose her is mainly because Simon remembered the fashion reality show Project Runway hosted by Klum, which is obviously also a very suitable project for the USA TV network that favors female audiences. The former Project Runway lasted for nearly 20 seasons, which shows its popularity. However, this time, Heidi Klum was locked in first, and Simon did not plan to produce Project Runway in the short term. Now, both ABC Public Television Network, which has just been merged into Deaneries Entertainment, and USA Cable Network have a number of very popular TV programs. If too many high-quality projects are launched in a short period of time, it will distract the audience. Just like USA, after the height of Sex and the City launched this year, including Desperate Housewives and the Dead Wives series, there is no need to worry about the popularity of USA TV Network for at least the next 3 years. Simon's plan is to launch another flagship program in 3 years. In addition, there is a show hosted by Tyra Banks, America's Next Top Model, which is as famous as Project Runway, and Simon has not forgotten it. In the front hall of the Arsenal, when Heidi Klum heard Simon say that she might be more powerful than Cindy Crawford in the future, her eyes suddenly brightened up. She leaned closer to the man next to her and said, "Simon, are you free at noon? Maybe I can invite you to have lunch with me." Simon shook his head. "I have an appointment at noon." "What about in the evening?" "Sorry, in the evening too." Heidi Klum still did not give up. "Then when are you free?" Simon smiled and said, "Let's talk about it later." Heidi Klum heard this, raised her eyes and glanced at Cindy on the other side, and leaned close to the man's ear. "Simon, there's nothing to see here. Maybe, how about we find a place backstage to talk?" Simon did not answer, but patted the girl on the waist. "Don't stick around me, go and get busy. I don't like girls who are always lazy." After the man said this, Heidi Klum had to get up and walk away. Simon's words were actually directed at Cindy, but the girl on the other side was still sitting there. Seeing the man looking over, Cindy explained, "My theme has been arranged." She looked at Simon with some resentment. "You only gave me a small opening, which is too stingy." The opening and closing of a fashion show often represent the status of a model, whether it is a Victoria's Secret show or HF show. Cindy resigned as the spokesperson for Victoria's Secret this year, and her status naturally began to decline. However, being able to get an opening with a middle theme is not something that any other model can compare to. Simon ignored the girl's complaints and just asked casually, "What are you busy with recently?" This question seemed to hit Cindy's sore spot again. She came over unnoticed, and her tone was pitiful. "I'm almost out of work." Cindy was not lying. The $50 million film Fair Game, produced by Warner Brothers and starring Cindy, was released 2 weeks ago on October 13th. Even though the schedule shows Warner's attitude towards this project, as the leading actress, Cindy was still running around to promote Fair Game some time ago, and even missed this year's Autumn Fashion Week. Unfortunately, after the release of Fair Game, the box office performance in the first week of 1949 screens was only a pitiful $6.39 million, and the average theater was only a little over $3,000. Not only that, according to the second week box office data just released this morning, the box office performance of the film in the second week of its release was almost halved, and the cumulative box office for the 2 weeks was only a pitiful $9.72 million. Such a sluggish box office performance has caused most theaters to remove the canvas of Fair Game today, and it is expected that the subsequent box office will barely recover another $1 or $2 million. Lost all the money. Cindy now regrets more and more that she did not follow Simon's advice. Relying on the widespread popularity accumulated over the years, Cindy originally wanted to move from the fashion circle to Hollywood, and it was not difficult to get resources. She had previously made a cameo in the Batman series, arranged by Simon, and received a lot of recognition. All of this was ruined by the movie Fair Game. Even if Fair Game could have a box office of $20 to $30 million, it would not be a big blow to her. It's just that the failure of this film is really tragic. The production cost of $50 million only recovered a box office of just over $10 million, which basically means that the entire budget has been wasted, because the box office share cannot cover the distribution costs. Hollywood has always been a very superstitious circle. It just so happens that the main selling point of Fair Game is Cindy Crawford, so the higher you climb at the beginning, the harder you fall after failure. Although many people can see that the failure of Fair Game is not Cindy, since it has been labeled as a box office poison, it is difficult for Hollywood to invite her to participate in other movies. Missing the Fall Fashion Week, the first Hollywood blockbuster she starred in, was a box office failure, and resigning from the title of Victoria's Secret Angel spokesperson, if she hadn't been able to show up at the 4th Victoria's Secret fashion show next month, Cindy might have quickly faded into obscurity in this fiercely competitive circle. However, the Victoria's Secret fashion show can only barely help maintain her popularity. Cindy knows that if she wants to turn things around, the most effective way is to get the support of a man. Simon didn't react much to Cindy's pitiful expression and said, "According to your age, it's just right to retire now, and you still have time to do other things." Other things? Cindy immediately thought of a waste beauty who announced her retirement after the Versace show some time ago. If she also had a net worth of hundreds of millions of dollars, there would be no problem with the retirement. The key is that she doesn't have it. Although Cindy has been able to earn millions of dollars every year in the past few years, she is the kind of person who is good at financial management and has accumulated a good net worth, but after careful calculation, unless she finds a man with a rich net worth to marry, otherwise, the money in her hands can't support the long-term and affluent life she wants. She still has to work. Thinking of this, Cindy no longer hesitated, and took the initiative to hug the man's arm and shook it. "Simon, can you help me?" Simon gestured to the girls who were rehearsing their positions on the catwalk, and said, "In the next few years, if you are still willing, you can continue. I can only help you here. In fact, it is useless for you to beg me. The modeling career is destined to be difficult to last long." Cindy still hugged Simon. Since the man had given in, of course she couldn't give up, and asked again, "Then, can you give me some more advice?" Simon felt the soft jade and warm fragrance beside him, and could only think about it, and said, "In fact, you have found the direction." Yes, Cindy thought of the box office failure of Fair Game just now. It's a pity that it failed. Simon said, "Then try other fields. Speaking of which, do you know what the secret is for public figures to maintain their popularity for a long time?" Cindy looked at Simon with curiosity. "The big goblin is still very powerful." Simon pretended to be overwhelmed and dodged deliberately, saying, "The key is to have your own masterpiece, a masterpiece that people can remember for a long time, whether it is a movie, TV, or anything else. Just like Sean Connery, for so many years, when this name is mentioned, everyone's first reaction is 007, and vice versa, so he can still maintain his popularity in Hollywood now. The key reason why the Victoria's Secret show attracts models in the fashion circle is also this. In my memory, even if the Victoria's Secret show has been cancelled, many models who have appeared on the Victoria's Secret Tea stage are still titled Victoria's Secret Angels in various press releases. The reason is that the popularity of the Victoria's Secret show can be used as a masterpiece for many models. As long as it is linked to this show, it will be easier for the public to remember. However, the Victoria's Secret show is ultimately a group fashion show. Except for a few supermodels who are promoted by brands, most people do not stand out on this fashion feast. If you want to maintain your popularity, you should try to work in other directions as much as possible. After hearing what Simon said, Cindy thought about it and suddenly remembered Jerry Hall, who has been very successful in recent years. "Simon, you mean, like Hall's Fashion Workshop?" Although it is a TV program of Fashion TV, a relatively professional and niche basic cable TV station, Fashion Workshop has become Jerry Hall's masterpiece because of its increasing popularity. The well-known and widespread popularity has also allowed Hall to gradually get rid of the title of Mick Jagger's wife, and her popularity has truly become independent. Simon nodded and said, "Yes, I remember that you also hosted a fashion program on MTV. Maybe you can try in this direction." Cindy followed Simon's thoughts and gradually became enlightened. Indeed, due to her age, this road on the catwalk will definitely not last too long. Hollywood has also been messed up by herself. Then, trying to develop in the television circle like Jerry Hall is probably the best direction for her to work hard. It just so happens that a guy around me has just acquired a Metropolitan ABC group. Such a thick thigh must be held tightly. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 855 Another Financing. The setting sun in the evening shone into the bedroom through the steel forest of Manhattan. Grace Spur opened her eyes and found that the man was no longer around. She stood up and looked for him, and found her little man on the rooftop terrace. She walked behind him, leaned over and pressed her cheek against his shoulder and rubbed it intimately, and looked at the book in the man's hand. "What is this?" Simon reached out and pulled the woman over, hugged her in his arms, and showed her the book in his hand, 100 Years of Solitude. Grace was a little uncomfortable being held in the arms of the man like a little girl, but she was reluctant to leave. She changed her sitting position inconspicuously, turned her head and glanced at the book again. It was the original Spanish version. She could speak some Spanish, but it was a bit difficult for her to read. "I have read the English version, but I didn't understand it very well, so I didn't finish it." Simon didn't mean to explain to Grace. He put the book on the round table next to him, stroked the waist of the woman in his arms, and asked, "What do you like?" The late autumn evening was already very cold, but as the man moved, Grace felt her cheeks getting hot again. She really had no resistance to him, so she told him the truth. I don't know. I started working very early, then got married, and had a child. You know, life in Manhattan is very stressful. Well, it seems like it's all now. After saying this, she looked into the eyes of the man who was so close to her. Am I a failure? Simon kissed the woman on the lips and comforted her. Most people are like this. You have been very successful. You gave it all. Grace chased after Simon and kissed him. After they separated, she looked at the young face in front of her and suddenly felt embarrassed. You should date more young girls. Simon felt the fragrance of the woman in front of him and smiled. But I just like to bully you. What can I do? Grace avoided the little man's gaze and smirk, thinking that you can bully her however you want, but she didn't say it out loud. She noticed the Westeros building that seemed to be towering above the clouds not far away, and pointed in that direction. When will this building be completed? Simon followed Grace's gaze and looked over. The main building of Westeros building was more than 500 meters long. If this length was spread on the ground, it would not be too conspicuous. Compared with the buildings in the Upper East Side that were generally less than 100 meters long, it suddenly stood out from the crowd. It will take another year to top out. I want to build another home of my own on the top, and install a helipad. The construction standards for this part are very high. Including the subsequent decoration, it may take until around 2000 to actually move in. The architectural drawings of Westeros building had long been disclosed by the media, and Grace had also seen them. Hearing the man say this, Grace looked forward to it. I really hope to go up and take a look. Simon smiled and said, of course, I will bully you up there. Grace glanced at the man lightly, and was a little nervous. I'm afraid you will forget me by then. Of course not, you know, I am a very nostalgic person. Grace retorted, Bryce said last week that you have forgotten her. Who is Bryce? Grace immediately rolled her eyes. Simon smiled and pinched the woman's place, and said, when we had dinner together a few days ago, she complained to me that your daughter had led her son astray, and she also complained to me that it was all your instigation. What's going on? The man's words were unintentional, but Grace's mind was tangled with some messy thoughts. Weird and a little embarrassed, Grace whispered, she wants her son to go to Yale. You know, to go to Yale, you have to go to New Haven, and then, stay in New York to study at Columbia. Anyway, it's not Rita's fault. Bryce has always been too strong and taught her son to have no opinion. How can she blame others? The woman explained evasively, and Simon roughly understood. Seeing that Grace didn't like to talk about this, she didn't mention it anymore and instead said, come with me to the Time Warner party tonight. Grace shook her head and said, no, today is Friday. I've made an appointment with the children to have dinner together, and the restaurant is booked. As she spoke, she seemed to be worried that Simon would be angry, and added, send Chusi and Lima over later. If you want, you can bring a few more. They are all looking forward to it. Simon didn't nod, but said, I've said before that it's not good to always push girls to me. I don't care, this way you can remember me longer, Grace said firmly, and, even if something happens, you will protect me, right? Simon held up the woman's face with one hand and looked at her. Aren't you afraid that I will push you out as a scapegoat? Grace and Simon looked at each other with obvious infatuation in their eyes. I know you won't do that, but if necessary, I will take the initiative to be a scapegoat for you. Simon let go of her hand and smiled. I suddenly understand why our girl was able to snatch Bryce's little baby away. Grace came over and whispered in Simon's ear, if you like, I can also let Rita call you Dad. Simon almost threw the woman in his arms when he heard it. Seeing the little man's surprised expression, Grace smiled and explained, Jerry and I are very familiar with each other, you know, we are in the same circle. Simon said, forget it, let's not teach the child bad things. Grace curled the corners of her mouth and leaned over to say something in Simon's ear. Noticing the man's reaction, she couldn't help laughing and gently twisted her body. After teasing for a while, the woman saw that the time was almost up and brought up something serious. Simon, I heard that Instagram is seeking another round of financing. Simon nodded. Do you plan to participate? I can't afford it, Grace said, explaining, I asked for someone else. A fund manager I met in Europe some time ago called me after hearing the news to see if she could invest in some shares. She also knew about the cooperation between Elite and Instagram. Simon pretended to be suspicious and said, are you sure it's she and Nadi? Grace said seriously, "I promise, you are the only man I have now, and I don't even let my husband touch me. If you find out that I have other men, you can strangle me to death and bury me secretly. Don't be so cruel to yourself, right?" Grace came over. "I've had this idea before. I hope you can strangle me to death, and it would be best if you could bury me under the lawn of the manor in the northern suburbs of Lineage. It's too scary, a bit like the beginning of a horror movie." Grace rolled her eyes lightly and asked again, "Is it okay?" Simon nodded, "Yes, but the share is not much. Instagram only plans to give up 10% of the shares this time, and the offer price is $200 million. There is no bargaining, and it is mainly for some related investors in the Westeros system. Since you asked, I can give you 2%, no more. 2% is enough, which is also $40 million. In fact, that fund controls some European print media. I asked for help. In addition to the fact that Elite's clients can get more exposure, I also think this should be helpful to you. Is that so? I can find time to meet. The other party must be looking forward to it. Tell me when you have time." Simon deliberately took a detour. "Is the female manager beautiful?" "She is beautiful, and she is married. She is younger than me and has 3 children. Well, it is said that she also has aristocratic blood. Well, for a nouveau riche like me, I mainly want to meet some aristocrats to improve my taste." "Bad guy." The two hugged each other and chatted for a while. The sunset light completely disappeared between the gaps between the towering buildings in Manhattan, and Grace reluctantly said goodbye. The party at Time Warner in the evening was mainly to celebrate the formal merger agreement between General Electric and Time Warner. This morning, when Simon was watching the rehearsal of the Victoria's Secret show at the Lexington Avenue Arsenal, the two companies officially held a press conference to announce the transaction. Both parties made some concessions, and the final transaction price was $27.5 billion. Counting Time Warner's current debt of about $8.6 billion, the total transaction amount was $36.1 billion. Because the news gradually spread, as of yesterday afternoon, Time Warner's total market value had reached $23.9 billion. According to this stock price, General Electric only gave a 13% premium. As long as this transaction can be successfully completed, General Electric will have the status of the second largest media group in North America, in addition to the old industrial giants. However, compared to the unanimous market optimism about the merger between Deaneries and Metropolitan ABC, the transaction of General Electric's acquisition of Time Warner is full of controversy. The most direct evidence is today. Because of the announcement of the news, General Electric's stock price fell 4.3% throughout the day, and Time Warner's stock price rose only 5.1%. Critics generally believe that General Electric's acquisition of Time Warner is not doing its job properly. General Electric is indeed very powerful at present. Compared with competitors such as Westinghouse Electric, it is far ahead in the industry. However, General Electric's investment in the media field is not so successful. In the years since the acquisition of RCA, the development of NBC TV network can only be said to be mediocre. What's more, in the current media and entertainment field, there is also the giant Deaneries Entertainment standing in front. Whether it is NBC or Time Warner, they are quite dependent on Deaneries Entertainment in many aspects, which is obviously abnormal. In addition, there is a mess of personnel relations within Time Warner. Since Steve Ross died of illness 3 years ago, Time Warner has been plagued by internal strife in recent years, which has greatly hindered the development of this media and entertainment giant. If Jack Welch cannot handle this matter well, this merger is likely to fall from one disaster to another. The evening party was held at the Marriott Hotel near Times Square. Considering that reporters would attend the party and interviews were allowed, Simon did not follow Grace's advice to bring 1 or 2 vases, which was also for the girls' sake. Some things are well known in the circle, but it is better to conceal them in front of the public. After all, many supermodels are goddesses in the hearts of thousands of fans. As long as there is no real hammer leaked, even if the gossip tabloids expose and edit it, they will only receive a series of "I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it." The popularity of the new Forbes list released on Monday has not cooled down yet. Simon did not intend to steal the limelight. He did not arrive at the scene until almost 8 o'clock, almost an hour after the party started, and the reporters waiting outside the hotel basically dispersed. Entering the party hall, Jack Welch personally came over with 2 middle-aged men, Bob Wright and Terry Semmel. Bob Wright is the chairman and CEO of NBC TV Network. He began to manage this public television network after General Electric acquired NBC's parent company RCA Group in 1986. This General Electric executive was a lawyer by profession. Before he took over NBC, he was the sales director of General Electric's plastics business. In these years of running NBC, his performance can only be considered mediocre. As for Terry Semel, Jack Welch obviously listened to Simon's advice and planned to completely change the situation of Time Warner's internal disunity. This is not an easy thing to do, but bringing Semel up is a good start. However, Welch still lacks some courage. Judging from the situation, it should be Bob Wright of General Electric and Terry Semel of Time Warner who will jointly manage General Electric's media and entertainment assets after the merger is completed. This situation is very similar to the scene when Time Incorporated and Warner Brothers just merged. If Bob Wright and Terry Semel cannot work closely together, then, as the media predicts, they may really fall from one disaster to another. Of course, there are differences. The key is that this time there is an additional Jack Welch. As long as Welch is strong enough, he can replace Steve Ross's role and tightly condense the scattered media and entertainment assets under his control. According to Welch's age and contract with General Motors, this legendary professional manager still has 5 years. However, in order to do this well, Welch must spare enough time and energy. After everyone exchanged pleasantries and talked about some details of the merger of the two companies, Terry Semel and Bob Wright took the initiative to leave, leaving only Jack Welch and Simon standing together in a corner of the hall. Waving for the waiter and getting another glass of red wine, Jack Welch looked at Simon and said, "Simon, I remember a piece of news a few years ago. After the success of Batman Begins, Deaneries Entertainment announced that it would start developing the Marvel Cinematic Universe in 1995. However, Deaneries doesn't seem to have such a plan now." Simon immediately understood what Welch was thinking when he heard what he said. He secretly sighed that this business tycoon, who had been dominating the industry for many years, really did not lack courage. However, he ignored the topic and said, "If you pay attention to this matter, Jack, you should have found that Hollywood's blockbuster movies are becoming more and more powerful, especially the DC movie universe. If Deaneries starts developing the Marvel Cinematic Universe again, Hollywood will soon be dominated by comic book movies, which will seriously impact the diversity of Hollywood movies and will be very detrimental to the development of this industry. That's why I chose to continue to shelve the development of Marvel superhero movies." Simon didn't say it explicitly, but Jack Welch immediately sensed the rejection in his words, but he didn't give up. He simply said, "Simon, Deaneries' Jurassic Park 2 in this summer is better than most DC movie universe projects. Today, another new movie in the Conjuring movie universe, The Conjuring 2, was released. My children also said last week that they would take time to watch it together. So, Deaneries is not short of high-quality series now. What do you think if Warner Brothers plans to buy out all the DC project copyrights in Deaneries' hands at one time?" Sure enough, if Warner can buy back all the DC superhero-related copyrights in Deaneries' hands, even if it costs billions of dollars at one time, this good news alone will be enough to push General Electric's stock price to a higher level in the future. Facing Welch's inquiring gaze, Simon did not refuse immediately, but asked back, "If Deaneries lets go, Jack, do you think Warner can do this series well?" Simon did not refuse at the first time, which gave Welch hope. He nodded and said, "The DC movie universe already has a very solid foundation. If it can be taken back, I think Terry will definitely be able to take care of it. Moreover, we will not cut off cooperation with Deaneries. As long as you agree, you can continue to serve as the executive producer of all DC projects." Simon thought about it for a while and said to Welch without beating around the bush, "Jack, frankly speaking, as long as you offer the right price, I will not refuse to sell all DC-related copyrights back to Warner, but not now. If you need a time point, you can talk to me about this again after Justice League is released." Chapter 856 Swiss Capital. Hollywood has entered the era of blockbuster movies. In order to prevent Hollywood from entering the superhero era that will seriously impact the diversity of movies, Simon has been revising the development plan of the DC movie universe in recent years, constantly extending the development cycle, and the Marvel movie universe plan has been shelved by Simon. After Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice at the end of the year, before Justice League, there are 3 confirmed DC movie projects, namely Wonder Woman 2, The Flash 2 and Suicide Squad 2. Warner has been promoting Cyborg 2. As long as the script is suitable, Simon can't be completely stuck. Then, by the time Justice League is released, it may be 2000. This is also the time point that Simon prefers. The Millennium, a large gathering of DC superheroes, is very memorable. In the banquet hall of the Marriott Hotel, Jack Welch, who had learned about the DC movie universe plan in advance, was a little disappointed when he heard Simon say that he could negotiate the recovery of copyright after Justice League. In fact, for Warner, it is worth looking forward to the possibility of taking back the copyright of the 3 DC giants, even if it takes 5 years. With the huge success of the DC movie universe, Warner did not even expect Simon to let go. Jack Welch, however, could not wait for 5 years. Because he would retire by then, and once he left, these things would have nothing to do with him. However, since Simon said so, Jack Welch also knew that he had no room for bargaining. Even though he had just finalized the agreement to acquire Time Warner, he had a very thorough understanding of this matter. The initiative of the DC movie universe is completely in the hands of Deaneries Entertainment, especially after the box office failure of Waterworld produced by Warner Brothers in the summer of this year. Warner's dependence on the DC movie universe has become stronger. On the contrary, Deaneries Entertainment, even if it loses the DC movie universe immediately, still has the equally successful Jurassic Park series, Pixar animation series, the Conjuring movie universe series and other projects to develop. If Warner uses tough measures to try to take back the copyright, the result is more likely to be a chicken flying egg. Jack Welch did not drag his feet and instead talked to Simon about the internet industry and asked Simon for his opinion on the e-commerce business that GE was planning. Most people usually understand e-commerce as buying things online. In fact, there are many types of e-commerce, such as B2B, business to business, B2C, business to individual, and C2C, individual to individual, and online shopping is just one of them. Therefore, when Jack Welch mentioned that an old giant like GE was also going to start an e-commerce business, Simon did not feel threatened at all. GE's e-commerce was most likely only B2B, which would not compete with Amazon, eBay and other platforms in the Westeros system, and it was also expected to become an important customer of EOS. The two discussed enthusiastically for more than 10 minutes, and Simon took the initiative to arrange a meeting between Jack Welch and Carol Bartz, who was in charge of EOS business at Ygritte, to discuss in depth the possible cooperation between the two parties. EOS, Ygritte Web Service, was launched in 1991. After 4 years of continuous research and development, this business of Ygritte is no longer a primary server rental, but has truly begun to transform into the cloud computing platform in Simon's memory. The three mainstream cloud computing business models of IaaS, Infrastructure as a Service, PaaS, Platform as a Service, and SaaS, Software as a Service, in the original time and space are now involved in EOS. If it can attract traditional industrial giants such as General Electric in the non-internet field to enter, it will definitely greatly expand the breadth of EOS's business. The next day is October 28th. Saturday. The news of General Electric's acquisition of Time Warner finally diverted the media from the Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans, released on Monday. Simon also left the United States that afternoon and flew to Ukraine. From the formal agreement with the local Ukrainian government in February to now, 8 months have passed. The Nokia factory located in the north of Rivne has been completed and will be officially put into production on October 30th. Simon will attend the commissioning ceremony on October 30th this time. Simon is very satisfied with the completion speed of this project. At present, it would take 2 or 3 years to build a factory of the same size in North America or Western Europe. Moreover, even if the factory is built, it may not be put into production. However, the Nokia factory in Rivne has simultaneously completed the construction of the factory building and implemented processes such as worker training and equipment deployment. Even though the Soviet Union has disappeared, the institutional advantages brought by the Soviet system still exist. This is exactly what Simon is looking at. Of course, what is more important is the increasingly strong voice of the Westeros system in Ukraine, a northwestern border state. Otherwise, some institutional advantages will only turn into institutional disadvantages. After Leon Kuchma, the second president of Ukraine, came to power last year, he quickly promoted a series of reform measures, but failed to reverse the continued slide of Ukraine's domestic economy into the abyss. Under the strong control of the Westeros system, The city of Rivne has become the only bright spot on the country's economy. Due to various real and potential interests, even if the Westeros system's control over Rivne has exceeded certain limits, the Ukrainian authorities dare not rashly disrupt this hard-won situation. Therefore, not only is the Nokia factory about to start production, but the entire city of Rivne and even the Rivne Oblast are in a thriving state. When Simon first came to Rivne last year, the city was no different from other regions in Ukraine, decadent and withered. A large number of people moved to rural areas where they could grow food for their own survival. Now, after coming to the city again for more than a year, the population of Rivne alone has soared from 220,000 at the low point last year to 510,000 at present. Ordinary people always fail to see things at a very deep level. They just know that this city can bring them the most valuable job opportunities, and this is where hope lies. The surge in population inevitably makes Rivne a mixed bag. However, both the official level and the underground forces are firmly controlled by the Westeros system, not to mention that a powerful private army is stationed in this area. Those who want to make trouble in Rivne have a bad end, and the rest are just some small fish and shrimps that cannot become great. Under the efficient execution rate brought by strong control, Rivne has already shown a trend of becoming a major light industrial town in Ukraine. Ukraine inherited a large number of heavy industrial assets from the former Soviet Union. However, tanks and cannons are not enough to make a living. Light industry that provides residents with various types of basic daily necessities is the area that Ukraine needs to develop most urgently at this stage. Since independence, the Ukrainian authorities have been trying to promote this matter, but the effect is not very good. The reason is very simple: lack of money. The national economy is like rivers and lakes that run through all aspects of public life. Funds are like water. Only with sufficient funds can the dry and stagnant rivers and lakes flow and revitalize. The large amount of funds injected into Rivne Oblast by the Westeros system, coupled with strong coordination and control, prevented the funds from being swallowed up by unreasonable waste, and quickly revitalized this area. It can be imagined that when the rivers and lakes in Rivne Oblast gradually fill up, they will inevitably flow to other parts of the country. The owner of the water will not change. This will inevitably lead to further infiltration and control. Rivne Airport will not be open until next year. Simon arrived in Kiev on Sunday morning local time and drove to Rivne. As the most important investment introduced by this country in recent years, the current Ukrainian Prime Minister Pavlo Lazarenko chose to go to Rivne Oblast with Simon and planned to attend the commissioning ceremony in the afternoon. In the year when the greenhouse effect had not yet erupted, snow had already begun to fall in Ukraine at the end of October. Shuttled through the northern plains of Ukraine, which were already surrounded by snow, Simon and Lazarenko, who took the initiative to ride in the same car with him, chatted warmly all the way. Even though he didn't like this person very much in his heart, it didn't prevent the two from talking and laughing. Since Lazarenko and Kuchma came to power together, in addition to not allowing the other party to interfere in the layout of the Westeros system in Rivne Oblast, Simon catered to the other party's preferences and was not stingy with the Ukrainian Prime Minister, who was known for his greed. Completely feeding several people in charge of the Kiev authorities is also the key to the smooth layout of the Westeros system. Arriving in Rivne at around 10 o'clock in the morning, Simon handed over the task of receiving Lazarenko and his party to Sergei Kimorov, the head of Oldek Company, and refused the lunch arranged by Kimorov on the grounds of fatigue from the journey. Anyway, he couldn't escape the evening socializing. Lunchtime was actually reserved for several UFMS leaders. Simon always cared most about the private army of the Westeros family in Ukraine. Otherwise, with so many investment opportunities that could yield more lucrative returns, Simon would not have bothered to make a move in Ukraine. Even though he seldom came to Ukraine, Simon had always kept a close eye on UFMS. He had created 3 channels to obtain information about UFMS: the direct leader of UFMS, Krim Derivienko, the head of Oldek, Sergei Kimorov, and the Ukrainian branch of the Westeros family's private intelligence team. Simon's private military assistant, Celia Miller, put most of her thoughts here. Therefore, Simon's understanding of UFMS was even deeper than Krim Derivienko in some aspects, and the same was true for control. The lunch that started at 11:30 lasted for an hour and a half. Simon set off from the villa in the south of the city at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and rushed to the Nokia factory in the northern suburbs of Rivne. In addition to Simon and Ukraine's current Prime Minister Lazarenko, Nokia CEO Jorma Alala has also been here for 2 days. Although Nokia plans to focus its mobile phone manufacturing on China, Jorma Olia also agrees with Simon's point of view that eggs cannot be put in one basket. Therefore, Nokia, under Simon's suggestion, promotes the multi-supplier procurement strategy for components and also plans to build Riven into Nokia's second mobile phone manufacturing center. Therefore, this factory with an annual output of 1 million mobile phones is just the beginning. Nokia's mobile phone sales this year are expected to exceed 20 million units. As long as the current factory goes into production smoothly, Nokia will start building a second larger factory on the 150 hectares of land that has been encircled as soon as possible. Not only that, companies such as Tinkabair and the Westeros system have also been paying attention to the Nokia factory in Riven in order to build their own factories here to support the European market. To form a foundry system, the most difficult thing is not factory construction or worker training, but a complete supporting industrial chain. By helping to introduce investment to the Ravna nuclear power plant, as long as the new unit of the nuclear power plant starts operating in the next 2 years, the energy problem can be solved. At this stage, most of the parts of mobile phones have to be imported from Western Europe and North America because of the relatively advanced technology involved. This has largely made up for the shortcoming that Rovna Oblast cannot produce components. However, in order to reduce costs, Ukraine still has a lot to do. While the Oldek company headed by Sergei Kermorov established a vocational training school to train workers for Nokia factories, it also took over orders to provide external packaging for Nokia mobile phones through one of its subsidiaries. Kermorov is also trying to go further and provide injection molding shells for Nokia mobile phones. In this way, step by step, to circuit boards, and even some parts with low technical requirements, a more and more complete supply chain can be gradually formed. As the supply chain becomes more and more perfect, it will inevitably attract more manufacturers to come to Riven to invest and build factories. This will form a virtuous circle. Simon also plans to let Oldek company personally get involved in the field of foundry in order to further control the cheap human resources in Rovna Oblast and even the whole of Ukraine. In the past, Ukraine lost 1/5 of its 50 million people because it could not survive domestically. Tens of millions of people fled the country, which was a spectacle. This time, even if only 1/10 or 2/10 of the human resources that had fled Ukraine were controlled, it would be enough for the Westeros system to build a huge foundry empire in Ukraine. Controlling other people's jobs is actually equivalent to having ruling power to a certain extent. The production ceremony that afternoon lasted for an hour. After the ceremony, Simon did not leave, but visited the assembly process that began to operate inside the factory with Jorma Olia and others. Although it was Sunday, Eastern Europe now does not have the rules of Western Europe. Once the factory here is put into production, it will take turns to work 24 hours a day. What Ukraine lacks the least now is people. If you don't want to work overtime, if you dislike the low salary, or even if you are lazy, it's simple, just pack up and get out. There are many people who want this job. Simon stayed in the Nokia factory until the evening, returned to the city, and continued to attend the evening reception, and did not return to the villa in the south of the city until late at night. The next 2 days were full of various kinds of busyness. He reviewed the industries of the Westeros system here one by one, as well as some inevitable welcoming and sending off. This continued until Wednesday, November 1st. When Simon had a little free time, he rushed to the Ukrainian Peace Military Theme Park, which was basically completed in the north of Riven, to relax a little. In fact, it was still work. Compared with professional theme parks like Universal Studios, this theme park covering an area of 20 square kilometers can only be described as rough. The only advantage is probably that the area is large enough. Simon did not become indifferent because of the roughness of this project. Instead, he attached great importance to it. Not only did he send the team of Deaneries' Universal Studios to participate in the planning of the project, but he also personally provided a lot of suggestions. The park will open in the spring of next year, mainly for Western European and North American customers, providing an immersive military experience. When Girl A brought a blonde woman wearing a black windbreaker and high leather boots to Simon, he was at the shooting range of the theme park, holding the Barrett rifle that he liked after hunting in the Alaskan wilderness last time. With his identity, it was easy for him to carry such a toy anytime and anywhere. The blonde woman's name is Charlotte Brunetta, from Switzerland. Her title is the president of the venture capital department of Brunetta Asset Management. Just Brunetta Asset Management, combined with the woman's name, can roughly determine the relationship between the woman and the company. Family business. This is the head of the European fund that Grace recommended to Simon a few days ago to invest in Instagram. Simon heard Grace say that the woman was very beautiful and joked that he must meet her. He didn't take it too seriously at the time, but the other party took it seriously and took the initiative to contact this meeting. It happened that Simon was also very interested in the mysterious and low-key Swiss capital, so he agreed. Chapter 857 Initiative. Approached with Charlotte Brunetta. Simon put down the big gun in his hand, took off the noise-proof earmuffs, and took the initiative to reach out to the other party. After getting closer and looking at each other, it was indeed a very beautiful woman. The delicate face that made it difficult to tell her age at a glance, pointed and fair, exuding a kind of alienated softness, and the habitual slightly raised chin showed the proud character of the owner of this face. She was about 175 centimeters tall in high boots, just right. The figure wrapped in a black windbreaker gave people a sense of standing upright and capable, and even in winter clothes, it was still difficult to hide the slender waist. After a simple greeting, the two left the shooting range together and walked along the flat corridor to a villa shaded by evergreen pines and cypresses on one side of the shooting range. The villa was more of an American country resort style, but the main body was not a common wooden structure in American villas, but a brownstone construction that matched the surrounding environment. Before entering, Simon paused for a moment, gestured towards the villa in front of him, and asked the woman next to him, "What do you think of this place?" Ever since she saw Simon, Charlotte Brienne's attention has been solely on the man. After hearing this, she took a look at the villa in front of her, thinking it was a test from Westeros. After a moment of thought, she said, "It doesn't quite coordinate with this military theme park." Two uniformed Westeros maids opened the door of the villa. Simon stepped in and let Girlie, who followed in, help him take off his coat. He said, "I don't think it quite coordinates either. However, no one has tried this kind of military theme park project before, so we can only grope our way around. The planning team believes that we must first give tourists a sense of value for money in terms of infrastructure. It is impossible to build simple barracks like a military camp." Charlotte Brienne, who also took off her windbreaker with the help of the maid to reveal a camel-colored tight-fitting base shirt and black trousers, thought the previous question was a test. She didn't expect Westeros to say such a thing again. Before this meeting, Charlotte Brienne had imagined many scenarios of meeting the man in front of her, perhaps arrogant and cold, perhaps pretending to be warm, perhaps questioning and making things difficult, or even impatient. She was confident in her appearance. In the end, she didn't expect it to be, well, peaceful. Just like the calm daily life between two people who have known each other for a long time. This kind of peace made many of Brienne's prepared strategies for taking the initiative invalid. However, at this moment, Charlotte Brienne quickly reacted. It was a bit unrealistic to want to take the initiative in front of Simon Westeros. The gap between their status was too big. How could an ant trip an elephant? So I understood why Westeros had this attitude. In the face of absolute strength, Simon Westeros didn't need any pretense at all and could do whatever he wanted. Just like the man's unconcealed gaze on her from the beginning of the meeting, like the Lion King on the grassland looking at the lioness who broke into his territory, with a sense of course. Quickly adjusting her mindset, Charlotte Brienne followed Simon and sat down on the sofa in the living room. She also changed her tone to a casual chat and said, "I studied the operation of theme parks in college, and this idea is correct. However, I think these are just details. What's more important is that this theme park has core projects that make tourists look forward to the second time they come. Only by achieving this can the operation of the park be sustainable, because tourists will not only come a second time themselves, but also actively recommend it to people around them." Simon nodded, "That makes sense. Daenerys had this problem at Universal Studios Japan." As they chatted, Ekaterina Noskova, who looked like a small onion, brought coffee to the two of them. The girl was about to leave. Simon, who was sitting in a corner of the sofa, patted his shoulder and said something to the girl in Russian. Ekaterina glanced at Brienne on the single sofa next to her, put down the tray, took off her shoes and got on the sofa, then knelt down obediently beside Simon to massage one of the man's shoulders. Before Charlotte Brienne arrived, Simon had shot off more than a dozen barrack magazines in a row, all while standing and shoulder shooting. Even though his outstanding physical fitness could easily withstand the recoil of a large gun, it would definitely be right to massage and soothe it at this time. Facing the situation in front of her, Charlotte Brienne took a sip of the coffee that Ekaterina had just served as if nothing had happened, and she couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. When a man is attracted to a woman, he usually won't be too intimate with another person of the opposite sex in front of this woman. Obviously, even though Westeros' eyes were full of admiration when he looked at her, he didn't reach a certain level. Moreover, didn't Simon Westeros say that he liked mature women? What's the matter with this immature little apple in front of him? Simon ignored the woman's thoughts and waited for Brunetta to put down the coffee cup before saying, "I've read some information. Brunetta Asset Management was founded by your grandfather and was derived from the old Swiss bank Pictet. Your publicized investment purpose includes the clause will not invest in high-risk areas, will not invest in unfamiliar areas. Why are you interested in high-risk internet companies this time and have set up a venture capital department specifically for new technologies?" The man talked about business, and Charlotte Brunetta also perked up and said, "Although a prudent investment strategy is our service purpose, the needs of customers must always be put first." Simon smiled and said, "Many times, customers' requirements are not necessarily correct. As an asset management company, you also have the responsibility to stick to your own ideas and give customers correct opinions. It's not good to change your own insistence at will." Charlotte Brunetta looked at Simon and said, "Mr. Westeros, I remember you once said that if you run a business for a long time without changing it and cannot eliminate yourself, you will only be eliminated by others." Simon asked in confusion, "It seems like I said that, but I don't remember saying it publicly." Charlotte Brunetta said, "This is what Mr. Bezos quoted when he came to Europe for the IPO roadshow before Ygritte went public. I was there at the time and subscribed to $35 million of Ygritte shares during the IPO process. This is why Brunetta Asset Management was able to establish a venture capital department for the new technology industry." Simon finally understood. The scale of Ygritte's IPO financing is very large, so the financing targets are also global. In order to ensure smooth financing, IPO roadshows were held in North America, Europe, Asia, Latin America and other places. The facts now have proved the great success of Ygritte's IPO. Not only did Ygritte obtain a lot of cash, but with a sharp rise in the company's stock after listing, all investors who participated in Ygritte's IPO subscription have made huge profits. From October 6 to now, less than a month has passed, Ygritte's stock price has risen by more than 70% compared with the issue price. This rate of return is difficult for most investors to resist. Brunetta Asset Management initially subscribed to $35 million worth of shares. According to the increase in the past half month, the value has now increased to nearly $60 million. Facts speak louder than words. The bearish view of new technologies in the capital market is obviously not as good as the tangible stock gains. After a smile, Simon said, "Then why did you choose Instagram again this time? $40 million and 2% of the shares are very risky. With this $40 million, you can invest in many startups with greater growth potential." Charlotte Brunetta said, "This is back to our company's investment philosophy. I have studied Instagram. This project is fully supported by the Westeros system and was founded by Misty next to you. With its user growth rate, if it goes public, it will easily reach the level of tens of billions of dollars in the future. At that time, our $40 million investment may increase in value to $200 million. A small 2% stake will also make it easier to cash out. Both the risk and return are better than those startups with long cycles and uncertain prospects." What Charlotte Brunetta did not say was that she actually hoped to establish a connection with Misty by investing in this project. You know, the other party is someone close to Simon Westeros. With this connection, Brunetta Asset Management Company will be able to make a difference in the new technology field more smoothly. But she didn't expect that she would catch the big fish Simon Westeros. According to the data on the Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans last week, Charlotte Brunetta's fortune of $700 billion, at least on paper, is not inflated. With a foundation brought by this wealth, if Simon Westeros is willing, he may bring a storm of turmoil to the world economy by making some public comments now. In comparison, Brunetta Asset Management has been established for more than half a century and has been conscientiously serving as a wealth manager for customers from all over the world. The total size of assets controlled is only more than $3 billion compared with BlackRock Asset Management, a subsidiary of Cersei Capital, which announced that its asset size has exceeded $400 billion some time ago. It is completely a small shrimp next to the shark. BlackRock Asset Management is the ultimate goal that Charlotte Brunetta dares not hope for but inevitably looks forward to. The project of Ygritte IPO subscription was just understated, but in fact, in order to facilitate this investment, Charlotte Brunetta completely bet on her future in the family business. If she fails, she will have to be eliminated from the fiercely competitive Brunetta family. Fortunately, the gamble was successful. Although it was only $35 million, with a surge on the first day of Ygritte's IPO, the venture capital department of the family business that she had been promoting also got the green light with the help of some investors, and successfully obtained an initial capital of $100 million. After receiving the news that Instagram was seeking another round of financing, Charlotte Brunetta decided to make another move and try to invest in Instagram. This was not easy. Simon said at this time that it was not worth buying 2% of Instagram's shares for $40 million, but in reality, after the recent news spread, the capital that came after hearing the news was like a shark seeing blood. With the success of Ygritte's IPO, no one would doubt the development prospects of Instagram. The whole thing about Charlotte Brunetta getting the investment share of Instagram was also quite tortuous. At the beginning of the month, Ygritte's IPO was a great success, and the venture capital department that she personally headed got the green light. Charlotte Brunetta began to try to establish a connection with the Westeros system. She initially hoped to contact Sophia Fessy, the head of Melisandre Company, but unfortunately she failed. I thought I was wasting my time at the Fall Fashion Week and was publicly accused by my cousin of not doing my job properly. As a result, I met Grace Spald, who had just acquired control of Elite, at the Milan Fashion Week some time ago. I also helped one of her clients get pages in some French magazines. It was like making friends. After learning about Instagram's financing, Charlotte Brunetta tried to contact Grace Spalt. Although she knew that Elite and Instagram had a close cooperative relationship, she didn't have too high expectations. After all, there were too many wolves and too little meat. A lot of people were scrambling to invest in 10% of the shares. Unexpectedly, it was successful. It was Simon Westeros who spoke personally. Then, Charlotte Brunetta gradually understood something, thinking about some rumors about Simon Westeros. It's obvious. In the future, I must manage the Grace Spalt line well. Katerina had not received any training in massage, and the girl's hands were not very strong. She pressed on Simon's shoulders like tickling, and after kneading for a while, Simon sent her away. When the girl disappeared, Simon asked Charlotte Brunetta again, "So, you also got the shares of Instagram. What are you going to do when you meet me this time?" Charlotte Brunetta blinked a few times. If I remember correctly, Grace said that Westeros wanted to see her, and the woman even hinted at something in her words. How did it become that she wanted to see him? Could it be? Was I pimped? However, no matter what, this cannot be made clear. It is not wrong to say that she wants to see Simon Westeros more. The man in front of her, many people want to see him but cannot. Putting away her thoughts, Charlotte Brunetta quickly said, "Mr. Westeros, I found that the Westeros system's layout in the new technology field in Europe is not very active, so I think maybe my team can help you with this matter." Simon shook his head and said, "If you follow the news, you should know about Ygritte's global recruitment plan and a new batch of large-scale data center construction plans, most of which are in Europe." Charlotte Brunetta said, "Of course I know. I am also a shareholder of Ygritte. But here's the problem. The Westeros system has fostered a large number of internet startups in North America. These startups provide a large amount of content and services for the World Wide Web platform. However, in Europe, a potential market comparable to North America, you did not do this." Simon explained, "With the current popularity of the new technology industry, I don't need to do this. There will be a lot of capital in Europe to do this for me. Besides, as you just said, the risks of startups are relatively greater. In fact, the real reason is not this. It still involves the Westeros system's plan to conquer the global internet field. Therefore, as long as a group of top internet companies in North America grow up, they will be enough to serve the world, and there is no need to support any internet companies in Europe." Charlotte Brunetta heard Simon say this, and a little shrewd light appeared in her eyes, and she said, "Mr. Westeros, I actually understand your thoughts." Simon raised his chin slightly. "Tell me." Charlotte Brunetta said, "Because the internet is global, you may think that Ygritte is enough to support the global market, so you don't want first-class internet companies to appear in Europe. However, Even if the trend of globalization is inevitable, I believe that any country will set up its own industrial barriers, either explicitly or implicitly. If a grid is too strong, it will sooner or later get into trouble. Simon asked calmly, then what? Charlotte Brienne met Simon's gaze and said, just like what you did in North America, Mr. Westeros, by letting new technology giants such as Cisco, AOL, and Ygritte go public one by one, and by introducing other investors to ease the pressure of domestic American capital on the Westeros system, I think you should do the same in Europe. Perhaps you will not allow a second Ygritte to appear in Europe, but I believe that the emergence of some second-tier companies similar to Instagram is inevitable. In this case, the Westeros system will actively support these companies, tie the interests of these companies to its own, and become allies. Or, completely ignore them, or even take action to suppress these competitors. There will be two completely different outcomes in the future. I just said that any country will set up its own industrial barriers, either explicitly or implicitly. Similarly, it is obvious how they will choose between outsiders and their own people. Therefore, it is not difficult for Mr. Westeros to make a choice between active support and passive competition. Chapter 858 Commercial Street. Simon listened to Charlotte Brienne patiently, took the coffee in front of him, leaned on the sofa and took a sip, shook his head and said, what you said makes sense, Charlie, but I am still not interested in investing in the internet industry in Europe. Moreover, the Westeros system will not completely ignore Europe. It's just that for the investment here, our own team is enough, and we don't need to cooperate with you. Past facts have proved that due to market capacity, language differences and other reasons, Europe has never been able to produce large internet giants. If Simon is willing to invest with all his strength, he may be able to change history, but from his current position, there is no reason to do so. As for the troubles that may be encountered in the future, Simon has many similar cases in his memory. Apple, Google, and Facebook have been found fault by the EU antitrust organization in turn, and have been fined tens of billions of euros in total. However, because the monopoly pattern of a group of internet giants is already deeply rooted, these measures can't hurt the giants at all. In order to fight for the right to speak in the family business over the years, Charlotte Brienne has experienced countless rejections, and Simon's words did not disappoint her. Being able to meet Westeros today was already a success for her. Even if she returned empty-handed this time, as long as she could casually talk about the time she had had coffee with Simon Westeros on some appropriate occasions in the future, it would bring her unexpected benefits. Charlotte Brienne did not give up easily and continued, Mr. Westeros, the financial investment environment in Switzerland is very different from other regions. You must be aware of this. Just like Melisandre, the registered places in Switzerland. In addition, we have the advantage of confidentiality that other countries cannot match. So, I believe we must have opportunities to cooperate. Simon heard Briennetta's words and remembered something. He looked up at the woman next to him and asked, do you know about China? What do you think of the country's economic situation? Simon's turn was a little abrupt, but Charlotte Brienne did not have too many bumps. She had done her homework in advance. She knew that the Westeros system attached great importance to investment in China, so she quickly continued, China's economic growth has been very fast in recent years. However, I am not too optimistic about the country's long-term prospects. China's economic foundation is very weak. At this stage, it is only due to the cheap demographic dividend that it has developed rapidly, but this is not irreplaceable, just like your layout in Ukraine. In comparison, Ukraine's current human resource costs are cheaper than China, and it is very close to Europe and has obvious geographical advantages. Therefore, I think China is more likely to be another Argentina in the future. Argentina. Or the whole of Latin America, Charlotte Brienne said, and added, middle-income trap. Simon understood, but did not comment, but said, well, if you want to cooperate with me, you should learn more about China in the future, and it is best to go there in person. Charlotte Briennetta's current position is the president of the venture capital department of Briennetta Asset Management Company. Her focus in recent years will also be on the new technology field. Due to some prejudice in her bones, women do not think that China has this oil for investment in new technology. How many computers can that backward country have? However, when Simon said this, she immediately nodded and agreed. The business she is currently in charge of is a springboard for further development in the future. Charlotte Briennetta's ultimate goal is to control the entire family business. Therefore, if necessary, She does not mind getting involved in other areas of investment in China. As long as she can establish a relationship with Westeros, she also believes that the investors behind the family business will not mind her crossing the border. In the plan of the Westeros system to attack the global internet industry, Simon does not intend to support any local internet giants in Europe, but it is different in China. China's policy and institutional barriers doom Western internet giants to be difficult to develop unimpeded in that country, so they need to be localized. This is just another idle chess piece. After all, in the future, a large number of Chinese internet giants will be clearly behind the Westeros system, which is really not a good look. If North American shell capital supports a group, Australian shell capital supports a group, Southeast Asian shell capital supports a group, and Swiss shell capital supports a group, even if it can still be vaguely traced back to the Westeros system, at least it is justifiable on the surface. That's enough. Simon can also see that the woman in front of him is not too interested in China, but he didn't force it. If the opportunity is given, if you can't catch it, it's the other party's own business. So he changed the subject and asked, besides subscribing to Ygritte's shares and investing in Instagram, do you have any other projects? I'm currently researching computer games and I plan to invest in several game studios. Ygritte's Steam store has greatly lowered the threshold for independent studios to publish games. Moreover, the development costs of computer games are usually low, and there are successful cases like Farmville. This is a very good direction. Simon nodded slightly, and then said, however, if you pay enough attention to industry trends, you should be able to find that Ygritte has been raising the threshold for listing on the Steam store, and this is even more true for Facebook's game platform. Therefore, not just any game developed by an independent studio will be able to go online in the future. I recently read a memorandum from Ygritte on the game business. In the future, whether it is Steam or Facebook, the principle for operating games is that it is better to launch a classic game with 10 million users than 1,000 low-quality games with only 10,000 users. So, if you just plan to play around or speculate, I advise you to give up this plan. The threshold for the development of Ygritte's game store was very low in the early stages, and many independent game studios and even individual developers could upload games and earn a lot of money. However, with the example of the Atari crash, Ygritte will not repeat the same mistake. As the Steam store and Facebook platform attract more and more players, the Ygritte team is also constantly raising the threshold for game listing. Recently, it has put forward a principle that Simon just mentioned, that is, it is better to have one game worth 10 million than 1,000 games worth 10,000. This will inevitably exclude a large number of small developers with weak strength and inferior games with poor quality. Perhaps one or two dark horses will inevitably appear among these games that cannot be listed, but overall, it can guarantee the long-term development of Ygritte's Steam store and Facebook game platform to the greatest extent. There is actually another purpose for doing this, which is to drive a large number of inferior games to other game platforms with lower thresholds. It is an inevitable means for online game publishers to lower the threshold to attract content in the early stage, but when the industry begins to be standardized, especially when there are leaders doing so again, a large number of inferior games flooding the platform will only make those second and third tier publishers be eliminated by the market more quickly. The original Atari crash was caused by too many low-quality games flooding the Atari console platform, resulting in a game console that made a lot of money being completely abandoned by players. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Westeros. I will pay attention to it. Charlotte Brenniga agreed seriously. Although she did not intend to focus on the game field for a long time, she also had no intention of playing around or speculating. Her plan was actually to acquire several startup game studios, invest energy in developing one or two high-quality games, and seek to sell the studios for cash when the games were successful. This is also the general operation process of venture capital. A group of studios are selected, and as long as one project is a great success in the operation of the next few years, the whole can get a good return. Of course, if a studio can launch a phenomenal game, like Nintendo's Super Mario or Facebook's Happy Farm, Charlotte Brenniga will definitely hold the relevant studio for a long time. But there is no need to explain these in detail to the man in front of him. The two continued chatting for a while, and then Lady A came in to remind Simon. Simon realized that it was almost noon, and stood up and said to Brenniga, I have a manor nearby, let's go there for lunch. Charlotte Brenniga almost thought that Westeros was going to see her off, but after hearing the man say that, she agreed. They said it was nearby, and the group left the military theme park and drove for about half an hour before arriving at their destination. This is a hot spring manor located in the mountains and forests more than 30 kilometers north of Rivne. The manor is surrounded by snow and trees. Not to mention the private woodlands that Simon has quietly circled within a few kilometers. The manor within the wall alone covers an area of 10 acres. The interior architecture of the manor is still in the American country resort style, but the overall layout has absorbed some of the design concepts of Oriental gardens. Therefore, it is not as open as the usual Western manor. The pavilions and terraces designed in a Western style with a main building make the interior of the manor look patchwork. Because it is located above the hot spring eye, the geothermal heat nourishes the interior of the manor, and there are lush greenery inside. There are also blooming flowers along the streams and pools that dot the manor. Even though she grew up in a wealthy family, when Charlotte Brienne entered the manor, she was still slightly dazed by the shock of the scenery in front of her. Such a paradise cannot be built with money. Until she found that Simon Westeros had also stopped temporarily to wait for her, Charlotte Brienne hurriedly took another step and smiled apologetically at the man. Lunch is ready. Before the meal, Charlotte Brienne thought that there were only her and Simon, but she didn't expect that there were 7 people sitting at the long dining table: Simon, girl A, 3 little water onions, and a tall girl. The man was surrounded by 3 little water onions, and she, girl A, and the tall girl who introduced herself as Eve sat opposite. The dining atmosphere was quite warm. Most of the time, the 3 little water onions were talking to the man opposite, blah blah blah. Charlotte Brienne didn't understand Russian, let alone Ukrainian. Fortunately, the man opposite and girl A next to her often took the initiative to switch to English to talk to her, so there was no dull moment. Quietly looking at the other waitresses of the Wei family who were in charge of serving the dishes, who were all not bad looking, and then looking at the girls sitting around her, Brienne unexpectedly realized something. She began to feel a little uneasy for some reason. Or maybe, probably, perhaps, she was a little looking forward to it. Although she was 35 years old this year and had been married for many years, since she agreed to this meeting under Grace's obvious hint, she had actually made some preparations. After all, this was Simon Westeros. Men would score women, and women would also score men. Charlotte Brienne was confident that she could get more than 90 points, and if the full score of a young man standing high in the clouds was 100 points, it would not be too much for the other party to break the standard and add 10 or 20 points. Going to bed with Westeros, she felt that she was the one who took advantage. After lunch, Ekaterina and the other 2 girls took the initiative to pull Simon to the hot springs. The man casually invited her to join them, and she agreed after a little hesitation. It was really a bit hesitant. It's not that she didn't want to, but if it was the lineup for lunch, it would be a bit messy. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end. It's not that nothing happened, but she was the one who was asked to leave the scene, leaving only 3 green apples in the indoor hot spring bath. She was frustrated again. She also had some rebellious thoughts. Since she was not sent away, she insisted on not leaving on her own initiative. The girl A was not very warm to her from beginning to end, but she knew the importance of her to Westeros. You know, on the Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans a few days ago, 2 of the 4 girls A, B, C, and D were on the list. By analogy, many things can be imagined. It's not the first time she has encountered such coldness. Although she is very proud in her bones, as long as it is beneficial to her, Charlotte Brienne doesn't mind lowering her status. Finally, in the evening, she successfully got the contact information of girl A. Even if it was just a work email, it was enough. I thought we would stay here overnight. After dinner, we set off again in the night and rushed back to the city of Rivne. I paid special attention to it. The faces of the 3 little apples, who were originally immature, became rosy, as if they had suddenly matured. I was inexplicably envious. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when we returned to the city. At first, I didn't quite understand why we had to go through so much trouble. Staying in the hot spring manor would definitely be more comfortable than in the city. It was not until the convoy split into 2 and Simon's car drove into a brightly lit area in the northwest of Rivne and stopped that I realized that the man had other plans. Seeing Simon get off the car, Charlotte Brienne, who took the initiative to come forward when returning and was able to sit next to him, left a Mercedes-Benz together. This was a street entrance with a large flow of people. I didn't understand what the man was going to do. However, When she found that the three little apples and girl had left first with the other cars, and she was the only woman following Westeros, Brunetta was still a little happy. She took the initiative to come to the man and asked softly, "Simon, what are we going to do?" After getting familiar with each other, she quietly changed the address. Simon gestured in the direction of the busy street and said, "Commercial Street, let's go take a look." Charlotte Brienne was still a little confused, but she didn't ask much. She followed the man into the crowded street and looked around curiously, but soon lost interest. There were only ordinary restaurants and clothing, electrical appliances, food and other types of stores on both sides of the street, and the grade was not high. Compared with the commercial streets she had visited before, it could be described as shabby. However, after all, she graduated from the best London business school in Europe, and gradually discovered the difference of this street. In the cold night with a temperature of -10 degrees Celsius, this place was too prosperous, and the flow of people was definitely not comparable to those commercial streets in memory. One thing is certain, any store on the street, at least for the owners of those stores, is very profitable. This commercial street is actually built by the Westeros system. Chapter 859 Reunion. Simon had formulated a recycling strategy for Ukraine's layout a long time ago. The money invested in this city and even this country must be recovered through various means to form a cycle. One of the most important channels is real estate. However, the city's new and old residents have not yet formed the purchasing power for real estate, so they start with the food, clothing, housing and transportation that Ukrainian people need most. So there is this commercial street. In front of this 1.5-kilometer-long commercial street, many of the stores are directly owned by the Westeros Systems enterprises here, mainly cinemas, game halls, dance halls, shopping centers and other projects with large investments. The other half is also under the control of the Westeros system. Most of the stores have obtained loans from the Westeros system, specifically for financing the street market, before they can be opened. There are also many stores whose sources of goods are wholesaled from the Westeros system's bulk channels. Not only that, before the commercial street project began to be implemented, a real estate company affiliated with the Westeros system also quietly acquired most of the properties on this street. Except for the self-use of projects such as cinemas, most of them were rented out. Therefore, Simon can also be said to be the behind-the-scenes landlord of this commercial street. Now, Riv not only has a group of high-income people including the private army of the Westeros family, but also has a permanent population that has soared from 220,000 to 510,000 in more than a year. In all walks of life in Rivne, which has been reactivated by the Westeros system, it has also formed considerable consumption power. What Simon is doing is to recover as much as possible the funds invested by the Westeros system by controlling the city's food, clothing, housing and transportation. The way to weaken the people. It is not in Simon's interest to hide wealth among the people. The investment of the Westeros system here can greatly improve the quality of life of many Ukrainian people, but Simon will not let them have too much wealth. Encouraging the people to always work hard for their livelihood is the best control state, because such people will not have too much mind to pursue more rights. Because of the night, Simon, Charlotte Brunetta and the bodyguards behind them walking on this commercial street did not attract special attention. Passing by a hat shop, Simon found Brunetta beside him shrinking her neck slightly in the night wind. He gestured to the woman and turned to walk into the store. The store was very small, a rectangular space of about 10 square meters. The slender and tall figure who was entertaining a customer turned around when she heard the noise and saw the man coming in. Her smile froze, as if she had done something wrong and was caught red-handed. Tears soon filled her eyes and she called out in a stammer, "Simon." The young female customer who was selecting a hat noticed the owner's movement and also turned around. When she saw Simon, her eyes widened and she was a little unsure. She found that there were two bodyguards following her and guarding the door, and then she realized that this was really the big shot who appeared on TV news a few days ago. However, thinking about the other party's identity, the girl didn't even have the courage to say hello. She put down the hat she had chosen, lowered her head and walked out of the store. She didn't breathe a deep breath until she reached the street. Simon Westeros. Too scary. But what just happened? It seems. After secretly glancing at the store again, the girl quickly outlined the general situation. The big shot must have taken a fancy to the beautiful girl who opened the store. Yes, that must be the case. Then what? Should I call the police? You're looking for death? It's okay. I'm not pretty. But why do I feel a little disappointed? Anyway, let's leave quickly. Anyway, I actually ran into Simon Westeros, and I can brag about it to my relatives and friends for a while. In a small hat shop. Noticing the strange reaction of the girl who opened the shop, Simon recognized it a little and realized that this was one of the 3 girls who were kicked out of the villa in the south of the city, Yulia Antonenko. All kinds of women around him in these years are like passing by, and Simon doesn't care about most of them. However, when he decided to clear the 3 girls out of the villa in the south of the city, Simon didn't actually ignore them completely. After all, there are some differences. The 3 girls are only 15 or 16 years old now. Not wanting them to fall into decline due to family changes, Simon specifically asked Celia Miller to make other arrangements, at least to ensure that they are 18 years old. In the final analysis, it is Simon's instinctive possessiveness. He won't allow anyone to touch the women he doesn't want. Celia later mentioned this to Simon, saying that she had arranged shops for the families of the 3 girls on the planned commercial street so that they could be self-reliant. She also arranged for someone to secretly look after them, according to Simon's request, to ensure that they would be 18 years old. Simon then ignored it. I didn't expect to meet them again tonight. At this time, in the small shop, looking at the girl who was obviously thinner and staring at him blankly, tears dripping from her beautiful blue eyes, Simon stepped forward, took off his gloves, held up the little face and gently wiped the girl's tears, and whispered, "Don't cry." It would have been better if Simon didn't say anything. When he spoke, the girl couldn't help herself and threw herself into his arms, hugged the man in front of her tightly with both hands, and burst into tears. While crying, she also uttered various vague words, and her voice was full of grievances. Charlotte Brenada, who followed Simon into the small shop, looked at the situation in front of her, confused, and just stood quietly beside the man. Perhaps because of the accumulated grievances, the girl cried for more than 10 minutes before she finally calmed down slowly. She still hugged Simon tightly, as if someone would disappear immediately if she let go. Such a movement inevitably alarmed outsiders. A group of patrolmen responsible for the security of the commercial street initially stepped forward cautiously, but were blocked by Simon's 2 bodyguards. Another group of bodyguards scattered in the dark also appeared immediately, blocking the 2 patrolmen to prevent their boss from being hit. They did not know the girl in the store, but they would only obey their boss's request to do something in the city. After learning the identity of the man in the small shop, the 2 patrolmen immediately put down their guard and became respectful. They did not doubt that the store was Westeros. It was because of the arrival of this big man that they were arranged to work tonight. Even though they thought it was unlikely that Westeros would appear here, the entire city has greatly increased its vigilance in recent days. Many small gangs and factions that have not made a difference have been specially warned that if they make trouble recently, they will die. As for this commercial street built by the Westeros system, the number of police officers patrolling on a daily basis has increased 3-fold. However, even if Westeros had taken a fancy to girl, it was not good to do it in front of the people on the street. After everyone had a discussion, one of the patrolmen kindly reminded that it was better to close the store door. It was better not to attract onlookers. A bodyguard inside the door talked to Simon, and with permission, he pulled down the shutter door. The small shop suddenly became the only closed shop around the street, which made it more conspicuous, especially with several obviously sturdy bodyguards and 2 patrolmen locked outside the door. Fortunately, when passers-by saw the police, they no longer doubted anything. Because of the strict control of the Westeros system, compared with other chaotic cities in Ukraine, Livni can almost be described as not closing the door at night, and passers-by on the pedestrian street do not believe that there will be any major conflicts here. There was only a high stool in the small shop for temporary rest. When Yulia stopped crying, Simon hugged her and sat on the stool next to her, holding the kitten-like girl in his arms and gently stroking her soothingly. Feeling the man's tenderness, Yulia, who was still unable to suppress her sobs, slowly stopped crying and looked up at him, begging, "Simon, please, please let my father go. He is not doing well in prison. Last time, he was beaten last time." Seeing the girl crying again, Simon wiped her face and said, "Okay, don't cry. Tomorrow, I will have someone pick up your father later." He looked at a bodyguard guarding the door and said directly, "Call Smirnov and ask him to release the fathers of Yulia and the other 2. If there are other relatives, do the same tonight." The bodyguard leader following Simon was not the most trusted Ken Dixon and Neil Bennett, but he also knew a lot about his boss. Hearing this, he nodded without asking any more questions, opened the shuttered door and left the store. The thunderous means at the beginning were to ensure that the layout of the Westeros system in Ravnica province would not be destroyed to the greatest extent, and the purpose had been achieved. If we hadn't met by chance today, we would have forgotten them. If we did, they were women of our past, after all. Some people were no longer important, so we could just let them go. Yulia Antonenko, who was still hugging Simon tightly, was a little hesitant when she heard the man say that the relatives of the three girls had been released. In the girl's mind, it was not easy for people who had been in prison to get out. However, regardless of whether the matter could be accomplished or not, Yulia couldn't help but hug Simon tighter again. After Simon gave the order, he felt the increased force on his waist, patted the girl on the back gently, and asked, "It's so late, why are you the only one here?" Yulia glanced at Simon's expression timidly, and whispered, "My sister's child is sick recently and is in the hospital. Mom has to help take care of him," the girl said, feeling a little relieved in her heart. If she hadn't needed to watch the store, she might not have met him. A few days ago, she saw Simon coming to Rivne again on TV. She wanted to run to the villa in the south of the city several times, but she didn't dare to do so after remembering the warning from Ms. Miller. After their father's accident, they were actually living quite well because of this small shop. If they rashly went to the villa in the south of the city and made a mistake, and lost the shop, they wouldn't know how to survive. Simon nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Yulia couldn't help but spill the beans. "My sister's husband used to work in the municipal government, but because he lost his job, he divorced my sister and smuggled to Poland, so my sister had to move back to live with us," the girl said, and looked up at Simon again, and said, "Simon, my sister is also very beautiful." "Oh, then I must meet her when I have time," Simon said with a smile, and asked, "How are the two of them recently?" Yulia knew who the other two Simon was talking about, but she didn't want to mention it, so she said, "Very well, and we are all very good, and we miss you very much." After saying this, the girl raised her face and looked at the man in front of her hopefully. "Simon, do you still want me? I can be your maid and clean the house every day. I don't need to be like Nana and the others. Can you let me come back to you?" Simon didn't answer this question. Seeing that the girl had completely recovered, he supported her slender body and said, "I'm shopping, accompany me to look around." The man didn't respond, and Yulia realized that some things are hard to go back to the past. After all, she didn't want to give up easily. When the three girls were cleared out of the South City villa, she was the one who reacted most violently. She even locked herself in the house. Simon didn't give in, and she didn't give up. She stood up obediently, her arm still tightly wrapped around Simon's arm. No matter what, even if he beat and scolded her, she didn't let go. If she couldn't go back to the days when she was like a princess in the South City villa, she would rather die. After getting up, she noticed Charlotte Brenita, who was still standing beside her in a somewhat awkward manner. The girl quickly looked at her, and her eyes suddenly showed some hostility. However, after hearing the man's introduction, she immediately greeted her in English. She came into this small shop to choose a hat for Charlotte Brenita. Simon didn't forget this. He looked around and chose a white knitted hat from the shelf on one side and handed it to the woman, saying, "Try it on, or if you like other ones, you can choose it yourself." Charlotte Brenita was still confused until now. It was certain that Westeros knew the girl hanging on his arm at this time, but she didn't understand what happened. Seeing the man handing her a hat, she would not have used such street stall level clothing, shoes and hats in the past, but she was not picky at this time, and put it on casually, subconsciously glancing at the fitting mirror on the wall. The abstinence-style black windbreaker, matched with a white knitted hat, immediately made her look a little more gentle. Not bad. Seeing Simon picking a hat for the woman in front of her, Yulia couldn't help but feel a little jealous, and took the initiative to help Simon pick a men's hat, a simple baseball cap, but in fact, there were some small thoughts, mainly because she didn't want a man next to her to be recognized by others. After picking a hat, the three walked out of the store. Yulia had completely ignored the small shop behind her, but Simon still ordered the bodyguard to lock the shutter door, and took the initiative to greet the remaining patrolmen who had just come up. He learned that the other patrolmen had left to inform their superiors, and he didn't say anything about what Simon had just ordered. "Originally, I wanted to look around in a low-key manner. I ran into the girl next to me, plus the things I just ordered. I will definitely not be quiet later. But it doesn't matter. Continuing forward, they approached the center of the commercial street and the surroundings became increasingly lively. There was a long line in front of a dance hall. Simon did not join in the fun, but walked into a nearby game hall that was also crowded with people. Chapter 860, Holy Maiden Group. The game hall is very large, occupying 3 floors of the 5-story building in front of us. The area of each floor is more than 1,000 square meters. There are all kinds of large-scale game equipment that have appeared in this era, including gambling slot machines. It can be said that there are not many game halls of this scale in the whole Ukraine. In addition, most ordinary people can afford it, so it is naturally crowded. If the person in charge of the game hall who received the notice did not show up and receive them in person, it would not be easy for Simon and his friends to have fun in the game hall. There are too many people. After Simon appeared, the person in charge of the game hall decisively sent people to guard outside the door and began to limit the flow of people, just like the dance hall next door, and only allowed out but not in. When the core of the Westeros system in Rivne province, such as Andrei Smirnov, governor of Rivne province, and Sergei Kimorov, head of Oldek Company, arrived one after another, Simon had already taken Charlotte and the 2 girls to visit the game hall on the 3rd floor, and then passed through the crowded dance hall next door and another multi-hall cinema, and finally moved to a nearby billiard hall of equally large size. In order to entertain Simon and others, the billiard hall was completely cleared out. After the arrival of the crowd who thought something had happened, they confirmed that Simon was just looking around and did not find anything wrong, so they put down their cautious minds. Speaking of which, this is still the aftermath of the Great Purge at the beginning of the year. Simon is still too young. At the beginning, there were many people in Rivne Oblast who regarded him as a fool who was wasting money in Ukraine. After the purge, these emotions dissipated, and everyone felt the ruthlessness and decisiveness of a young tycoon. You know, in the purge at the beginning of this year, the political and business circles of this northwestern border state of Ukraine, as well as the private army and underground forces of the Way family, were all combed through. Not only were thousands of people implicated, but even the entire family of Yuri Myroslav, the former governor of Rivne Oblast, was brought to the dust without exception. What is even more frightening is that when an outsider like Simon Westeros launched a purge in Ukraine, the Kiev authorities not only did not rebound, but maintained a fairly cooperative attitude, which basically confirmed the Westeros system's control over the Rovna Oblast. Not only that, Simon's personal wealth has reached $700 billion on the Forbes 400 list of the richest people in the United States some time ago, which also made the core members of the Westeros system in Ukraine feel astonished. The more people who can get in touch with the top of the social pyramid, the more they can experience the invisible power brought by huge wealth. The personal wealth of $700 billion, together with the trillions of dollars of assets controlled by the entire Westeros system, is equivalent to the economic size of dozens of Ukraine. In 1995, which is about to pass, Ukraine's economy has fallen by more than 10% year-on-year again, and the domestic GDP is expected to be only about $48 billion. Even the GDP of the entire CIS region does not add up to the wealth of Simon Westeros alone. Absolute power often brings instinctive submission. Therefore, whether it is the direct core of the Westeros system or the new governor Andrei Smirnov, who was fostered by Simon, in the Rivne province, deep in their hearts, they not only have no resistance to the Westeros system, but feel proud to be able to integrate into this superjebel group. Privately, some people have begun to call Rivne Westerograd, the city of Westeros. Although he didn't understand why Simon suddenly sent a certain order, Smirnov rushed to the billiard hall and talked about his arrangements as soon as possible. He had sent someone to the prison in the suburbs of Rivne to pick up people, and the relatives of the 3 girls could go home before 12 o'clock tonight. As for the criminal responsibility of these people, Smirnov didn't mention it at all. Some rules have always been only for ordinary people. Charlotte Brynida, who watched all this throughout the night, just regretted why she had never been interested in Russian. Until midnight, she followed Westeros back to the villa in the south of the city. Because of the language barrier, the woman never understood what happened. However, Charlotte Brynida clearly felt Simon's king-like presence in this strange city in Ukraine. A woman who longs for power in her bones, Charlotte Brynida is full of yearning for all this, just like the feeling of a real man should be like this. The next day is November 2nd. Thursday. In the villa in the south of Rivne, Yulia Antonenko got up very early with red eyes, like a little rabbit. Last night, she stayed by the man's side and was able to return to the villa in the south of the city. Then, the girl found that her former room had been converted into a piano room by Katharina and the other two. She wanted to sleep with Simon, but failed. In the end, she had to rest in the guest room of the villa, like an outsider. Not only that, probably because they had also heard some news, the three girls who had not slept until late at night were not as familiar with her return as before, but were hostile, and obviously hoped that she would leave quickly. All this made the girl feel aggrieved and sad. But of course, she couldn't leave. So she got up early and wanted to help Simon prepare breakfast, thinking that she could please him and stay as long as the man agreed. But she couldn't even get into the kitchen. In the villa, except for Eve Besanoskova, who was very kind and always took good care of them, the other maids and guards were also cold to her. They blocked her out of the kitchen with the excuse that Simon's breakfast was not allowed to be interfered with by others. It was obviously a deliberate harassment. I have helped men prepare breakfast before, but I have never heard of these rules. Simon still got up early and couldn't get into the kitchen. Yulia wanted to accompany the man for morning exercises. As a result, the three girls who also got up early today surrounded him tightly, and they all changed into beautiful sportswear bought from abroad, showing their slim and perfect figures. She also had these clothes at the beginning, but she was completely kicked out of the house at the beginning of the year and was kicked out without being able to take anything. When she found Eve and asked her, she learned that all her personal belongings had been disposed of, and it was done by Ekaterina and the other two personally. So she could only wear a tight-fitting autumn shirt and long pants to enter the gym, and she was immediately compared to an ugly duckling. An ugly duckling is an ugly duckling. Anyway, I don't care so much. In the end, the man asked, and Ekaterina reluctantly lent her a set of sportswear. Unfortunately, it was breakfast time not long after she changed her clothes. She had to change her clothes again and get on the table. Compared with the bright and beautiful girls, she was still an ugly duckling. She had to hold back her tears. In fact, she was most worried that the man would drive her away. After breakfast, the man went to the study to start a day's work and never asked her to leave. Only then did she feel relieved. As long as the man didn't force her out of the villa like last time, she decided to stay here. Anyway, other girls and those maids and guards couldn't do anything to her. Just pretend not to see the rolling eyes. However, it was still very uncomfortable to hear Natalia Lyudaeva's words that she was more shameless than Ludmila Besanoskova. So I remembered some things that happened last night. She quietly slipped into a small living room on the first floor of the villa where no one was watching, locked the door, and picked up the phone to call home. Her father had been sent to prison from a state legislator, but the telephone at home had not been removed. She had forced it to stay, hoping that Simon would call again one day. The small shop owned by the family on the commercial street in the north of the city had a good income, and although the phone charges were expensive, they could afford it. No one answered the phone at first, and she was so angry that she almost threw the receiver away. She hid in the living room for more than half an hour, dialed several times in a row, and finally her mother answered the phone. Yulia didn't explain too much to her mother, and didn't want to hear that her father had been released and was sent to the hospital for recuperation. Although she cried to Simon last night and hoped that he would let her father go, if her father hadn't betrayed Simon and turned to the governor's family, she wouldn't have fallen to this point. She didn't want to do too much. She just asked her mother to ask her sister Ivana to come to the villa in the south of the city as soon as possible, and also told her to dress up well and not embarrass herself. On the phone, her mother kept saying that her sister was still in the hospital, and also talked about her father, and asked what had happened from last night to now. This made Yulia more and more irritable and angry. She felt that she was really unlucky. She had a betrayed father, a procrastinating mother, and a weak sister. If she hadn't been in the villa in the south of the city, the girl would have almost screamed. In the end, she just raised her voice slightly and threatened that if she still wanted her father to be sent to prison, she would ignore her words. Then she hung up the phone. After seeing the prosperity of the commercial street in person last night, Simon found the financial statements of the game halls, dance halls, cinemas and other projects directly under the Westeros system on that street this morning. The results were also very satisfactory. Among them, the most profitable large dance hall had a monthly turnover of $900,000 in October. After calculation, the annual revenue of this project is expected to exceed $10 million. Given the city size and economic status of Rivne, this is unexpected for many people. Simon was not surprised. At this stage in China, some dance halls, game halls and other places that seem inferior to ordinary people are actually very profitable. Large dance halls in some core cities in China can achieve hundreds of millions of RMB in turnover a year, and the profits are surprisingly high. The key is that these projects are not something that anyone can do, whether in China or Ukraine. If you want to open a dance hall, you not only need a political and business background, but also need to take care of underground forces. All aspects must be taken care of. Otherwise, such a profitable place will be closed in minutes under the jealous eyes of others. The same is true for Livni. Whether it is a dance hall or a game hall, the approval authority lies in the municipal government. Although the relevant entertainment venues in the city are not just those on the North City Commercial Street, the scale is only on the North City Commercial Street, and the others are small scale. If other competitors want to enter the market to disrupt the situation, the forces of the Westeros system here have hundreds of ways to prevent others from doing it. Of course, Simon did not take all the benefits for himself. After calculation, the share of these entertainment venues directly controlled by the Westeros system barely exceeded half, and Simon generously distributed the other half to various interest groups. Simon just didn't want the public in this area to be too wealthy. If a group of vested interest groups with interests related to the Westeros system were created, it would be in line with his layout. After looking at the financial statements, Alexander Lyudayev, the head of the Westeros system's Red Media company, who Simon planned to meet in the morning, also came here. He is the uncle of the villa girl Natalia Lyudayeva, who is responsible for managing a series of television, radio, newspaper, and other media assets of the Westeros system in Rivne Oblast and even the whole of Ukraine. In Rivne Oblast now, the channels of public opinion are basically under the control of the Westeros system. Simon and Alexander Lyudayev mainly discussed the plan to expand the entertainment department of Rivne Media today. Backed by the Westeros system, Rivne Media has also developed very rapidly. Not only does it control the assets of television, newspapers and other assets in the region, Rivne Media also acts as an agent for the distribution of Hollywood film and television copyrights in the entire CIS region. This is a very lucrative business. The continuous disintegration of the Soviet Union and the economic collapse have made it impossible for the entertainment industry in the CIS region to develop. Therefore, it can only be introduced from outside. The yearning and worship of Western culture make these regions easily accept Hollywood content resources, so there is a very good market prospect. Speaking of which, the Iron Lady Timoshenko started her career by reselling pirated videos. Before the internet era, due to the lack of various strong and professional subtitle groups, the quality of pirated resources could not be compared with the genuine ones. Therefore, Rivne Media Company obtained the genuine content authorization from Hollywood, and then carried out localization conversion through its own professional dubbing and subtitle teams. The various movies and TV series released were widely welcomed in the entire CIS region. Because it is limited to television and video, and Simon does not hand over all the content to Rivne Media for agency, plus the economic scale, this part is very lucrative for Rivne Media. In front of Deanery's entertainment, it is actually dispensable. However, the overall situation is very consistent with Hollywood's cultural export strategy. After all, the market will grow sooner or later. On the other hand, since it has taken root in Ukraine, Simon and Lyudayev discussed the establishment of a local entertainment system this time. Cultural exports will eventually face various cultural barriers. Compared with overseas films and TV shows, most ordinary people still prefer localized entertainment content. After Simon and Lyudayev carefully discussed, the entertainment department of Rivne Media, which is about to expand, will focus on two aspects: TV series production and the development of music business. TV series need not be said. Just need. Music is also a relatively backward and indispensable field in Eastern Europe. Referring to the information in his memory, Simon proposed a plan to create a female singing group and personally gave it a name, Saint Girl Group. The memory happened to be the Saint Girl Group from Ukraine, which is the most popular and long-lived female singing group in the CIS region. Other singing groups often become popular for a few years and then become outdated or disbanded, but the Saint Girl Group has lasted for more than 10 years. Although the members have been replaced for many generations, they have always been widely welcomed in Eastern European Russian-speaking areas. Now, with the support of the Westeros system, Rivne Media Company has neither lack of resources nor teams, and can try to replicate this female group. Chapter 861 1/5 Summit. After finally getting through on the phone and waiting for more than half an hour, Yulia Antonenko was almost jumping up in anxiety. A waitress finally came over to inform her that her sister was waiting for her outside the gate, and the girl went out immediately. At the gate of the villa in the south of the city, a tall woman in a long white down jacket stood outside the door in a reserved manner. She only dared to take a careful look inside occasionally. It was not until Yulia appeared that the woman took a small step forward and asked her sister in a soft voice, "Yulia, what is the matter with you calling me here?" Yulia didn't say much. She was about to pull her sister in. She thought of something and said to a guard who had already walked out of the gate in English, "This is my sister. Simon said he wanted to see her last night." The guard was from Simon's direct bodyguard team, not the female guard of the Way family when Simon was away. He actually knew Yulia, but he still raised his hand slightly to stop her and said, "Sorry, miss, your sister's name is not on my visiting list. If she wants to go in, I need explicit permission." Ivana Antonenko also knew some English. Listening to the conversation between her sister and the guard, her eyes flickered slightly, and she opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything. She was just a little nervous. What did Simon Westeros want to see her for? Then, the woman's face soon flushed. She lowered her head slightly, and tightened her grip on the bag. Yulia also knew that this villa was not open to anyone, even the girl's relatives. Now that Simon was here, the guards were even stricter. Knowing that it was useless to ask the guard for mercy, the girl motioned to her sister to wait, and ran along the corridor towards the villa. When she arrived at the door of the study on the first floor of the villa, Simon was still discussing work with Alexander Lyudayev. After all, she had lived here for a long time, and some rules seemed deeply rooted in Yulia's mind. Even if there was no guard at the door, rushing in at this time would have very bad results. She noticed that Ekaterina and her 3 daughters were looking around at one end of the corridor, and it was obvious that they wanted her to rush in rashly, so Yulia completely gave up a certain idea. After thinking about it, it would be useless to talk to Eve, so she thought of the girl next to Simon, who should be able to let her sister in. Turning around and leaving the study door, she glared at the 3 girls who still wanted to watch the fun, and came to the villa hall, found a maid to ask, and ran to the second floor, which was also a study, and knocked politely. After getting a response, she carefully pushed the door open, and looked around. In addition to Girl A, Charlotte Brenita was also here. The two were originally chatting about something, and Girl A was also standing by the printer in the corner of the study to sort out documents. Seeing her, Girl A showed a questioning look. Compared with the superficial resistance and hostility of the 3 girls of Ekaterina, this girl gave Yulia a feeling of coldness from the inside out, which made the girl instinctively a little scared. However, she couldn't care so much. So she talked about her sister again, and specifically stated that this was what she and Simon had discussed last night. Because Yulia used English when talking to Girl A, Charlotte Brenita finally understood what she was saying this time, and her expression was somewhat strange. After listening to what Yulia said, Allison didn't question it at all. She picked up a communicator on the desk and pressed a few buttons. After giving some instructions to the other end, she said to the girl, "Okay, but Simon is meeting with a guest. Don't disturb him until he's done." Yulia agreed obediently and turned to leave. Charlotte Brenita waited for the girl to leave, then leaned back on the sofa, looking at Girl A who had returned to the printer. "Don't you think there are too many women around Simon?" Girl A nodded slightly, "Yes." Seeing that Girl A had a dull reaction, Charlotte Brenita asked again, "Aren't you jealous?" Girl A stapled the document spit out of the printer and glanced at her. "Do you need me to book a ticket back to Switzerland for you?" Charlotte Brenita also imitated Girl A's nonchalant look. "I'm not in a hurry. Simon is leaving tomorrow. I don't think he would mind if I took a ride on a flight." Then shut up. After being frustrated for a while, Charlotte Brenita calmed down for a while, but she wasn't angry. She leisurely picked up the coffee next to her and drank it. Girl A answered a few calls and started busy printing documents again. Noticing a word the girl had just said when talking to the other party, she asked curiously, "What is the 1/5 summit you just talked about? It's a very strange name." Girl A said, "It's a global elite gathering held recently in San Francisco." Charlotte Brenita perked up a little, but Girl A was still indifferent. Realizing that she probably couldn't ask anything, she decided to explore it when she had time, but she joked, "Since it's a global elite gathering, why doesn't your boss attend?" Girl A simply didn't answer this time. But in her mind, She remembered Simon's private remarks that chess players don't need to turn themselves into chess pieces and play in person. With her boss's current power and position, he can stand in the position of a chess player even when facing the world's top elites who can influence the world situation. Thinking of this, the girl bound the documents that the printer had just spit out again, and did not put them aside immediately. Instead, she stood next to the printer and quickly browsed through them, and marked a private speech from the famous geostrategist Zbigniew Brzezinski. Moreover, Girl A soon realized something. It seems that her boss has been unconsciously promoting the implementation of the pacifier theory proposed by Brzezinski in this private speech to only a few political elites. Girl A did not think in a direction close to the facts, but out of admiration for her boss, she naturally felt that this should be the natural instinct of some big people at the top of the pyramid. In addition, this so-called pacifier theory is probably derived from the 3S plan implemented by the United States against Japan after World War II. Screen, film and television, sport, competitive sports, sex, male and female love, through the 3S content to fill the public's senses, so as to reduce the public's ambitions and beliefs, divert their attention from politics, and facilitate the United States' control over Japan. Facts have proved that this policy is very effective. The 3S plan was also introduced to South Korea by South Korean President Chun Doo-won in the 1980s. It was also during that period that South Korea held the Seoul Olympics, opened up the legalization of prostitution, and began to vigorously promote the development of the local film and television industry. After sorting out the information about the 1/5 summit, Girl A was busy for a while until the summoner on her wrist beeped. She picked up a stack of documents and glanced at Charlotte Brenada, who seemed to be staying on the sofa. She waited for her to get up and leave the study on the second floor. When she came downstairs, Simon had finished his meeting with Alexander Lyudayev and was seeing him off. Girl A naturally followed Simon to see the guests off. When Lyudayev left, before the girl could speak, Yulia came over with a restrained woman. "Simon, this is my sister, Ivana." Simon glanced at the woman with the red face and lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. He smiled and said, "Follow me." Then he went back to the study room and sat down on the sofa in the reception area. He took the information from Girl A and listened to Allison's introduction. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed Yulia pushing her sister to sit on the sofa next to him. After Girl A finished speaking, she ordered, "Send a pot of coffee over. Also, Komorov will come over for lunch later. Don't forget to remind the kitchen to prepare it carefully." Girl A nodded, confirmed that her boss had no other instructions, and turned to leave. Simon searched for a moment in the documents in front of him, picked out a folder, and placed the others on the side table next to the sofa. He then said to Yulia, who was sitting next to his sister, "You should go out too." Yulia stood up obediently, but she did not forget to give her sister a look when she left. She had just explained everything and even threatened that if she messed up, her family would be driven to live in the slums in the east of the city. The study became quiet. Simon did not rush to speak, but focused on reading the relevant information about the 1/5 summit in front of him. Just last week, on Friday, October 27th, the famous social activist Mr. Mikhail Gorbachev launched a 1/5 summit in San Francisco with the participation of 500 political, economic and cultural elites from around the world. The topic of the meeting was very noble. The discussion was that under the assumption that under the background of globalization, as the productivity of human society has greatly increased, mechanization, intelligence and informatization have replaced manual work on a large scale, the world will enter a 28 era, that is, 20% of the population can complete all the work, and the remaining 80% of the population will be unemployed. So, once this happens, how should countries around the world respond? When the question was raised, elites from all over the world began to express their opinions and put forward various solutions. In fact, many people are very clear that the real 28 society is not the great improvement of social productivity that leads to the world's 80% population. Simon, a latecomer, is even more clear about what will happen in the future. A few decades later, due to the intensification of population aging and the continuous decline in social fertility, most countries not only did not experience large-scale unemployment due to excess labor, but on the contrary, many countries also fell out of the market in order to win labor. So, what is the real 28 society? It's very simple. 20% of the population occupies 80% of the wealth of this society, which leads to great injustice in the distribution of social resources. This is the real content of the 1/5 summit to be discussed. In fact, it can be seen from the name of this summit. The 1/5 summit, whether intentional or unintentional, has exposed some essences. Many participants at the top of the world pyramid are more concerned about the 20% of the 1/5, rather than the remaining 4/5 of 80%. It was at this summit that the famous geostrategic expert Zbigniew Brzezinski proposed the famous pacifier theory in a non-public speech only for a few elites. He filled the public's time with overwhelming entertainment content, making them lose their ability to think and finally obey their position. In Simon's memory, there are always many people who think that the so-called pacifier theory and 3S plan are conspiracy theories because there is no substantial evidence. However, those who are a little more careful, combine with this theory, and refer to some current events around them, it is not difficult to find that they have fallen into the actual pacifier atmosphere. For example, are the explosive celebrity gossip scandals that always emerge just in time for some major social events really just coincidences? According to the public relations ability of celebrities, some things could have been limited to the gossip pages of some small gossip forums. As a result, without much substantive evidence, gossip rumors can suddenly become a social event that is hotly discussed. Could it be that someone is deliberately pushing this? When public attention is diverted, the pressure of public opinion faced by the authorities during major events will be greatly reduced. Moreover, since he read the article about the pacifier theory in his previous life, Simon found something very interesting. Many reports about the pacifier theory mention that Bill Gates participated in the summit in 1995. Then, Microsoft launched the Xbox game console plan in the late 1990s and spent money for many years regardless of cost. The Xbox business is somewhat out of tune with Microsoft's powerful software technology giant, and it is still losing money after years of investment. In order to create an additional game platform for the public, Mr. Damon can be said to be regardless of cost. Why is this? Could it be influenced by a certain theory of a geostrategic expert? After all, in a 28% society, Damon, as the world's richest man, is the most prominent rafter and must be the one who is most worried about the backlash from the remaining 80% of the population. Of course, there is no evidence for these. They are all conspiracy theories. Just like another famous report, Iron Mountain Report, when the world enters permanent peace, the rule of national governments over the people gradually weakens due to the disappearance of tensions caused by confrontational behaviors such as wars, and social cohesion dissipates. In order to continue to rule the people, what should governments do? Facts have proved that permanent peace has not come, but the Iron Mountain Report still provides a series of very effective solutions. The most important one has gradually become popular after the end of the Cold War. Environmental protection. By widely publicizing that environmental deterioration affects human survival, the public's sense of crisis is aroused. The public is always blindly obedient. Since environmental deterioration threatens their own survival, of course they must change. However, the public is unable to change themselves and can only call on the government that rules them to seek change. As a result, this artificially created tension naturally strengthens the government's control over the people, and it is those who hold large-scale rallies to demand that the authorities pay attention to environmental protection who hand over power to the government. Then what? Strict environmental policies will not affect the rich and powerful who take private planes that emit more carbon than ordinary people in a year to attend environmental rallies around the world. Instead, the price of energy materials will rise, and the ordinary public who call for strengthening environmental protection will pay for it. Moreover, strict environmental policies will squeeze the survival of small businesses that cannot support environmental standards, allowing corporate oligarchs with strong financial strength, government connections and lobbying capabilities to further monopolize the market. On the other hand, environmental policies are also a very powerful tool of rule. By implementing strict environmental regulations on a large scale, people can be forced to fear and submit to the government. Otherwise, you are not environmentally friendly. Of course, this is still a conspiracy theory without any evidence. Close your eyes, the world is still beautiful. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 862 Official Announcement. I knocked on the door again and came in with a pot of coffee, interrupting Simon's thoughts. After the female assistant left, Simon looked at Ivana Antonenko, who was like a quail on the sofa next to him. She had a pretty face similar to Yulia's, delicate features unique to Slavic girls, light blonde hair, fair skin, and a slender neck. In the warm room, the girl was only wearing a close-fitting coffee-colored base shirt and white slim trousers, which made her look even more slender. At the same time, she was not as slender as Yulia, but rather had a faint mature charm, like a ripe fruit. Noticing Simon's scrutiny, Ivana Antonenko's light blue eyes dodged a few times uneasily. Unable to find a suitable place for her gaze, she lowered her head slightly. Simon curled his lips, looked down at the documents on his knees again, and asked, "Yulia said last night that your child is sick." The woman, like a little beast caught in a trap, was stunned for a moment before she realized that the man next to her was talking to her. She quickly said, "Yes, fever." As she said this, Ivana remembered what happened last night. The child was seriously ill, and she and her mother stayed in the hospital ward together. Then, in the middle of the night, someone suddenly informed them that her father was released from prison. Because of his poor health, he happened to be sent to that hospital for examination. Speaking of it, the current situation of the family was caused by her father's original choice, and even her marriage collapsed because her father took the wrong path. But it was her father, and she couldn't just ignore it. So all kinds of tossing and turning until after midnight. The hospital leader also came forward in person, not only to settle her father, but also to change a single ward for her child who had just improved a little, personally examined him, and sent 2 nurses to take care of him personally. The ups and downs made the family a little panic. Until someone revealed that it was Simon Westeros who had spoken personally, and the families of the other 2 girls who were with her sister were also released from prison, but there was no need to go to the hospital, and they had all returned home. The mother asked someone to inquire again and learned that other people did not have such treatment, such as the governor's family at the time. Something must have happened. However, in any case, it is always a good thing. Until this morning, the sister called home from the villa in the south of the city and finally knew the general situation. The sister who was abandoned by Westeros at the beginning regained the favor of the man, and then she was called here by her sister. Ivana Antonenko is not a fool, of course she understands what this means. I don't know why, Simon Westeros also likes me. Well, also, myself, and my sister. How can this be? However, since entering this legendary lakeside villa in the citizens of Riven, feeling the surroundings, the magnificent villa, the expensive decorations, the proud maid, and the young tycoon who often only appears on TV and newspapers, she has no resistance at all. The man's voice rang in her ears again. "If it's serious, you can transfer to the UFMS-affiliated hospital, or go to Kiev." Ivana quickly shook her head gently, looked at him carefully, and said, "It's getting better. The doctor said that if you observe for 2 more days, you can be discharged from the hospital if you are fine." Simon nodded to the doctor and asked again, "What do you do now?" Hearing this question, Ivana suddenly felt guilty and hesitated before saying, "I help my sister run the store." Ivana Antonenko is actually only 23 years old this year. She was still in school when the Soviet Union collapsed. Later, due to continuous social upheavals, she dropped out of school early and married a classmate she had been in love with at school. The turbulent and chaotic situation made it impossible for her to find a job. The newly married couple had originally planned to smuggle to Western Europe to make a living. 2 years ago, pregnancy temporarily disrupted the smuggling plan. At the beginning of last year, the child was born, and then her sister was selected by Simon Westeros. The family began to rise and fall. So at the age of 23, she basically had no serious work. Before today, the remaining 3 members of the Antonenko family, mother and daughter, all relied on the small hat shop on the commercial street in the north of Riven for their living. The social material of Ukraine is still in a state of scarcity, so the business is very good. Moreover, the shop is a special care for Yulia, and there is no need to pay rent. The family is actually living quite well. It is also for this reason that even though her sister was abandoned by Westeros, she is still the one with the highest status in the family. Even if she insists on installing an expensive landline phone in the house that is no longer needed, her mother and she can't say anything. Ivana didn't know the details of last night, and thought that the phone at home really worked. Simon read the information and chatted with a girl next to him. After a while, he pointed to the coffee that had been poured on the coffee table in front of him. "Bring it to me." Ivana stood up obediently, carefully picked up the coffee cup and came to the man. Simon pointed to the side table next to the sofa and said, "Put it here." After Ivana put the coffee cup down with a slightly blushing face, Simon reached out and grabbed her wrist and gently pulled it. The girl's slender body fell into his arms. Her slightly red face instantly turned red, extending all the way to her neck. Feeling the pleasant fragrance of the woman in his arms, Simon looked down at the pair of long legs lying on his side, but because they were too slender, they could only stick out of the armrest of the sofa. He reached out and stroked the girl's thin waist and asked, "How tall are you?" Ivana Antonenko wanted to cover her face, but she was worried that the man would be angry. She collapsed in the man's arms at a loss. Hearing this, she whispered, 179 cm. Simon smiled and said, "Not bad, you have such a good figure, tall enough, and so beautiful. Do you want to be a model? You will definitely become the top one." I won't. If you don't know, you can learn. You already have the most important conditions to be a model. The rest is just walking around, taking pictures, and then you can easily make millions of dollars a year. Ivana felt that a certain man was probably deceiving herself. However, making millions of dollars a year seemed really irresistible, so she hummed softly. Seeing the girl agree, Simon's smile turned into a smirk. "I'm lying to you." Ivana turned her face slightly. It was not because she was angry, but because she was shy. The man's changing smile made her heart beat faster for no reason. "Let's just lie." Seeing that the girl didn't say anything, Simon said again, "You are such a beautiful girl. Of course I want to keep you as a collection, and never show you to anyone, just like a canary, put in a cage. Now, do you like a golden cage, a silver cage, or a wooden cage?" Ivana heard that the man wanted to keep her like a canary, and found that she had no resistance in her heart. This is her fate. After listening to his subsequent words, her submissive expression became more confused. Simon reacted and smiled. "Okay, it seems that you don't know this illusion. Well, your red face is really attractive, and your neck, come, let me see, where's the redness?" Ivana panicked and weakly pressed the man's big hand that was reaching for the hem of her close-fitting base shirt, and said in a mosquito-like voice, "No, don't." Simon was easy to talk to. "Okay, then I'll look at it tonight. Now be a good boy and accompany me to finish reading these documents." Time soon came to noon. Arranged to have lunch with Sergei Kermorov and talk about some things. This time no woman was at the table. Before lunch, Simon asked Girl A to take Ivana to the third floor of the villa. The girl was too shy and it was unlikely for her to mingle with other women in the villa, and Simon also wanted her to adapt first before enjoying it in the evening. After lunch with Kermorov, the two left the villa in the south of the city and rushed to the furniture factory in the north of Rivne, and learned more about the Catalina company that had established a connection with Victor Melisses, the head of the African coffee plantation. Before leaving the villa in the south of the city, Simon asked Girl A to personally interview the group of people who were released last night. This time they were given a break. However, it was impossible to reinstate them. Simon did not have the habit of using betrayers. Letting Girl A come out in person was to completely dispel the thoughts of some people, and it was also a warning to live a peaceful life in the future, otherwise, they would go back the same way they came out of prison. The three girls who had already left could not return to the villa in the south of the city. Simon planned to arrange for them to study in the UK. Starting from high school, they will support their children as much as they can. Then, it is their own life. The Antonenko family is relatively lucky. Simon likes a woman who is as gentle as water and plans to collect her. In a small town bordering a large area of forest in the north of Rivne, the factory that manufactures furniture for IKEA has been put on track. Because of its good operation and guaranteed quality, IKEA has placed additional orders some time ago. Sergei Kermorov was not satisfied with this. He never forgot Simon's suggestion that creating his own brand would be more sustainable and maximize profits, so he attached great importance to the operation of Katharina. Through the connections of the Westeros system and the top raw materials shipped from Africa, Katharina has received a number of customized orders from specific users. As long as he can calm down, he will definitely become famous in the future. After finishing a day's work, Simon stayed in Rivne for another night and left Ukraine the next day. The time was November 3rd. Friday. In North America, the transaction settlement between Deaneries Entertainment and Metropolitan ABC Group has been completed. Metropolitan ABC Group has been completely acquired by Deaneries Entertainment. The new Deaneries Entertainment Group stock will reopen next Monday. At the same time, the first box office week of the Halloween season, which opened on October 27th, also ended yesterday. In the week from October 27th to November 2nd, the third film in the Conjuring movie universe, The Conjuring 2, produced by New World Pictures under Deaneries Entertainment, opened on 2,781 screens and earned $46.13 million in the first 7 days of the week. The first week average of $16,500 was slightly lower than the first, The Conjuring of $17,800. However, due to the expansion of the number of screens, the first week box office of The Conjuring 2 of $46.13 million surpassed the first film's $42.39 million, and left the science fiction thriller The Flash far behind the second place in the opening list of the same period. The first week box office of The Flash, produced by Disney, was only $9.16 million. The 80-20 rule and polarization are becoming more and more obvious. But it is also inevitable. Deaneries Entertainment Group, which is still growing, has gradually pulled away from other Hollywood studios in terms of film production standards and publicity and promotion capabilities. The popular IP series such as The Conjuring Cinematic Universe has an incomparable popularity advantage in front of a large number of original films. Just the gimmick of The Conjuring Cinematic Universe is enough to ensure a box office gain of tens of millions of dollars. What's more, because of the persistent pursuit of excellence, the quality of the projects of The Conjuring Cinematic Universe has no signs of decline, which is also the fundamental guarantee for the success of the series. Halloween always requires watching movies. Compared with other films that have never been heard of, the audience will naturally tend to choose The Conjuring 2. With a revenue of $46.13 million in the first week, Deaneries Entertainment's publicity and promotion team predicts that the domestic box office of The Conjuring 2 can at least reach the same level as the first one of $129 million. Because of the early meticulous planning and the signing of long-term contracts in advance, the production cost of the first The Conjuring was $15 million. After the big sale, the production cost of this The Conjuring 2 was only $25 million. According to the tiered profit-sharing rules signed by the film company and the theater, all the production investment was recovered in just the first week. Of course, with the great success of the series, in order to keep the horse running, Simon took the initiative to reward the main creators with a very considerable box office share outside the original contract. Simon left Ukraine and did not return directly to North America, but flew to Italy first. Deaneries' acquisition of Metropolis ABC in North America has been settled. In Italy, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on November 3rd, the Universal Studios Rome project was officially announced. Simon personally attended the press conference held by Deaneries in Rome. The total investment in the construction of Universal Studios Rome is expected to be $2 billion, which is equivalent to Universal Studios Osaka. Through the early operation, Deaneries Entertainment has obtained most of the land between the west of Rome and Leonardo da Vinci International Airport. It will not be too difficult to acquire the remaining part through the subsequent negotiations. It is estimated that the construction area of Universal Studios Rome is about 200 acres, which is exactly twice that of Universal Studios Osaka. The main reason is that the land cost in Italy is lower. Moreover, this time, Universal Studios Rome is no longer a joint venture between Deaneries Entertainment and local Italian capital. The entire project is undertaken by Deaneries Entertainment alone, with 100% of the shares. This is not because Simon is unwilling, but because of the failure of Disneyland Paris. Italy has many concerns about investing in this project, fearing that if it repeats the mistakes of Disneyland Paris in the future, it will not end well in all aspects. $2 billion is not a problem for Deaneries Entertainment now. However, Simon still chose to issue the batch of 10-year long-term corporate bonds in Italy to raise this money. This is not taking advantage, but a concession. Because Deaneries Entertainment's current corporate credit rating is 3A, which is equivalent to U.S. Treasury bonds, repayment is very guaranteed, and the interest is much higher than that of U.S. Treasury bonds. Therefore, it is quite popular with various pension funds and insurance funds that pursue ultra-low-risk fixed income. From the official announcement to the final completion, if everything goes well, Universal Studios Rome is expected to be officially opened in the millennium, and the construction period is 5 years. These are the details officially announced. Privately, the entire project has to deal with a myriad of aspects. Fortunately, The Westeros system currently has enough connections in Rome, both officially and underground, to easily handle the situation. This is actually the reason why Simon finally chose Rome instead of Barcelona, Spain, which has more advantages in terms of geographical location and common language. The failure of Disneyland Paris, in addition to serious mistakes in operating strategy, is also due to Disney's failure to properly handle all aspects of its relationship with France. From the establishment of the project to its opening, Disneyland Paris has been constantly criticized and denigrated by all walks of life in France for several years, making Disneyland Paris's most important local customers hostile and resistant to the theme park. In comparison, through these years of operation, the Westeros system is enough to ensure that Universal Studios Rome will not encounter these in Italy. On the day the project was officially announced, not only the Italian Prime Minister and the Mayor of Rome all attended the press conference, but also a large number of Italian celebrities from various fields such as business, fashion, culture, and art came to show their support. The Italian mainstream media also reported very positively on Universal Studios Rome in the following days. This is in stark contrast to the situation a few years ago when the then French President Mitterrand personally called for a boycott of Disneyland Paris. Chapter 863 Reopening. After the statistical review in October, Deaneries Entertainment's 1995 fiscal year full-year financial report before the merger with the Metropolitan ABC Group was officially released on November 6, and the new Deaneries Entertainment Group stock was reopened on the same day. The purpose is self-evident. From October 1994 to September 1995, the 4 quarters, Deaneries Entertainment Group's annual revenue totaled $27.617 billion. The company's net profit was $3.723 billion, and the net profit margin reached 13.5%. Since Deaneries Entertainment adjusted its fiscal year plan after its IPO last year, the original natural year statistical cycle was adjusted to October of each year as the starting point. If you want to make a year-on-year comparison, you can only push forward 4 more quarters, that is, from October 1993 to September 1994, the same 4 quarters. The total revenue was $20.561 billion, and the net profit was $2.319 billion. With this reference, Deaneries Entertainment Group's revenue in fiscal year 1995 increased by 34.3% year-on-year, and its net profit increased by as much as 60.5%. Even though many people understand that this financial report of Deaneries Entertainment is tailor-made for the expansion operations such as the merger of Metropolitan ABC Group in the past year after the IPO, one thing is undeniable: Deaneries Entertainment Group itself does have very strong profitability. The full-year net profit of $3.723 billion may have some financial tricks such as delaying the payment of accounts payable, but the actual water is not too much. After all, the popularity of Deaneries Entertainment's movies, TV and games is obvious to all. Therefore, it is not that Deaneries Entertainment's net profit this year is too high, but that the company has been deliberately suppressing its own profits in the past and investing more funds in expansion. This time it can be said to be a display of profitability. $3.723 billion, purely speaking, this profit does not seem so eye-catching, but in comparison, you can see how strong Deaneries Entertainment's ability to make money is. According to the financial reports of various American companies as of September this year, it can be roughly inferred that among the domestic American companies in 1995, only 6 companies had a full-year net profit that exceeded that of Deaneries Entertainment, namely General Motors, Ford Motor, ExxonMobil, General Electric, Philip Morris and AT&T. All of these 6 companies are old established corporate oligarchs that have been passed down for decades or even hundreds of years. Among them, Ford Motor, which is expected to have the highest profit, has a full-year net profit of only about $5.3 billion, which is not much different from Deaneries Entertainment. Deaneries Entertainment Group is not only the 7th largest corporate giant in the United States in terms of profitability in 1995, but also has a revenue of $27.617 billion, which has also entered the top 30. All of this took only 9 years. Not only that, old giants such as General Motors and Ford Motor have basically lost their long-term growth potential. In particular, the automobile industry has a very obvious downward trend under the impact of Japanese cars, otherwise the US government would not have launched automobile trade negotiations with Japan in the first half of the year. Unfortunately, This time it did not succeed like the semiconductor war in the 1980s, so the rapid decline of the U.S. automobile industry is inevitable. In comparison, Deanery's Entertainment, which has already taken the lead in the media and entertainment industry, is still thriving. Its film, television, game, music and other businesses are advancing in parallel. Its revenue growth has not slowed down after entering the billion-dollar club, and it still maintains a continuous and strong annual growth rate of more than 30%. Moreover, after leaving its competitors far behind, Deanery's Entertainment has not only not stopped moving forward, but has continued to make frequent moves. It has just completed the acquisition of Metropolitan ABC Group and announced the Universal Studios Rome project with an investment scale of $2 billion. Due to the continuous promotion of Deanery's Entertainment and the rapid opening of Universal Studios Osaka, most media have gradually changed their pessimistic attitude towards Universal Studios Rome due to the failure of Disneyland Paris. Therefore, on November 6, even though the opening market value has reached $216.6 billion, the new Deanery's Entertainment stock price is still strongly sought after by the capital market. On the first day of reopening, the share price of Deanery's Entertainment soared from $83.375 before the suspension last month to $93.25, a single-day increase of 11.8%. This is not the 11.8% of some small companies with a market value of only tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars, but the 11.8% of a corporate giant with a market value of more than $200 billion. At the close of the day, the market value of Deanery's Entertainment jumped to $242.1 billion. In one day, the overall book profit of Deanery's Entertainment shareholders reached $25.5 billion. The front-page headline of the New York Times on Tuesday used only one word to describe the single-day increase of Deanery's Entertainment's reopening: crazy. It can only be described as crazy. Ford Motor, which is expected to rank first in the United States in terms of net profit for the whole year, had a market value of only $38.1 billion at the close of November 6. This auto giant with an annual revenue of $120 billion and a net profit of more than $5 billion has a market value equivalent to only 1/6 of Deanery's Entertainment Group and a price-to-earnings ratio of only 7 times. However, even Warren Buffett, who values value investing and likes to buy at the bottom, will not buy Ford Motor stock at this time, because the U.S. auto industry is destined to fall to the point of being replaced like the semiconductor industry after the Washington government failed to put pressure on Japan. The price-earnings ratio of only 7 times shows that the U.S. auto industry has basically lost its value for long-term investment. In comparison, even though the price-earnings ratio has reached 65 times, Deanery's Entertainment is still highly sought after by the market. Even though the operating tendency of many capitals has shifted from investment to speculation, it can be confirmed that Deanery's Entertainment is definitely worth holding for a long time. Simon returned to Los Angeles on November 5. He resumed a stable work rhythm, going to work in the morning, going home in the evening, and occasionally attending some cocktail parties that could not be postponed. In fact, he has been constantly delegating work. If it were not for the unanimous opposition of the Deanery's Entertainment Board of Directors and the group's senior management, Simon would have wanted to resign from the title of chairman of Deanery's Entertainment after the completion of this acquisition of Metropolitan ABC Group. Relying on more than 90% of the voting rights, even if he retreated behind the scenes, he would still be the absolute controller of Deanery's Entertainment. Unfortunately, no one agrees. Simon's symbolic significance to Deanery's Entertainment is too important. Even if he is always absent from the Deanery's Entertainment Board of Directors due to other matters in the Westeros system, as long as he still holds this title, both the internal Deanery's Entertainment and the majority of investors will have full confidence in the company. On the contrary, if Simon suddenly resigns, it is likely to bring unnecessary risks to the company. No matter how much you explain, the stock price will inevitably fall sharply. If Cersei Capital wants to short its own company, it can use this trick. The authorities, the result is more likely to be the SEC's benefit. What a huge fine. Back in Los Angeles, Simon spent most of his time on a series of film projects under Deanery's Entertainment. After Halloween's The Conjuring 2, the 3D animated film Beauty and the Beast, which is the main feature of the Thanksgiving schedule on November 17, will soon be released, followed by the highly anticipated Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice on December 22. In addition to these blockbusters, a number of award-winning works such as Kathryn Bigelow's Detroit will also be released at the end of the year. These are already completed. There are more films in the production stage. The annual production volume of Deaneries Entertainment's 3 labels exceeds 40. Although each project must be approved by Simon personally, due to limited energy, Simon can only focus on a few. As 1995 came to an end, according to the production progress of a series of films, Deaneries Entertainment's major films in 1996 have basically been finalized. Starting from the beginning of next year, the earliest key project is Jack Chang's Rush Hour, which is scheduled for February 9th, Valentine's Day. This highly successful kung fu comedy in Simon's memory is actually qualified to squeeze into the summer schedule. However, Simon couldn't tell the New World Pictures team how successful Rush Hour would be, and the 1996 summer season was already too crowded. It was also a basic strategy that Deaneries Entertainment had begun to promote in recent years to gradually transfer some key projects and even blockbusters to various unpopular seasons. Last year's Broken Arrow had already proved the feasibility of this strategy. Then there were 2 key films in the Easter season, both of which were sequels, namely the comedy Ace Ventura 2 starring Jim Carrey and the 4th film in the Conjuring movie universe, The Haunting of the Mortuary 2. After Easter, the summer season began, and there were 3 blockbusters related to Deaneries Entertainment: Mission Impossible 2, The Mummy, and Sleepy Hollow. Among them, Mission Impossible 2 and The Mummy were co-productions, distributed by Paramount and Fox respectively. Sleepy Hollow, directed by Tim Burton, was a project that Deaneries Entertainment released completely independently. There was also a new film in the MGM 007 series, Spectre, in the summer season. This is the 18th film in the 007 series. The project was not invested by Deaneries Entertainment, but it is part of the MGM spy movie universe planned by Simon. Although the name is Spectre and the story also adopts some frameworks in Simon's memory, Simon still made considerable modifications to match the MGM spy movie universe. The reason why Spectre was not released until 2015 was mainly due to the long-term dispute over the copyright of the Spectre series. Under Simon's leadership, MGM has completely solved this problem. As for the male lead, after Timothy Dalton stepped down, the new 007 still chose Pierce Brosnan. After replacing Richard Gere in Pretty Woman a few years ago and becoming famous, Pierce Brosnan's status began to fall again because of the subsequent failure of film selection and Simon's behind-the-scenes promotion. When the 007 project extended an olive branch to Brosnan again, the male star finally agreed to join. At Simon's instruction, MGM offered Brosnan $5 million for his first 007 film, which was higher than Brosnan's value after his status dropped. However, in exchange, the actor signed a contract for 5 007 films at one time, and the salary increase for a single film could not exceed 35%, with a cap of $15 million. In fact, if the spy movie universe is very successful, MGM will give an additional part of the box office share as usual in the future. It's just that these terms are not clearly written in the contract. Just like the DC movie universe, this is the room left by MGM for both parties. After the summer season, Halloween in 1996 will be a new derivative series of the Conjuring movie universe, Annabelle, which is foreshadowed by the recently released The Conjuring 2. The last 2 major schedules at the end of the year, there are still 3 blockbusters, namely Wonder Woman 2, Charlie's Angels and Jumanji. According to the original agreement, Wonder Woman 2 was independently distributed by Deaneries Entertainment, while Charlie's Angels and Jumanji were cooperative projects with MGM and Warner. As for Twister, Independence Day, Titanic and other projects that Deaneries Entertainment is also focusing on preparing, the release dates will be postponed one by one. Moreover, most of the films scheduled are blockbuster films with large investments and large productions. The 3 labels under Deaneries Entertainment have more non-core or medium and low-cost projects, among which there are also dark horses, or some films Simon has selected may be temporarily added, such as The Man from Earth, which created a box office miracle with its creativity and ultra-low cost at the beginning of this year. In the week after returning to Los Angeles, Simon basically revolved around these film projects, either participating in the post-production of The Mummy, or personally rushing to the set of Charlie's Angels, or spending a morning on a telephone conference with a crew of Jumanji in Australia, which will start filming immediately after the Victoria's Secret fashion show. Moreover, There are a large number of affairs in the entire Westeros system that Simon needs to distract. Last month, the shutdown of the Wisconsin distribution center of Amazon's online store under Ygritte was delayed for more than half a month and was finally resolved. Ygritte completely abandoned the 3 contractors and reselected other freight companies to undertake the logistics and distribution tasks of the Wisconsin distribution center. At this stage in the United States, although truck freight still accounts for more than 80% of land distribution, it is far from the serious shortage of truck drivers caused by the rise of e-commerce in 20 years. There are a lot of truck drivers who can't find jobs at present, and the industry's labor force is redundant. Therefore, Ygritte has considerable initiative. Ygritte did not give in to the backlash and even compromise of the 3 companies and the obvious manipulation of the truck drivers union behind the scenes. Moreover, since the truck drivers union did not expose it, Ygritte did not pick up certain things, and spared no effort to build momentum in the media, insisting that the reason for abandoning the 3 contractors was not the strike of the workers seeking better treatment, but the contractors failed to handle the relationship with their employees, which caused Ygritte to suffer huge losses and seriously damaged the interests of Amazon's online store customers. The fault lies with the contractors. Not only that, Ygritte's claims against the contractors in accordance with the contract did not stop after the matter was resolved. Faced with huge claims, 3 small contractors who could not even afford the lawsuit directly declared bankruptcy, and all the truck drivers who participated in the strike were unemployed. At this point, Ygritte did not pursue it again. As for other lawsuits surrounding the Wisconsin distribution center, it is not painful. Since some people want to entangle, just accompany them. With Ygritte's size, it can now afford any type of lawsuit. On the other hand, inspired by this truck driver strike, Simon specifically reminded Alice Ferguson, the head of Amazon, to pay attention to the introduction of other transportation modes in the distribution network. If you want to avoid being strangled by the truck driver union after the large-scale rise of e-commerce, this is a must. As for the further intelligentization and mechanization of many logistics distribution centers, Simon does not need to remind you again and again. Continuously eliminating labor through machinery is also an inevitable choice for Amazon to grow and develop. Chapter 864 Father and Son, Mother and Son. Malibu, Point Dume Estate. Early morning. It was already November, but Los Angeles still didn't feel like winter. Veronica Johnston, wearing a black sports suit, jogged along the private beach on the west side of Point Dume Estate until the sun rose, and returned to the high ground where the shell villa was located along the wooden steps on the cliff. She was going to cross the small square in front of the villa, but she noticed a little person sitting by the pool next to a small artificial pond near the garden on the north side of the estate, looking at 2 spot-billed mallards swimming and playing in the pond, looking a little melancholy. So she walked over. After sending away a short-haired waitress who was guarding the child, Veronica sat down next to Melbourne, touched the little guy's head, and followed his gaze to look at the 2 mallards. Melbourne still had a worried look on his face, but he still greeted politely, "Good morning, Nana." Children get used to a certain name, and Veronica, whose appearance has hardly changed over the years, is also the same. She also greeted him with a good morning and asked, "Mir, did anything happen?" Melbourne raised his hand and pointed to the 2 spotted-billed mallards in the pool that had grown to adult size after 3 months of growth, and said, "Dad told me last night that when Jack and Emma grow up to 100 days old, they will be sent away." Because of the annual report review of Deanery's Entertainment, Veronica has been in Los Angeles for more than a month, but she did not live in the shell villa, but in an apartment on the west side of the villa. In addition to work, she just came to eat with everyone every morning and evening. Hearing Melbourne's words at this time, Veronica asked, "Why do you do this?" Melbourne looked at Veronica hopefully and said, "Dad said that Tia has grown up now and should leave home to live independently. Dad also said that when I grow up to 18 years old, I will do the same." Veronica gently touched the child's head again. "Do you think Dad is right?" Melbourne hesitated for a moment, but still nodded, but soon said, "But I don't want Jack and Emma to leave." Veronica thought for a while and said, "Mir, Nan also thinks that Dad is right. The 2 ducks have grown up and should return to their original living environment to live freely." Seeing that Veronica did not support him, Melbourne quickly shook his head. "No, it's not like that." Veronica hurriedly hugged the child and comforted him. "Well, don't worry, tell Nana slowly." Melbourne was hugged by Veronica, leaning on her, raised his head and said, "I know what Dad said is right, but I saw on TV that in the wild, there will be hunters who kill Jack and Emma. It's very dangerous. Well, Mel can rest assured. Dad will definitely choose a place where hunters are not allowed to harm ducks, that is, an animal sanctuary. We went to such a place when we were in Australia. Do you remember, Mel? I remember, the little guy nodded, and then said, but there are also crocodiles and leopards, they will also harm ducks. Veronica said patiently, Dad will also choose a place without crocodiles and leopards. Mel, you should trust Dad. The little guy was obviously still not convinced by Veronica. Nana, even if Dad chooses a very safe place, Jack and Emma will still fly around, just like last time when they almost ran out of the manor and met bad guys. Veronica was silent this time. She certainly knew what kind of dangers the two wild ducks would encounter outdoors. Hunting is not prohibited in most parts of California, and wild ducks happen to be the most hunted species every year. Melbourne saw that Veronica stopped talking, and continued, Nana, actually Mel knows that Dad wants to use the two ducks to teach Mel that when he grows up, he will have to leave Mom and Dad to live alone. However, even if Mel grows up and encounters danger, Mom and Dad, Aunt Jenny, and Nana, as well as Grandpa and Grandma, you will protect Mel, right? Veronica nodded without hesitation, turned her face and gently kissed the little guy's head, of course. Then, the little guy paused for a moment, as if organizing his words, and said, Mom and Dad, and everyone, even if Mel grows up, you will protect Mel. Now that the ducks have grown up, I can continue to protect them, right? Yes. So, I want the ducks to stay. Nana, our house is big, Jack and Emma are very well behaved, and will not cause trouble to everyone. I want to protect them forever. At this point, the little guy's eyes flickered slightly, obviously remembering the last time the two ducks almost ran out of the manor, causing many people to look for them, and he felt a little guilty. Veronica didn't notice the child's guilty conscience. Instead, she suddenly thought of something. Her eyes turned red for no reason. She lowered her head and kissed the little guy on the forehead. She pulled the child up and said, let's go. Nana will take you to talk to Daddy and tell him not to send Yaya away. Melbourne stood up with Veronica, holding her hand and said, also, Mom. Huh? Mom, she was very angry the last time Yaya ran around. She said she wanted to eat roast duck. Veronica took the little guy's hand and walked towards the villa together, assuring, no, Mom is just talking. Mom is not just talking, the little guy retorted very firmly, but, Mom just needs to not eat Jack and Emma, and I just need to protect Jack and Emma. Well, just like, there are many people in this world. When Mel grows up, it will be impossible for him to protect everyone. Mel will only protect his family and friends. That's good. Veronica's voice softened a lot, and she suddenly stopped. Do you want Nana to hold you? Mel loved Nana to hold you the most when he was a child. The little guy was a little bit expectant, but still shook his head. Mir has grown up, and Dad will be angry if he sees him. Melbourne, who inherited the good genes of his parents, will only be 4 years old next month, but his height has reached 112 centimeters, and he is much stronger than children of the same age. Veronica ignored the child's worries this time. Seeing Melbourne's expectant eyes, she reached out and picked up the little guy, saying, let's be careful and don't let your father see it. Melbourne buried his head in Veronica's shoulder, feeling a familiar and warm atmosphere, and whispered, Dad should be in the restaurant. Nana, I can come down outside the restaurant door. Yes. The big and small were talking. As soon as they entered the villa hall, Veronica saw Simon, who was walking towards the restaurant with Janet's arm in his arm. Children's intuition is always very sharp. When he noticed Veronica's slight pause, Melbourne immediately realized something and tried to slip out of Veronica's arms with a little effort. Since he had a little memory, the little guy knew that the scene his father hated most was Nana hugging him. However, Veronica did not put the child down this time. She continued to hold him with a little more force, patted the little guy on the back in a soothing manner, and said, Mir will really grow up in the future. This is the last time I'll hold you today. Daddy won't be angry. The boy buried his head in Veronica's shoulder again, not daring to turn his head to look, and couldn't help but whispered back, I will. Then, after breakfast, Nana will take Mel out to play, and come back when Daddy is not angry anymore. The little guy thought this was a good solution and nodded softly. Anyway, today is Saturday, and there is no need to go to school. As she said this, Veronica had already carried Melbourne through the hall and met Simon and his wife at the door of the restaurant on the west side of the villa. She ignored Simon's cold eyes and Janet's playful smile and walked directly into the restaurant. Jennifer, who was serving food to everyone and taking care of Seattle and Nick, saw Veronica carrying Melbourne in. She was about to make a joke, but when Simon and the others followed in, she stopped talking and just smiled and said good morning to Veronica. She also put Nick, who was about to climb onto the dining table on the special child chair, back into the chair. Even though she couldn't reach the level of her sister Seattle, Melbourne, who was also very smart and understood many things early on, actually liked her father very much, or should I say admired him. Since she was a little sensible, even if she didn't do it deliberately, people around her always revealed to her how great her father was. The little child instinctively felt close to him. However, he was often afraid, just like this time, when Nana held him and let his father catch him. The little guy who used to sit next to his father to eat together only dared to stay cautiously next to Veronica. The family sat down at the dining table and just started to eat. Veronica took the initiative to look at the head of the family across the table and said, "Mel just told me that he hopes the two ducks can stay and not be sent away. I think it's okay." Simon lowered his head to cut a breakfast in front of him and said lightly, "What's the reason?" Veronica was about to speak when the voice on the other side added lightly, "Let him say it himself." Noticing the little body next to her leaning closer nervously, Veronica simply held Melbourne on her lap, but ignored Simon's words and insisted, "Mel said he understands that you want to teach him to be independent when he grows up by releasing Jack and Emma. However, he hopes the two ducks can stay and protect them forever, just like he will protect his family when he grows up in the future." Melbourne, who was sitting on Veronica's lap, found that Nana did not say her original words, but it seemed that it would be easier to convince his father if he said this, so he carefully raised his eyes to glance over, but because he was timid, he subconsciously retracted his eyes before he could see his father's expression clearly. The atmosphere at the table was silent for a moment before another male voice said, "Okay." The atmosphere relaxed again. Veronica lowered her head and whispered something in Melbourne's ear. The little guy looked up and looked at his father. "Thank you, Dad." Seeing his father nodded slightly across the table, the boy jumped off Veronica's lap again, saying, "Nana, I can sit by myself." Veronica smiled as she watched the boy return to his seat, reached out and rubbed his head, and said, "I plan to take Mel out to play these 2 days. No. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little cold again, and Janet looked like she was watching a big show with a smile, Jennifer had to speak up and said, "Mer hasn't gone out to play for a long time, he can relax." Simon still didn't give in. Veronica didn't give in this time. She looked at Simon for a moment and insisted, "I have already made an agreement with Mel, I'm just notifying you." Click. There was a sudden sound of breaking. Everyone looked over and saw that the expensive bone china plate in front of Simon had broken into 2 pieces. The man was still cutting the omelette. Seeing this, Janet stopped watching and quickly came over to hug her man. Okay, if the little guy wants to go out and play, he's grown up anyway. Well, you can also go out and play today, the Victoria's Secret show, and find a lot of fairies to surround you." As he said that, he turned his head and said to the Indian girl, "Alia, tell A to prepare the flight. Simon will leave for New York after breakfast." Seeing that no one else, especially the male host, had any objections, the Indian girl nodded and walked out lightly. Jennifer also stood up at this time, rolled her eyes at Janet, who was not in tune, and quickly cleaned up the broken plate and spilled breakfast in front of Simon, replaced it with a new one, and then sat down next to the man, as if she was worried that someone would suddenly attack and hurt someone. Across the table, Veronica saw Simon cut the plate into pieces, and suddenly regretted that she shouldn't have confronted him just now. So she softened her tone and found a reason to ease the situation, saying, "I will make sure Mel finishes his homework on time and won't fall behind." The breakfast ended in a somewhat awkward atmosphere. After breakfast, Janet personally dragged Simon out of the villa, sent the man to the car, and rushed directly to the airport to fly to the East Coast. Today is November 11th. Saturday. The 4th Victoria's Secret fashion show will be held in New York tonight. Simon didn't plan to participate this time. He originally planned to stay at the Cape du May Manor to spend the weekend with his family. However, after breakfast, Janet thought it would be best to drive a certain guy away. After the man's car left the manor, Janet returned to the villa and came to a living room on the east side of the hall. She seemed to be very busy and fell on the sofa, watching Jennifer and two maids take care of 4 children of different sizes. During this time, Veronica came to say goodbye with Melbourne, who had changed her clothes and was carrying a small school bag. Janet just waved her hands on the sofa, looking very tired. The female assistant fed the twins Snow and Greenwich, watched the 2 little ones fall asleep in the crib, and made sure that little Nick, who was buried in a pile of building blocks under Zoe's care, did not swallow anything. Finally, she kissed her daughter on the face as she sat obediently at the round table by the window reading a large encyclopedia, and then came to Janet. Sitting down on the carpet in front of Janet's sofa with a relaxed look, Jennifer leaned over and put her cheek against Janet's, smiled and whispered, "I still don't quite understand." There were other waitresses there, so Janet also lowered her voice and whispered, "Jealous." Jennifer still wanted to laugh, and whispered to Janet, "It feels like a child throwing a tantrum." "Who says it's not? Haha, it seems that I'm the only adult in this family, and my heart is so tired." Janet didn't refute, but hugged Jennifer's neck and deliberately imitated the tone of a child to act coquettishly. Mom, I want to drink apple juice, freshly squeezed." Jennifer held Janet's arm and said helplessly, "Let me rest for a while, okay? I'll let Zoe get it for you." Then she called Zoe Parks and gave her instructions. After the waitress left, she couldn't help looking at Janet and said, "I've only been home for a week, and you drove me away again. If I don't drive her away, it will be even more troublesome if something happens." Janet's words were vague, and Jennifer certainly understood, but she shook her head and said, "I don't think so. How is it possible?" Janet did remember something. It was something that happened many years ago, but it was not appropriate to talk about it with Jennifer. She just hugged the female assistant's arm tightly and said with a smile, "Anyway, the 2 of us are enough. Let's sleep together tonight." Chapter 865 Fashion Event. The success of 3 consecutive years has made the 4th Victoria's Secret fashion show a fashion event that attracts global attention. Early in the morning of November 11th on the east coast of the United States, people began to gather on the streets around the Armory on Lexington Avenue in Midtown Manhattan, where the show was about to be held. There were media reporters from all over the world, fashion bloggers from emerging internet platforms, fans of the Victoria's Secret angels, scalpers selling tickets for the show, and so on. On the other hand, compared with the past when the show was only broadcast on TV for a period of time after the show was held, this time, various media platforms began to follow up closely from the early preparations. Every new Victoria's Secret supermodel, every piece of news related to the Victoria's Secret show, every group of fashion street shots of Victoria's Secret angels, and every rumor that a certain singer created a theme song for Victoria's Secret, can attract a lot of attention. The increase in newspaper and magazine sales, TV ratings and online on-demand volume, in turn, stimulated the media to more enthusiastically pursue all kinds of news related to Victoria's Secret. Some exclusive news circulated internally will be snapped up by the media at high prices. Such a fashion show has unknowingly evolved into a social event at the national level. Super high attention has always meant hidden huge economic benefits. This is also the essence of commercial advertising. Not to mention the rising sales of Victoria's Secret brand-related products in recent years, just the peripherals of the Victoria's Secret show have made Victoria's Secret's parent company Limited Group earn a lot of money. The days in New York in winter are very short. After 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the city has been shrouded in dusk, but the atmosphere backstage at the Lexington Avenue Armory is hot. Grace Spolt can only rest for about 4 hours in recent days. Every day when she opens her eyes, in addition to the heavy work of Elite itself, she also keeps a close eye on the girls who will participate in this year's Victoria's Secret show and makes various preparations. In fact, if she wants, Grace can easily take charge of Elite, the model agency giant. In the era of John Casablanca, after defeating the former American local Snake Ford model agency, the entire Elite began to relax, including Casablanca himself. Therefore, Elite seemed to be prosperous before, but in fact it was full of crises. In the past, Elite collapsed because of a scandal in the late 1990s. It was not because the impact of the scandal was too great, but the fundamental reason was that Elite itself had been plagued for a long time. Grace wanted to change this situation and take Elite one step further on the basis of its monopoly in the industry, so she had to pay more. After becoming the head of Elite, she had to confiscate the power of executives, streamline the customer base, replan the agency contracts, set up a planning department and business team, and establish a more scientific model training and marketing system. Any of these measures required a lot of effort. Reform is never an easy task. There were many obstacles in the process, and some public opinion crises were almost brewing. Fortunately, after a few months, everything went smoothly, and Elite was completely renewed. Since many measures are aimed at seeking more business for Elite's customers, instead of cutting a layer of money from customers' daily expenses such as rent and transportation, not to mention various malicious commission deductions, after a period of turmoil, Elite's cohesion has been greatly enhanced. At least it will not be the embarrassing situation in history where the tree fell and the monkeys scattered after a scandal. Arsenal backstage. She personally checked the clothes and shoes of all the Elite Angels to make sure there were no problems. She also communicated with the Victoria's Secret show team about the details of the performance proposed by several angels. She comforted Karen Mudd, who was very nervous because of her first performance. She taught a lesson to Coco Gauff, who stole chocolate. Finally, she introduced Fernanda Lima to Anna Coleman, the president of Fashion TV, who came to visit the backstage. By the way, she discussed the details of a special interview about Lima. When the atmosphere in the backstage began to boil, Grace finally had time to relax. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. The show was about to begin. The rest was the girls' own business. Grace did not go to the front hall to watch the show like Anna Coleman, but came to the staff rest area and chose a very comfortable sofa in the corner to sit down. An assistant brought her coffee. Grace held the warm drink, felt the restless atmosphere around her and the waiting music coming from the front desk, and relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly I missed a little man. I contacted him a few days ago, and he replied that he would not come to watch the show this time. There's nothing I can do about it. Quietly comforting herself, the entire Westeros system is so big, and there are so many women around him, and she should be content to leave some small space for her. Yet, still can't help fantasizing. If he appears beside her when she misses him, what will she do? Willing to die for him. It seems that even if he doesn't show up, she is willing. Always thinking about dying. It is the root of the disease that she had when she first met him at the Greenwich North Suburb Manor last year. I still miss that lawn. However, so many women committed suicide for Marlon Brando back then. He is better than Marlon Brando. How could there not be 1 or 2 women who died for him? Then, maybe she has not slept enough recently and has hallucinations. The little man really walked to her side and sat down. She turned her head and looked at him blankly, hoping that this fantasy could last a little longer. In fact, she wanted to get closer and lie on his chest. But there were still many people around, and she didn't want to be regarded as a lunatic because of being crazy about the air. The man spoke, and Grace finally confirmed it. She wanted to move closer, but stopped subconsciously. She moved a little to the side to avoid suspicion, but stared at the little man in front of her without blinking. Didn't you say you wouldn't come? Simon explained casually, I have time temporarily. In fact, he had arrived at the East Coast at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but after getting off the plane, he went to a shooting range in Greenwich, where he carried a Barrett gun alone and shot down dozens of small drones used as targets. His mood recovered, and he had dinner at a manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich before taking a car to Manhattan. Obviously aware of some problems, Grace did not ask further questions, but just said, Then, do you want coffee? Simon shook his head, No. There are a lot of snacks here to replenish the energy for the girls, do you want any? No. Grace saw that the little man seemed to be in a bad mood, but she was not angry at all. Instead, her tone was more indulgent. Then what do you want to do? The girls are busy now and have no time to come to accompany you. Just rest here for a while. If you have something to do, go and do it. I'm not busy either, Grace said, glancing at the bustling crowd outside the rest area, and lowered her voice a little. How about we leave now? I haven't had dinner yet, let's go together. No. Okay, then, do you want to eat me? Anything is fine. Simon stood up and walked out directly. Grace was stunned for a moment, then reacted and quickly stood up. Without having time to call the assistant to explain anything, she quietly slipped out from the backstage. Upper East Side of Manhattan. In the penthouse apartment on 5th Avenue, when Grace woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Besides, it was the first time she stayed out overnight, not counting business trips. Suddenly, she didn't want to worry about so many things anymore. She had woken up, But her man was not around, and she still didn't want to get up. Occasionally, she thought that she could stay here until tonight and not leave again. Until the bedroom door was pushed open. Grace looked over and saw that it was one of his housekeepers, Angie Davis, whom she had seen many times, so she took the initiative to greet him. The housekeeper politely agreed and said, "It's past 2 o'clock in the afternoon now, Miss Spuld. Mr. Westeros just called and asked me to see if you were awake." Grace was still too lazy to get up, but just gestured to the window. "Can you help me open the curtains? The weather seems good today." Angie Davis smiled and nodded, walked over and opened the curtains. The pale but bright sunlight of the winter afternoon soon filled the master bedroom. After doing this, seeing that Grace had no intention of getting up, the housekeeper did not urge her at all, but said in a gentle voice, "Miss Spult, do you want me to bring food? The kitchen has been preparing it." Only then did she feel hungry. She wanted to stay in bed for dinner, but she didn't have the nerve to do so. She just said, "You go out first, I'll get up soon." Angry Davis responded and pointed to the clothes on the hanger at the door of the bedroom. "This is what Mr. Westeros sent this morning. It should be the same as the one you wore last night, Miss Spult. By the way, how about I help you prepare the bath water first?" "Yes, thank you." After carefully washing and dressing up, she went downstairs to the restaurant. More than an hour had passed. In addition to the dark blue business suit on her body, Grace also tied a Gucci scarf around her neck, otherwise, she would not be able to see anyone in the next 2 days. In fact, there are more than just marks on her neck. However, as long as he likes it, it's fine. She actually likes it too. Sitting at the dining table, I finally returned to the state of some elite female leaders. While eating, I was busy replying to various calls and text messages accumulated from last night to now. Occasionally, I asked the housekeeper about Simon, only to learn that the man left in the morning to go to work. Today is Sunday. But think about it, people like them, there is no difference between working days and holidays. If you want to rest, you can actually do it any time. If you want to work, you will never finish it. Everything went well at the big show last night. It was unprecedented. During the meal, I learned that all the press releases prepared in advance for Elite's customers were sent out today, and Goff flew to Australia in the morning to participate in the filming of Jumanji. Even though the girl's acting agency contract is not with Elite, because her career is still centered on modeling, this is also a big event for Elite. I was going to see her off in person today, but it doesn't matter if I miss it. If there is anything to explain afterwards, I can communicate on the phone. There were also some clients who made their debut last night, including Fernanda Lima, who became one of the 6 spokespeople for Victoria's Secret this year, and Karen Mudd, who was favored by Simon and was sent to the Victoria's Secret army by Grace. Both of them needed to plan carefully. During the meal, she wrote down all the things she thought of in her memo. Also, she did not forget to contact her family. She called her husband and explained that she was too late to go back to rest after finishing her work last night. The couple was now in a strange state of harmony. No matter how busy Grace was a few days ago, she never stayed out overnight. Bill Spur didn't believe his wife's explanation. He roughly guessed something, but didn't investigate it deeply. Both of them now have their own partners, but they still live under the same roof. It was said that it was for the children, but it was not entirely correct. It involved too many things and she didn't want to expose them. After the meal, Grace left the Fifth Avenue apartment. It was already past 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. Others had already reached the end of their get-off work time, but Grace listed a list of tasks that would keep her busy until after the early morning, and at the same time secretly reflected on herself that she would be busy like this for at most 1 week. Health is still the most important thing. Not for herself, but just hoping that men's interest in her will last longer. So she made another appointment for maintenance before starting work. After 1 day and 1 night, Simon completely got rid of some negative emotions that he had yesterday. On Sunday, he paid attention to Deanery's TV department, which had begun to merge with Metropolitan ABC. At the same time as the two companies merged, Deanery's TV department also launched 2 major projects that Simon personally decided on. One of them was ESPN's plan to buy out the live broadcast of the American Football League. If we say that the national sport in the United States is not basketball, which is more famous overseas, but football, there is the annual football Super Bowl event that everyone celebrates. ESPN, an American sports TV station that has been completely controlled by Deaneries Entertainment, has developed very rapidly in recent years, but it is still far from reaching its former peak. Simon happened to know that in the past, the turning point of ESPN was after it was acquired by Disney, and it started to invest heavily in monopolizing various sports events. So much so that later, there was a saying of ESPN tax. Mainly, many cable TV users, such as the $15 cable TV package, may have half of it to ESPN. Other basic cable TV stations may only get a dozen cents or dozens of cents from the operator's user subscription share, but ESPN's share can exceed $7. Simon is also going to start this plan now. Just to buy out the live broadcast of the American Football League. I remember that the agreement finalized in the 1990s was $9 billion for 8 years. Because of this, before the merger, ESPN's head Steve Bernstein repeatedly proposed to Tom Murphy and Warren Buffett and other Metropolitan ABC Group executives and shareholders, but did not get the support of these conservative old men. Last year, the Westeros system obtained 20% of ESPN's shares in the dispute with the Hearst family. Steve Bernstein also contacted Simon several times, hoping that he could help lobby, and Simon just asked Bernstein to wait patiently. Now there is no need to wait any longer. Moreover, the $9 billion business plan may be very risky, but even if Simon cannot see the future, Deaneries Entertainment is fully capable of taking it on with its current development momentum. After all, it is not a one-time payment of $9 billion, and ESPN has accumulated considerable strength. Moreover, with the current scale of Deaneries Entertainment, only some bold adventures can break through the bottleneck and achieve further expansion. Small-scale operations will only lead to stagnation. This is the case with the acquisition of Metropolitan ABC Group, the construction of Universal Studios Rome, and ESPN's purchase of the live broadcast rights of American football games. Chapter 866 Content, or Content. ESPN buying out the live broadcast rights of the American Football League. Another plan is to cooperate with IGRT, or Content. Simon plans to transfer a large number of video content such as news, events, music, and ceremonies accumulated by Deaneries' TV department, especially the newly acquired Metropolitan ABC Group, to IGRT's YouTube video platform. Of course, it does not include many TV series resources that can bring continuous and rich syndicated income to the TV department. These will only be supplied to streaming platforms at higher copyright prices in the future. Speaking of which, Simon has actually been promoting this matter before the merger with the Metropolitan ABC Group. In recent years, all the fashion shows, special interviews, etc. accumulated by Fashion TV have been moved online one after another after IGRT opened a dedicated YouTube video platform in April this year. With the increasing prosperity of the internet industry, traditional media's rejection and fear of this field have become increasingly strong. In the final analysis, it is still a struggle for interests, worrying about being impacted and worried about being eliminated. Therefore, if Simon had not personally come forward to make a strong decision, this matter would not be easy. Just like Tinkerbell has been introducing genuine music resources through broadcast, it is also not as easy as imagined, and it can only take a different approach and condone piracy. Any enterprise or even any industry, when it develops to a certain extent, cannot avoid being too big to be eliminated. This is also the main reason why reform is difficult. In most cases, the final result is to break and then build, or to be completely eliminated. Regarding the content cooperation between Deaneries and IGRT, Simon, who is a dissenter in the TV department, only replied with one sentence: "Do you want to be eliminated by others, or eliminate yourself?" After discussing with the senior executives of Deaneries' TV department on Sunday, it was finally decided to set up a special content cooperation team to connect with IGRT. The specific operation is still the responsibility of Deaneries, and IGRT mainly provides the platform. Deaneries will create corresponding columns on the YouTube website based on the program lists of public or cable TV platforms under the Metropolitan ABC Group, such as ABC TV Network, ESPN TV Network, A&E TV Network, etc., such as Morning News or Nightline. Then, according to the date, the video master discs stored in the warehouse of Metropolitan ABC Group for decades were digitally converted one by one, and edited into 5-minute clips according to YouTube's rules, and uploaded one by one. IGRT only launched the YouTube video website in April this year according to Simon's usual naming method. Before that, the content was mainly music MVs, film and television trailers, etc. Even if the resources obtained from fashion TV and other channels were counted, the content was still not rich. YouTube's positioning is the same as that of the previous website. It is a user-made content upload platform, not a streaming media like Netflix. However, at this stage, digital video cameras, DV, have just been introduced to the civilian consumer market. The digital video camera IREC originally planned to be launched by Tinkerbell this fall was also delayed due to reasons such as immature technology. Although the popularity of electronic products such as civilian Super 8 cameras is also high in the West, they are film recorders, and it is difficult for the general public to convert them into digital. Therefore, at this stage, YouTube does not have the conditions to introduce content from ordinary user groups. It can only cooperate with large media groups. This large-scale upload of the content accumulated by Metropolitan ABC Group for many years can increase the total storage time of the YouTube platform by more than 10 times at one time, which is also the foundation of Metropolitan ABC as a veteran media giant. Although most of the content is outdated information, it is like a library. Through Ygritte's continuous optimization of the search recommendation system, users can always find the information they are interested in. On the other hand, for deaneries, these contents are not provided for free. Ygritte has been trying to put advertisements on the YouTube platform. As a content provider, Deaneries Entertainment can get a share of the advertising revenue. Of course, it will not be too much. Ygritte is still in a rapid development stage. The first priority is to win over more users, rather than impatiently pursuing maximum benefits. Therefore, YouTube advertising has very strict restrictions. Simon has been trying out Ygritte's various services in person privately. For YouTube, he will never allow this video platform to have a disgusting thing where you have to endure a 1.5-minute advertisement before watching a 2 or 3-minute video. Doing so is not a smart way to maximize profits at all. It can only be described as disgusting. Anyway, Simon has been disgusted by some video websites several times. Even if those websites have improved, he has never used them again. Moreover, whether it is now or many years later, YouTube should not be for the pursuit of profits, but to supplement the content and services of the Ygritte brand and increase the stickiness of users to the Ygritte product ecosystem. In the past, if Google's advertising revenue is excluded, all its products are actually loss-making. However, Google as a whole is one of the most profitable internet giants in the United States. The key is actually here. Google Maps, Google Translate, Google Mail, Android system and other products seem to be free, but Google still invests huge amounts of money to improve these products, because these products can fundamentally bring Google a large number of loyal users with strong stickiness, while keeping all potential enemies out of the door to avoid being overtaken by competitors. Finally, a super internet oligopoly was created. Manhattan. ABC headquarters on West 66th Street in the Upper West Side. The meeting on content cooperation between Deaneries and Ygritte lasted until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After arranging this matter, other executives dispersed one by one, and Simon and Robert Iger turned to the post-production center to check the production matters of American Idol. After the two companies were completely finalized, the post-production team of American Idol, which was originally firmly controlled by Deaneries Entertainment, was gradually transferred to ABC and merged with ABC's support team. This can not only save resources, but also facilitate cooperation between various departments. Since its launch in September, American Idol has maintained a super high viewership of more than 30 million people in recent months, so it has become the top priority of ABC TV network this year. Including Simon himself, he will take time out every week to follow up on American Idol. Before each episode is broadcast, the sample will be sent to Simon in advance. It's just that American Idol has more than $600 million in advertising revenue in a single season. Excluding all production and marketing costs, the net profit contributed will reach about 10% of the net profit scale of the entire Deaneries Entertainment Group. Not to mention the income from subsequent revenues, such as overseas copyrights and peripheral products of American Idol. Even though there is no shortage of high-quality projects, American Idol is already a goldmine that everyone in Deaneries Entertainment values very much. Simon and Iger spent an hour in the post-production center. Although it was Sunday, there were still many staff members busy here. Even at 5 o'clock, there was no situation where Simon remembered that Westerners often put down their work and left immediately. On the one hand, the production task of American Idol twice a week is very tight, and overtime is necessary. On the other hand, the production team has gained very rich benefits from this project, so overtime is easy to accept. In fact, whether it is good or bad, most Chinese people's fantasy about the West is the same as many Westerners still think that Chinese people still wear pigtails. Deanery's entertainment group is well known for its generous treatment in the entire media and entertainment field. Give the horse enough hay, and the horse will naturally run more. Therefore, although overtime is not mandatory at all, employees of Deanery's entertainment, whether on the East or West Coast, do not mind working more. For a popular project like American Idol, the team members worked even harder, because the success of the project would bring them very generous bonuses. Simon and Edgar had other things to discuss, so they didn't work overtime with the employees. At 5 o'clock, when they were about to leave, they were stopped by American Idol producer Shane Derrick. Shane Derrick was also a veteran of Deanery's Entertainment's TV department. When Survivor was produced, Derrick was already a key member of the project team. "It's actually like this," Shane Derrick said, stopping the two bosses who were about to leave. "The winter break is coming soon, and the marketing of American Idol will definitely continue in the last few months of the year. We just discussed this morning and think we should launch an American Idol theme song. So, boss, what do you think?" Shane Derrick's last words were to Simon. The purpose is self-evident. Robert Egger also looked over with a smile and took the initiative to help out. "Simon, this is indeed a good idea, and I don't think it will be difficult for you. Simon has not released many songs in recent years, but each of them can be called a phenomenal classic. On the single sales rankings of the broadcast platform under Tinkerbell, songs such as Young and Beautiful, Bach's Last Day, and Blizzard are still at the top of the list. Therefore, Edgar and Derrick naturally felt that it would be the best choice to hand over the theme song of American Idol to Simon. Just the name of the creator, Simon Westeros, is enough to attract a lot of attention after the song is released, ensuring that the popularity of American Idol will not decline during the winter break. This matter is indeed very simple for Simon. Facing the expectant eyes of the two, Simon quickly nodded and said, "No problem, I will pay attention to this matter." Of course, there is no need to say any words of thanks to his boss. Shane Derrick couldn't help but remind him, "Boss, because we still have to record the MV, it is best to get it done within a week." Simon nodded again. In fact, if Simon is willing, it can be done on the spot in 10 or 20 minutes. It's just that there is no need to be so shocking. After saying this, the two left the post-production center, and Edgar took Simon to the top floor of the red brick building of ABC headquarters, where an office has been prepared for Simon. After a general look, they didn't have any dissatisfaction. The two sat down on the sofa in the reception area, and Edgar directly talked about another thing. "I have contacted David Letterman. He is happy to move The Late Show with David Letterman to ABC after his contract with CBS expires next year. The problem now is salary. However, this is not a big deal. The problem is what to do with our original Nightline." Nightline host Ted Koppel is a veteran who has worked at ABC for decades and has a good reputation in the entire media circle. If this show is directly cut, it may cause controversy. Letterman also hinted to me privately that ABC must first deal with the Nightline issue. He doesn't want to bear the public accusation of taking Koppel's job. Simon and Edgar discussed the reform of ABC's late-night program. This is also something Simon had already determined before acquiring the Metropolitan ABC Group. The three major public television networks, after the 3 hours of prime time in the evening, will also have late-night programs after 11 o'clock. The main late-night programs of NBC and CBS are talk shows, while ABC has a late-night news program, Nightline. The gap between the three is obvious just by looking at the income. NBC's The Late Show with Jay Leno can earn $150 million for the TV network every year. CBS's The Late Show with David Letterman is slightly less popular, but it can also contribute $50 million in profits every year. This is only at the moment. Simon knows that David Letterman's late-night show is less popular than Jay Leno at this stage, but it is only because of his lack of experience. Letterman's late-night show was only launched 2 years ago. As far as I remember, as the popularity continued to rise, the two reality shows would gradually keep pace with each other, and the profitability would be almost the same. Looking at Nightline, it can only contribute a mere $10 million in profits to ABC every year. If it were just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. Simon also values the promotional function of the late-night show. The various guests on each late-night show are basically promoting the launch of movies, TV shows, and books. It just so happens that all the businesses under Deanery's Entertainment need such a platform. ABC's current Nightline obviously does not have this function. Therefore, Simon will definitely create such a program. Even if he can't poach Jay Leno and David Letterman, he will carefully build it from scratch. After Iger finished speaking, Simon asked, "What do you think we should do?" Robert Iger said, "Nightline is now broadcast at 11 o'clock and lasts for 1 hour. I think it can be shortened to half an hour. The late-night shows of NBC and CBS both start at 11:35. Nightline will be shortened, and after David is recruited, it will be the perfect time to take over. Can't we put Nightline after the late-night show? The late-night show lasts for an hour. If we do this, Nightline will be completely dispensable," Iger said with a wry smile, and then said, "At that time, everyone will still be able to see that we are deliberately forcing Koppel to resign so that Nightline can be cut off smoothly." Simon probably understood Iger's thoughts. In this circle, there are both personal connections and constraints of public opinion. In many cases, it is actually unlikely to act arbitrarily. This is still a kind of tail that cannot be cut off. For many large companies, as long as it does not affect their own vital interests, executives often let some chronic problems go. Late-night shows, broadcast at 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock, are actually two different concepts. Many people can stay up until 11 o'clock, but in the early morning, most people will force themselves to rest. Therefore, if Nightline is pushed back an hour, the already unsatisfactory ratings may completely collapse. Without ratings, the show will definitely fall into losses, and it will completely lose its value. This is indeed equivalent to forcing Ted Koppel, a veteran host who has worked at ABC for many years, to resign voluntarily. If you force it, no one will look good. It's just that such an old-school host with rich qualifications and working conscientiously for decades and having extensive connections because of his work was kicked out of the TV station, which will inevitably make ABC face public accusations such as profiteering and killing the donkey after it has done its job. If it causes audience disgust or even boycott, the ratings of the replaced reality show will inevitably be implicated. This is why David Letterman specifically hinted that Iger should deal with the Nightline matter first. Simon thought for a moment and said, "How about this? You can tell Ted that I personally endorse it." After the introduction of the late-night show, Nightline will be retained regardless of whether it is profitable or not. Of course, I think this show also needs to undergo certain reforms to attract more viewers, right? Robert Iger actually wanted Simon's endorsement in his heart. As long as the big boss speaks, there will not be many people who object to Nightline in the future. Of course, if it falls into long-term losses, as the host, Ted Huppert will inevitably bear considerable pressure, but this is already the best solution. As for reform, this is also inevitable. Deanery's Entertainment has taken over the metropolitan ABC group. If this old media giant wants to revive, many things need to change. Chapter 867 Tragic. The TV version of the fourth Victoria's Secret fashion show was broadcast on November 16th, and of course it was still broadcast on ABC. Due to the extremely high popularity of the topic at the national level, although it is already the fourth edition, the popularity of the Victoria's Secret fashion show has not diminished at all, but has become more and more popular. The biggest difference this year is that Simon himself no longer provides the background music. However, due to the success of several consecutive times, just like the Super Bowl halftime show performance has become more and more popular among singers after Michael Jackson, many musicians will also provide music for the Victoria's Secret fashion show as an excellent publicity opportunity. Therefore, the background music used in the 6 themes this year are all the first songs specially customized for the Victoria's Secret fashion show by famous singers and groups such as Backstreet Boys and Guns N' Roses. Top singers and supermodels. A powerful combination. Therefore, on the evening of the broadcast, the average audience of the fashion show finally reached 38.3 million, and the highest audience exceeded 46.1 million. Both data exceeded the third edition last year. Because last year's ratings rose against the trend compared to the previous 2 shows, many advertisers are also very optimistic about the fourth show. This year's Victoria's Secret fashion show has set a new high in the price of interstitial advertising, reaching an average of 1.65 million per 30 seconds. The production budget of the fourth Victoria's Secret fashion show is the same as last year, both at $30 million US, and the publicity and promotion costs are also maintained at $20 million. Last year's advertising revenue of $51 million US is basically equivalent to just offsetting the production and publicity budgets. This time, with the same budget investment, the advertising revenue of $56 million US is considered to have achieved a profit of $6 million US. The bulk of the revenue is of course the subsequent video sales. Last year, because Simon personally provided several songs, the sales of the third Victoria's Secret fashion show videotapes were about 16 million boxes in 1 year. If nothing unexpected happens, the fourth show will basically maintain the corresponding sales. After all, many fans of the Victoria's Secret fashion show have already made collecting the show videotapes a habit. Occasionally seeing these data, Simon himself can't help but have the idea that the internet era should not come. After all, the open internet will inevitably make it easier for the public to obtain the Victoria's Secret fashion show video for free. In fact, there are already pirated resources on the internet, but they have not yet formed a scale that threatens the legitimate ones. Simon also understands why Warren Buffett publicly misses the era when there were only 3 public television networks in the United States. Although the market share of public television networks in the television field has dropped to 60% at this stage, it is still relatively strong, which is why the ratings of the Victoria's Secret fashion show are comparable to those of the Oscars. Imagine 20 years later, because public television networks have declined, information explosion has also allowed the public to obtain video resources of the Victoria's Secret fashion show through multiple channels. At the peak of the popularity of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, the ratings were only about 10 million. If Simon came from the era when public television networks monopolized the market, he might have become an old stubborn who was complacent. Just like now, looking at the amazing sales of Victoria's Secret fashion show videos, thinking about the bleak home entertainment market in a dozen or 20 years, Simon also wishes that time would stop. Of course, time cannot stop. Therefore, we can only move forward. Follow the times. The fourth Victoria's Secret fashion show was broadcast on November 16th, and the next day, November 17th, the Thanksgiving season at the end of the year in North America officially opened. Thanksgiving Day this year is November 23rd. From November 17th to November 23rd, it happens to be a complete box office week. Prior to this, The Conjuring 2, which opened during the Halloween season in the North American film market, had been released for 3 weeks. Without encountering strong competitors during the same period, after the first week of The Conjuring 2, which earned $46.13 million, the box office decline in the second week was quite good, maintaining at 31%, and then earning another $31.83 million. From November 10th to November 16th, the third week of release, the decline of The Conjuring 2 widened to 47%, earning $16.77 million. In 3 weeks, this film in the Conjuring movie universe, which was invested only $25 million, has accumulated a box office of $94.77 million. It is about to break $100 million. Even if it cannot escape the impact of a number of new films in the Thanksgiving season, it is still not a problem to recover another $30 million in box office. The final domestic box office of The Conjuring 2 is expected to be equivalent to the total domestic box office of $129 million of the first, The Conjuring, as expected after the first week data was released, about $130 million. During the Thanksgiving season that began on November 17th, 3 major new films were released in the North American film market, namely the 3D animated film Beauty and the Beast produced by Pixar and released by Daenerys Pictures, Cutthroat Island released by Paramount Pictures, and White House Romance produced by Sony Pictures. As the fourth 3D animated film produced by Pixar, Beauty and the Beast cost $70 million to produce, which is $10 million higher than the $60 million budget of The Lion King, but only lower than the $80 million of Toy Story 2. The project's publicity and distribution expenses were $30 million, and the number of screens opened was 2,651. Similar to The Lion King, Beauty and the Beast is also a 3D animated film that imitates the style of Disney musicals. Through the early internal previews, Daenerys Entertainment was full of confidence in this project, so it opened a preview to critics in advance. On the opening day of Friday, the media word of mouth was directly lifted. According to preliminary statistics, the film's comprehensive media score reached 9.3 points. It is an absolute classic, not inferior to the 2D animated version that was once nominated for the Oscar for Best Picture. The authoritative Hollywood magazine Variety praised Beauty and the Beast for perfectly interpreting a dreamlike love fairy tale with an unparalleled 3D animation technology. This has also become the tone of evaluation for most other media, and is actually the core of Pixar's creation, taking both technology and story into consideration. In the past, 3D animation technology just attracted strong attention this year with Toy Story. This time, Simon bought Pixar Studios 7 years in advance and invested money without any effort. Now Pixar's technical level has at least reached the level of 2000 in the original time and space. In order to ensure the smoothness of the movements of real characters to the greatest extent, this Beauty and the Beast also introduced motion capture technology very advanced, and many clips of the animated characters were performed by real people. Finally, the 3D version of Beauty and the Beast has amazing visual effects. The plot of the film is also basically based on the story version of the first animated film that Simon remembered that won the Oscar for Best Picture. Combining multiple classics are born. In recent years, although Pixar has risen ahead of time and has also led other Hollywood studios to pay attention to animated films, under the quiet promotion of Deanery's Entertainment, the Oscars have never set up the Best Animated Feature Film Award, which also allowed The Lion King 2 years ago to be nominated for the Oscar for Best Picture for the first time based on the theme of an animated film. This year's Oscars still do not have a Best Animated Feature Film project. With the popularity of Beauty and the Beast, the film is very likely to become the second animated film nominated for the Oscar for Best Picture after The Lion King. Of course, the Best Picture Golden Man is no longer expected. After all, Braveheart and Apollo 13 have been set before. Paramount and Carlock Pictures jointly produced Cutthroat Island, which was discovered by Paramount. The production cost was $100 million, and Paramount also invested $30 million in the publicity and distribution budget for this project. This has already shown some abnormalities. According to the agreement signed by Carlock and Paramount, the film opened on 2,505 screens. Unlike Beauty and the Beast, which had a preview with critics and received word of mouth on the day of its release, Paramount kept Cutthroat Island tightly under wraps until the day of its release. There are no secrets in the Hollywood circle. Therefore, many people have received the news in advance. Martin Campbell has messed up this time. The main creators of Cutthroat Island were Rennie Harlin and Gina Davis. The failure of the project was tragic, which directly caused Rennie Harlin, who was promoted to first-line director with Die Hard, to fall to the bottom of his career. The huge losses of the project were also included in the Guinness Book of Records. This time, influenced by Simon's Big Butterfly, the director of Cutthroat Island was replaced by Martin Campbell. This Hollywood director had just directed 2 hit films, Wonder Woman and Speed, and was in high spirits. Although he had contractual restrictions with Deanery's Entertainment, the interval before the launch of Wonder Woman 2 did not prevent him from taking on a big job with a generous salary. Moreover, compared with the hands tied of the DC Movie Universe project under Simon's personal control, because of the increase in celebrity status, both the main investors Carlock Pictures and Paramount gave Martin Campbell the greatest authority in the signing of the contract and the pre-project preparation process of Cutthroat Island, not only letting Campbell serve as the director, but also the first producer with great power. Simon got the news in advance that Martin Campbell was actually ambitious in order to get rid of certain labels and planned to create an epic pirate-themed blockbuster. The ambition is too big, and it is inevitable to strive for perfection and be comprehensive. Then, the filming process inevitably exceeded the deadline and overspent. It happened that Warner Bros. Waterworld had just happened not long ago, and neither Carlock nor Paramount wanted to repeat the same mistake. Therefore, 1.5 months after the project started, it was found that Martin Campbell had the signs of going the old way of Kevin Costner. Paramount and Carlock, who had originally delegated power wantonly, became impatient and kept urging Campbell to speed up the shooting progress. They also began to violate the original agreement and strengthen the control and interference of the project. The result was a disaster. Although the production cost of Cutthroat Island was successfully controlled at $100 million, the final film was difficult to coordinate and cooperate in the post-production because Martin Campbell almost broke up with the producer in the end, and the quality of the film can be imagined. On the opening day, even if it was tightly covered in advance, it still did not prevent the reputation of Cutthroat Island from collapsing directly. Many film critics gave negative feedback on the internet platform at the first time, such as the main storyline is fragmented, The character creation lacks focus, and the plot rhythm is inexplicable. Some people even mistakenly believe that this was an internet platform controlled by the Westeros system, deliberately suppressing competitors. However, the quality of the film itself is like this. According to preliminary statistics, the comprehensive media score of Cutthroat Island is only a pitiful 2 points. After Simon roughly browsed the copy of Cutthroat Island at Malibu Cinema on Friday, he felt that this movie was far inferior to the Rennie Harlin version in his memory. Many fans of the previous Rennie Harlin version of Cutthroat Island later rebutted the verdict, believing that the quality was not that bad. Many details in the film were also imitated by the later Pirates of the Caribbean series. The current Martin Campbell-directed Cutthroat Island will probably not be rebutted by anyone. The last film of the same period, White House Romance, is also quite typical. This is a political love comedy produced by Sony Pictures, created by 3 Hollywood movie stars Rob Reiner, Aaron Sorkin and Michael Douglas. It is obviously a CAA package. The film tells the story of U.S. President Andrew, played by Michael Douglas, who temporarily hired an environmental volunteer lady as his female companion for diplomatic occasions. Obviously, the president is a single bachelor, and then the president is attracted to the lady, and the prince and princess finally live happily together. A perfect American political fairy tale and love fairy tale. Because the 3 main creators are all CAA's trump cards, and veteran movie stars such as Annette Bening and Martin Sheen have guest starred, the production budget of White House Romance, although it is just a love movie without any expensive action special effects scenes, still reached $62 million. Obviously, only Sony, which has repeatedly failed in Hollywood, is willing to be the scapegoat. Simon had also seen the script at the beginning. Even if Deaneries Entertainment has the strength to completely not accept CAA's packaging and is willing to take over, the budget cost can be controlled within $50 million, he still rejected the project at the first time. It's too expensive. Moreover, Rob Reiner also began to appear to be suspected of living off his old capital. Simon does not have the habit of indulging Hollywood veterans to live off their old capital. After investing a huge amount of $62 million, Sony probably came to its senses and not only gave a publicity and distribution budget of $20 million, but also the number of screens for the opening of the film was only 1,677. Therefore, between The Best Beauty and the Beast and the worst Cutthroat Island, the White House has a very weak presence. Even though the film's media reputation is actually quite good, with a comprehensive media score of 7.1 points, it is unlikely to earn much box office without popularity. The box office data that came out later also proved this tendency. Early on Saturday morning, the Friday box office, which many people closely watched, was released, and it immediately triggered public opinion. However, this time the key focus of everyone's attention was the tragic failure of Cutthroat Island, and as for the success of Beauty and the Beast, it was taken for granted. As for the White House, it turns out that Michael Douglas has a new film. Then the attention shifted again. On the first day of the Thanksgiving season in 1995, Beauty and the Beast under Deaneries Entertainment won the single-day box office championship without suspense, earning $15.91 million on the first day of the film. The box office is expected to be around $45 million on the first weekend, and the box office is expected to reach $70 million in the first week. It was completely expected. Deaneries Entertainment also began to promote Beauty and the Beast for the Oscar nomination for Best Picture on Saturday. Later, White House Romance, directed by Rob Reiner, written by Aaron Sorkin and starring Michael Douglas, grossed $2.97 million on the first day, far behind Beauty and the Beast. It is expected to earn about $10 million in the first 3 days of the weekend and about $13 million in the first 7 days. Romance films are more likely to last for a long time. If the follow-up is stable enough, such a start is not an absolute failure. It is very likely to make $50 million in the local market. Including overseas and follow-up, Sony will at least not lose too much. Finally, there is Cutthroat Island. The first day box office was $970,000. That's right, not $9.7 million, but $970,000. In the already very mature American film market, the audience obviously has no habit of tolerating bad movies, even if they cost $100 million. So, after burning $100 million, Cutthroat Island only had a pitiful $970,000 in the first day box office. The film earned $970,000 in the first 3 days of its opening. It is expected that the box office for the first 3 days of the weekend will be around $3 million, and the first 7 days of the week may reach $5 million. Compared with the opening scale of 2,505 screens, the first week of $5 million, the average theater is less than $2,000, which is the level at which many films have begun to reduce the scale of screenings and prepare for the end of the schedule. In fact, after the first day box office was released, many theaters have already started to contact whether they can remove the canvas in advance. After all, it is a popular Thanksgiving period, and no one wants to waste resources on a movie that only has an average of $2,500 in the opening theater. Considering the tendency of theaters to withdraw the film, this Cutthroat Island may not even be able to cross the $10 million total box office threshold of the Rennie Harlin version. It is a huge investment of $100 million and cannot even recover the $10 million box office. Such data can only be described as tragic. Chapter 868 No Miracle. After the Thanksgiving holiday, the first week of the week from November 17th to November 23rd, Beauty and the Beast, which was far ahead of the rest, finally earned $68.73 million in the first 7 days of its opening, easily winning the weekly box office championship. This result ranks third among Pixar's 4 animated films, lower than the $87.31 million of Toy Story 2 and the $70.31 million of The Lion King in its first week, but only higher than the $46.73 million of Toy Story in 1991 in the same period. Of course, even if it ranks third, Beauty and the Beast's first week of $68.73 million box office is still far beyond the reach of many Hollywood movies. The second place on the list, White House Romance, earned $13.49 million in the first 7 days of its opening week. Even if it can get out of a slightly better curve, the domestic box office of the film is probably only about $50 million. The huge production budget of $62 million can only be said to be another expensive tuition fee paid by Sony. The Conjuring 2, also under Deaneries Entertainment, occupies the third place on the list. In the fourth week of its release, even though the subject matter was not conflicting, The Conjuring 2 was still impacted by Beauty and the Beast, with a single-week box office drop of 38%, and continued to earn $10.39 million. The film's domestic cumulative box office successfully entered the threshold of the 100 million box office club, reaching $105.12 million. The fourth place is an old film release on October 20th, called Get Shorty, which is a black comedy adapted from a novel, produced by MGM, directed by Barry Sonnenfeld, starring John Travolta and Renee Russo, and produced at a cost of $30 million. With an excellent media rating of 8.7 points, Get Shorty only opened with $16.78 million in its first week, but it successfully walked out of a very beautiful long line. In the fifth week of its release from November 17th to November 23rd, Get Shorty fell 36% in a single week, earning $6.09 million, and the cumulative box office was $59.61 million. Simon actually knew about this project and personally selected Renee Russo, the stunning heroine in the original version. However, after the film was completed, MGM was not very confident about the commercial prospects of the project, so it was released in the unpopular time slot at the end of October. Simon did not interfere with these things. The main reason was that such an unpopular time slot in October was actually suitable for non-mainstream genre films that rely on word of mouth to survive. The success of the project was also expected by Simon. Moreover, Simon was more concerned about the director of Get Shorty, Barry Sonnenfeld. This was the director of the Men in Black series in the original time and space. It just so happened that the copyright of Men in Black had long been acquired by Deaneries Entertainment. Simon had no plans to launch the Men in Black series in the short term. After all, until 1997, Deaneries Entertainment's film list was basically full. Cutthroat Island, which cost $100 million to make, finally got the fifth place in the weekly box office list. The box office was terrible at the beginning, and no miracles happened afterwards. In the first 7 days of the first week, the cumulative box office of Cutthroat Island was finally $4.96 million, and it did not even break the threshold of $5 million. Calculated, the opening scale of 2,505 screens, the average theater in the first week was only $1,980. Hollywood studios and North American theaters usually sign a 2-week guaranteed screening contract, and some will also be 4 weeks, and then adjust according to the specific box office situation. Now, the average theater of Cutthroat Island in the first week is less than $2,000, which has already reached the threshold of the lower tier. You know, Beauty and the Beast, which topped the weekly box office list, has an average theater of $25,600, which is more than 10 times that of Cutthroat Island. The attendance rate is low, but the operating costs of the theater will not be reduced. Even if it only needs to continue to be screened for 1 week, it will face losses. Many theaters either negotiated with Paramount to reach a compromise agreement, or simply tore up the contract and paid liquidated damages. Anyway, they insisted on removing most of the canvases of Cutthroat Island. When a new box office week began, the number of screens showing Cutthroat Island had plummeted from 2,505 to 1,196. On November 24th, the Thanksgiving season entered its second week, and the number of films opening in North American theaters increased to 7. Among them, 4 were commercial films with an opening scale of more than 1,000 yuan, namely Casino, a new film produced by Warner Brothers and created by Martin Scorsese and Robert De Niro, the family comedy Good Things Come in Pairs produced by MGM, the Johnny Depp thriller Gattaca produced by Paramount, and Silver Linings starring black action star Wesley Snipes produced by Sony Pictures. 3 new films were screened on a small scale, 2 of which were from Gay-Omen Films, namely 72 Hours directed by Sean Penn and another French drama Love Under the Stars, and the last one was the drama Quarterly starring Al Pacino produced by Paramount's Orion Films. Among the 7 new films, only Martin Scorsese's Casino is a blockbuster, with a production cost of $52 million. The initial negotiation partner for the project was Deaneries Entertainment, and Simon pushed it to Warner Brothers Pictures. This is not because Simon is not optimistic about the project, although the box office of the film is indeed unsatisfactory in his memory. However, Simon did this mainly because Deaneries' film list is full and lacks a suitable schedule. Martin Scorsese's projects have gradually become less favored by Hollywood in recent years, but this is a director that Simon admires and appreciates very much. Simon insists that Hollywood should not only have commercial films such as superhero movies or animated films for the sake of profit. The lack of film types will ultimately damage the interests of Hollywood. The current Deaneries Entertainment is basically equal to half of Hollywood, so it is also damaging the interests of Deaneries Entertainment. If Warner Brothers Pictures did not take over the project at the beginning, Simon also planned to let Deaneries Entertainment take over personally, but the schedule would inevitably be delayed. MGM's Good Things Come in Pairs still follows Simon's development strategy of focusing on a few blockbuster films and focusing on low and medium-cost genre films. The film cost only $10 million to produce, starring the Olsen twins, the twin sisters of Elizabeth Olsen, who once played the role of Marvel's Scarlet Witch. The film opened on 1,545 screens. Gattaca starring Johnny Depp and Silver Linings starring Wesley Snipes are also low and medium-scale films with a cost of less than $30 million. Simon has no impression of the last 3 award-winning films, and the quality of the films he saw in advance was also unsatisfactory, basically cannon fodder. With the release of the tragic first-week box office data of Cutthroat Island and the failure of Showgirls with a production cost of $50 million in this summer, the main investor of the 2 projects, Carlock Pictures, which has been in Hollywood for many years, has come to an end. Simon has been thinking about this matter in recent days. In the 1990s, due to the continuous opening of overseas film markets and the rapid recovery of the global economy, the overall upward trend of the Hollywood film industry has not slowed down because of the continuous setbacks of a film company. If some measures are not taken, more capital will definitely enter the market to disrupt the situation. This is actually another manifestation of the desire for sex when one is well-fed and well-clothed. With money, people always hope to gain some more fame. Hollywood, the world of fame and fortune, is undoubtedly the best shortcut to fame. Even if you don't go on stage in person, with a large amount of money in hand, investing in some projects, and hanging the title of executive producer, you can successfully enter this glamorous circle, be flattered and favored by big stars who can only be seen on movie and television screens, and indirectly enhance the global visibility of the investors behind the scenes enterprise, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Therefore, the influx of foreign capital into Hollywood is inevitable. If you can't stop it, you can only dredge it. take the initiative to open up some places for foreign capital. Or, even if you want to play alone and try to be something, you must be within the control of the Westeros system. If possible, it is better to dredge it into other industries. For example, the field of new technology. Therefore, in the week before and after Thanksgiving, Simon has been frequently discussing and negotiating with the core members of the Westeros system on coping strategies. When Thanksgiving is over, many ideas have basically taken shape. The 3 labels of Deanery's entertainment headquarters will still not be open to the outside world. This is the first thing to be determined. The former Hollywood studios were very dependent on external funds. The main reason was that the restrictive policies of the media industry curbed the diversified expansion of Hollywood giants. The lack of income channels made it impossible for the big studios to form their own sustainable cash flow. Therefore, they could only continue to raise funds and borrow money. If the project made money, most of the funds had to be returned to the investors. If the project lost money, it often formed a long-term debt of the studio. MGM, which was almost unable to recover in the 1980s, declined in this vicious cycle of continuous failure. Deanery's entertainment has grown from small to large, and with a series of projects under it that are very profitable, it can be said that it is the only large studio in Hollywood that has successfully completed self-sufficiency in funds. Even Warner Brothers Pictures, which is backed by Time Warner, cannot do this. In Simon's memory, only Disney has truly achieved this. Forming a sustainable self-owned cash flow, no longer relying on external funds, and taking responsibility for profits and losses. If it is a simple large studio, the risk is still very high, and it may not last for many years before returning to the status quo. While Deanery's entertainment has achieved self-sufficiency in funds, it has also encountered a good opportunity for the United States to continue to open up its media industry policies. Through continuous mergers, it has successfully achieved corporate diversification, so its risk resistance has increased significantly. Now Deanery's entertainment, unless there is a particularly huge change, will basically not return to the state of relying on external funds for operation. This is certainly not to say that external funds are not needed. It's just that without this money, Deanery's entertainment can still live very well and for a long time. There is no need to give up most of the income. Diversification can also more finely maximize the benefits of various income channels, thus forming the most benign sustainable cycle. After finally achieving this state, Simon certainly will not reverse the situation and reopen this door to divert Hollywood's foreign capital. In this case, although MGM, which has no direct equity relationship with Deanery's entertainment but is also controlled by the Westeros system because of the Australian capital behind the scenes, has become a good platform. In addition, Time Warner and 20th Century Fox, which have close ties with Deanery's entertainment, can also undertake this task. As for the other companies, Simon's current strategy is to suppress them mercilessly, with the ultimate goal of making Disney and Paramount completely second-tier film companies. This is why none of these studios were involved in the previous batch of foreign cooperation projects. After completing the IPO, Deanery's entertainment has been connected with a large number of American investors, and Simon now has fewer concerns. The method of guiding external funds is very simple in the final analysis. It is still to take out some projects for these external capital to invest. In order to avoid the failure of the project causing the studio to bear additional debts, this time it will not be debt financing, but direct investment with shared profits and losses. Simon certainly will not treat anyone as a fool. Therefore, the selected projects will definitely be quite attractive. 2 films were quickly finalized in the past few days. The first is the new film that Robert Zemeckis is preparing, called Contact. The success of Forrest Gump is still vivid, so Contact is definitely attractive enough. Simon knew that the film was not as successful as he had imagined. It cost $90 million, and the global box office was only $170 million. Not to mention the subsequent channel income, the producer still lost money at the box office. Therefore, Simon handed the project to MGM. By introducing external investment, MGM only earned a distribution fee this time, which can also avoid risks to the greatest extent. After all, MGM is still burdened with a large debt that has not been repaid. The other one is Alien 2. The first Alien was a great success because of Natasha Henstridge's stunning appearance, and the sequel was a matter of course. However, Henstridge was not very willing to participate again. After all, she was Simon's woman, and everyone could not force her, so the project was shelved. During this period, Shirley Lansing, the head of MGM, personally mentioned to Simon that he hoped Simon would persuade a certain girl to show up in Alien 2 again, even if she didn't take off her clothes. MGM could give this a catching task to other actresses, and Simon agreed. However, the cost of making a sequel will definitely increase significantly, and Natasha Henstridge is only a cameo, so the risk is naturally increased. Therefore, Simon asked MGM to only bear half of the investment at most, and the remaining half will be obtained from outside. In addition to these two attractive projects, there will definitely be others. Simon's plan is to package at least 5 films and introduce external investment together, just as another external cooperation plan. In order to show his importance, if necessary, Deaneries Entertainment will also invest a sum of money, and Warner and Fox can also participate. On the other hand, for those hot money that is not too determined to invest in Hollywood, Simon hopes to introduce it to Silicon Valley. Therefore, some popular projects incubated by the Westeros system, such as eBay, iPuts, etc., will start a round of financing, and of course there will be no lack of IPO operations. In order to allow investors to gain the same reputation as investing in Hollywood from investing in these projects, the Westeros system will also use its own media resources to build momentum for them. For example, a certain Latin American business tycoon unconditionally spent $100 million just to seek a small number of shares because he was optimistic about eBay. As long as this joke spreads, all parties will benefit. These are very detailed operations, but Simon doesn't mind watching them personally. The entire Westeros system is now a very large business empire. Simon cannot take care of everything, and it is inevitable that he must control the general direction. However, if he only focuses on the general direction, he will inevitably ignore the hidden dangers of various details, and eventually the dam of 1,000 miles will be destroyed by an anthole. Therefore, many times, Simon has to become a micromanager and personally intervene in some details. To some extent, this is actually more important than controlling the general direction. Governing a big country is like cooking a small fish. There are too many cases in my mind. After sorting and summarizing them over the years, I found that this ancient saying is absolutely the most classic truth. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 869 Computer Company. San Francisco, Palo Alto. Chen Qing, Lin Su, Emmanuel Brandt, the female chairman of Scober, and Charlotte Brunetta, who had met Simon in Ukraine some time ago, entered Simon's mansion in the Woodside Mountains in the afternoon. It was November 25th. Saturday. At the end of November, many areas in the northern hemisphere were already in winter, but San Francisco, which is also located in the Mediterranean climate zone, was still warm as spring. The temperature of more than 20 degrees, according to a certain theory, was exactly the golden ratio temperature that was most suitable for the human body. Simon was not in the villa. The 4 women, led by a maid, walked through the villa and entered the backyard of the mansion. Everyone first heard the gentle sound of the piano, bypassed a fence with holly, and came to the southern corner of the lawn. The east side was adjacent to the mansion's swimming pool, the north side was a fence, and the west and south sides were shaded by tall trees. The afternoon sun shone through the gaps in the green leaves, adding a special dreamy atmosphere to this small world. What's even more dreamy is that there is an oval bed with exaggerated size, a wooden rattan-style base in a pure white bed, like an oval bowl, which fits in well with the surrounding environment. A man is lying in the middle, hugging left and right, and 5 young girls are lying, leaning or sitting on both sides, but it still doesn't seem crowded. On one side of the bed is a low table filled with fruits and drinks, and the other 3 girls are sitting on the lawn with their legs bent, waiting to be called at any time. On the other side of the bed is a black piano, and girl A is playing the piano. In front of the bed, a girl in a pure white training suit is dancing in the swaying golden light, ballet, improvisation, but the girl's dancing skills are obviously very deep, like a real swan, roaming, spreading wings, combing feathers, curling neck with a soothing and slow piano sound, leisurely, lonely but elegant. The 4 girls who had just arrived were quickly recognized. Whether lying on the bed or beside the low table, they all seemed to be Victoria's Secret supermodels, or at least models. For example, The blonde girl beside the low table was obviously this year's new Victoria's Secret spokesperson Eva Herzigova. Among Chen Qing's 4 girls, only Emmanuelle Brandt, who was 6 feet tall and had red hair, could compete with the girls around Simon. The waitress who led the 4 girls walked to the bed and said something to the man before turning away. Then the man stood up slightly and gestured to them to come over. The scene in front of them. The 4 girls looked at each other for a few seconds. Was this a sheep falling into the tiger's mouth, or a sheep falling into the tiger's mouth, or a sheep falling into the tiger's mouth? However, except for the obviously hesitant Lin Su, the other 3 women did not hesitate too much and walked over together quickly. Noticing Lin Su's hesitation, Chen Qing naturally took her arm and came to the side of the bed. At the man's signal, 2 seats were already made available next to him, but the 5 girls lying on the bed were unwilling to get off and leaned closer to each other. The girls were all dressed quite coolly, and the entanglement was a little more charming. Knowing who the 2 seats next to the man were prepared for, Chen Qing had no intention of giving in. She pulled a somewhat resistant Lin Su to the other side of the bed, pressed Lin Su on the bed first, took off her shoes and crawled to Simon's side. Because they came from the cold East Coast, although they changed their clothes after the plane landed, they were still a little thick. Leaning next to Simon, Chen Qing took off her coat again, leaving only a close-fitting wool sweater as a base. Simon took the opportunity to put his arm around Chen Qing's waist. Seeing that Lin Su was sitting at his feet and was unwilling to come over but also afraid to leave, he glanced at the 2 girls on the other side. The 2 girls understood and took the initiative to pull Lin Su over. They also helped take off the woman's coat and then put her into Simon's arms. Seeing Lin Su's angry look when the 2 girls pushed her to his chest and then tried to run away in panic, Simon smiled and continued to look at Yulia Shilshikina dancing not far away, while switching to Chinese and reciting, "Its shape is as graceful as a startled swan and as gentle as a swimming dragon. It is as glorious as an autumn chrysanthemum and as luxuriant as a spring pine. It is like a light cloud covering the moon and swaying like snow blown by the wind. Looking from afar, it is as bright as the sun rising in the morning glow. Looking closely, it is as bright as a lotus emerging from the green waves." After reciting this, Simon looked at Lin Su hiding next to him. "Do you know what this is?" With the addition of 2 people, it was obviously a bit crowded. Lin Su could only sit up reluctantly with her body bent. Simon was next to her and the 2 girls were behind her. She just turned her pretty face when she heard the words, and didn't seem to pay attention to a ridiculous guy. Moreover, for a guy's question, I roughly guessed it, but I was not too sure. Seeing that Lin Su didn't answer, Chen Qing on the other side continued, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be the goddess of Luo River, right? Simon, you are really amazing. You even know this." Simon nodded and said, "Seeing that you 2 don't know much, let's just treat it as your homework. This time when you return to China, recite the goddess of Luo River by the way. I will check it after you come back." Lin Su was slightly confused when he heard this. "What?" Chen Qing even thought Simon was joking, rubbed her body against the man, and said coquettishly, "I'm very busy, how can I have time to recite this? Lin is more free, she can recite it by herself." Simon enjoyed the girl's coquettishness and nodded, "Okay, then Lin will recite the goddess of the Luo River alone, and what about you?" "Let me think, the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, well, this may be a bit long, the art of war, can you recite this?" Chen Qing's eyebrows curved, and she said proudly, "Yes, I could recite it all when I was in junior high school." "Then let's change to another one." Simon thought for a while and said, "Among the 4 books and 5 classics of ancient China, the Great Learning has the least number of words, what about this one?" Chen Qing said, "I don't know how to recite this one." "Then recite it, the goddess of the Luo River plus the Great Learning." Chen Qing blinked and hesitated. "Simon, are you kidding? Don't come back if you can't recite it all." Simon said it lightly, but Chen Qing's face turned bitter, realizing that the man was really not joking. She really didn't know how long the Great Learning was, but it was one of the 4 books and 5 classics, so it shouldn't be too short. Even if her memory was very good, it would take a lot of time to memorize it all. So she put away her smile and said pitifully, "Simon, can I only memorize the goddess of the Luo River, just like Lin?" "Well, let me think about it." Chen Qing blinked again, looking expectant. However, before Chen Qing could react, Simon said, "Then add the doctrine of the mean to it. The goddess of the Luo River plus the Great Learning plus the doctrine of the mean. Don't come back if you can't finish memorizing it." Chen Qing was a little collapsed. Simon pinched the girl's face and said, "If I remember correctly, the Great Learning and the Doctrine of the Mean have a total of more than 5,000 words. Among the 4 books, it seems that Mencius has the most words, more than 30,000 words. Why not?" Chen Qing hugged the man's arm. "I'll memorize it." Simon was satisfied. Chen Qing still looked confused. After agreeing, she shook the man's arm gently. "Simon, why do you suddenly let Lin and I carry these?" Simon looked at the girl next to him and said, "When you find that a foreigner is so good at Chinese, and you are only focusing on learning English and French, and ignoring the most precious culture of your own country and nation, don't you feel ashamed?" Chen Qing was speechless. Who is the authentic Chinese here? Simon didn't say anything more. Anyway, in some memories, Simon felt a little ashamed when he saw others write words like mountains and rivers are different, but the wind and moon are the same in authentic Chinese characters on the donated materials, because as an authentic Chinese man, he thought for a long time and couldn't think of a response that could match it. The whole society is even more helpless. From 2-year-old children to college students in their 20s, they are spending a lot of time learning foreign languages that most people find difficult to use after entering society. As for the cultural roots of their own country, fewer and fewer people care. Girl A next to him happened to stop playing a piece. It was quiet for a while. Simon did not let Girl A continue. He recalled an episode from the movie Painted Skin. He tapped Chen Qing's waist with his fingertips and sang slowly in a very fluent Chinese male voice, "When I left, the willows were swaying. Now I come back, the rain and snow are falling. Those who know me say that I am worried, those who do not know me ask what I want. Those who know me say that I am worried, those who do not know me ask what I want." The voice was a little hoarse, floating in the light and shadow of the afternoon wind, inexplicably revealing a faint sense of alienation. Except for Chen Qing and Lin Su, all the girls at the scene did not understand the man's lyrics, but they were all immersed in this special song. On the lawn, Yulia Shilshikina perfectly followed the man's tune and continued to dance. Lin Su, who came from a scholarly family, found that Simon's lyrics were actually 2 poems from the Book of Songs, but they did not seem out of place. Instead, she could not help but immerse herself in them. There was a little more inquiry in her eyes when she looked at the man, and some resistance in her heart disappeared inexplicably. She wanted to lean over without any scruples like Chen Qing did, but she could not let go of her last bit of reserve. For some reason, Lin Su secretly made up her mind. She wanted to memorize the university and the doctrine of the mean that the man just mentioned. It was better than being worse than him. After Simon finished singing, he motioned to Girl A and Shilshikina to rest. He still leaned on the bed and enjoyed the mottled sunlight falling through the shadows of the trees. He noticed that Emmanuel Brandt and Charlotte Brunetta were still standing behind the bed, so he let the 2 girls do what they wanted. After giving these instructions, seeing that Chen Qing was curious about the other girls lying on the bed, he smiled and introduced them, pointing behind Lin Su and speaking in English, "This is Heidi Klum and Aniela Pasterva," and then pointed to Chen Qing, "This is Yulia Antonenko, Fernanda Lima, and Melania, what's her last name? I forgot, she's from Eastern Europe, you know. Eastern European last names are always a bit difficult to pronounce." After saying that, he did not forget to gesture to the low table next to him. "Over there are Eva Herzigova, Trisha Schiffer and Karen Mudd. In fact, if you pay a little attention, you will recognize them all." Chen Qing politely greeted the girls one by one. Lin Su suddenly became a little angry again, and ignored his introduction at all, and planned not to talk to him for the next few minutes. After Simon introduced them, he said to Chen Qing, "Guess, which one of them is not a model? There is a reward if you guess correctly. This is simply a 3-point question." Without thinking too much, Chen Qing immediately ruled out most of them, and finally focused on the 2 women behind her, Yulia and Melania. After a quick look, one was very beautiful but lacked some temperament, like a Cinderella who had just left her maid status, and the other was lying at the man's feet. Her temperament seemed to be aloof, but her eyes looking at the man were obviously flattering. Although the 2 women had good figures and looks to be on the catwalk, they were obviously far behind supermodels like Eva Herzigova. After a quick judgment, Chen Qing pointed to Melania in a smart way. "I felt that it couldn't be too simple." Simon smiled and shook his head. "Unfortunately, I guessed wrong." Chen Qing was not disappointed, and smiled and said, "That's Yulia." Simon nodded slightly, and changed the subject directly, saying, "The Book of Songs just now reminded me of something. When you go back this time, Help me pick some girls who can dance, just like when we were in Yangshuo Villa, to form a Chinese classical dance team. Let's call it Guifen, and then choreograph it specifically based on the book of songs and dance it for me." Chen Qing nodded and teased, "Boss, are you planning to no more early court sessions for the emperor in the future?" "Yes, no early court sessions," Simon said with a smile, and then said, "Most Western dances are suitable for personal participation and lack of viewing. I don't like ballet very much. Chinese classical dances are suitable for viewing, and they look good only when many girls dance together, with water sleeves and gauze, light singing and dancing, graceful steps, and dusty silk stockings." On the other side, Lin Su wanted to turn around and leave again. "Ridiculous guy," Chen Qing said seriously. "Boss, how many people do you need?" Simon said, 100, pick 100 girls. By the way, they all want a melon seed face like Lin Su. I like melon seed faces, but you don't have to. Chen Qing pretended to be angry. "Well, then boss, just let Lin help you choose." Simon just smiled and said, "I'll give you $10 million in funding, so remember to only pick the best, and don't let others do it for you. You go to choose in person, and there is no time limit. If you can't finish it this time, take your time next time. Isn't the new year coming soon in China? You will have more time when you go back for the new year." Chen Qing was just a little surprised. $10 million, boss, it's too much, and aren't you afraid that I will secretly put the money into my own pocket? That's a problem, then let Lin take care of the accounts. Chen Qing really wanted to pinch herself. Seeing the girl's regretful look, Simon smiled and said, "This is just the cost of selecting people. And it can't be just dancing girls. We also need to hire choreographers and composers to form a team. You should do your best. It's also a test for you." Chen Qing agreed, and she had already started to calculate which of the top art schools in the country were. She asked, "Boss, where will you put the people after you select them?" "Of course, take them to the United States. Otherwise, how will I see them?" Chen Qing curled her lips and said, "That's easy. However, boss, I need you to say hello about the visa. It would be even better if I can have a green card. In China, the trend of going abroad has not stopped. An American green card is enough for too many people to go there at all costs. Not to mention serving Simon Westeros." Simon also knew Chen Qing's thoughts and said, "These are not problems. Just go and discuss it with A." Lin Su listened to the conversation between the two and couldn't help but complain in her heart. "Bastard." Chen Qing discussed with the man for a while and finally talked about the real purpose of coming here. "Boss, have you seen my plan to set up a computer company in China? What do you think?" Simon shook his head and said, "Not very good." Chen Qing nodded and waited patiently for the man to continue. Chapter 870 Really Good Business. All the projects that Chen Qing was in charge of were on track. Chen Qing also made a fortune from the IPO of Migrat. Recently, she started looking for new investments and quickly selected China's rapidly growing PC market. She also carefully prepared a business plan and handed it to Simon. In 1995, which was about to pass, the manufacturers of computer core components such as processors and memory continued to significantly reduce their prices. There was also a memory price crash such as the Micron shock. In addition, the Microsoft Windows system was completely mature, and the governments of various countries around the world generally increased their support for the information industry. All these factors combined to promote a global PC sales explosion. In the past few years, the annual growth rate of global PC sales has been maintained at around 30%. In the past 1995, which was about to pass, the global PC shipments reached 79.5 million units in the first 10 months alone. It is estimated that the total global PC shipments in 1995 are expected to be between 95 million and 100 million units. Compared with the total global shipments of 54.05 million units in 1994, the annual growth rate exceeded 75%. The Chinese market on the other side of the ocean has a population base of 1 billion. Due to a series of heavyweight support policies launched by the Chinese government to promote the development of the information industry, by the end of October, China's PC shipments reached 2.7 million units, which is nearly 4 times the sales of 700,000 units in 1994. It is expected that China's PC shipments will reach 3.2 million units in 1995. An obvious industry outlet. Chen Qing has no ambitions for the PC market in North America and Europe, knowing that she can't get in. but in China, the girl feels that she can give it a try. Chen Qing, Lin Su, Emmanuel Brandt and Charlotte Brunetta are going to China together this time, mainly for other matters such as BBK, Scuba, Shuanghu, and taking Brunetta to conduct market research. They stopped in San Francisco halfway to pick up Emmanuel, and Chen Qing wanted to ask Simon what he thought of her business plan. After hearing Simon say that her plan was not very good, Chen Qing was not disappointed and waited patiently for the man to continue. Simon recalled the business plan and related materials that Chen Qing gave him, and said, "The direction was wrong at the beginning. The result of your research is that at least half of China's PC sales this year are purchased by government departments, schools and state-owned enterprises under the policy support to promote the development of informatization. So you want to use this part of the market as a breakthrough, but have you considered the threshold of this part of the business? I mean, the hidden threshold. Government procurement has always been the best business, but it has never been an easy business." Chen Qing nodded her head. "Boss, I know." Simon glanced at the smart black eyes of the woman in his arms. Thinking about her personality, it would not be too difficult to do such a thing. The girl had already selected a team in advance, which was basically the backbone of the marketing department poached from local Chinese companies. China's computer industry began to develop in the 1980s. These people have worked together and must be familiar with any twists and turns. Simon smiled and slapped the girl somewhere on her body, then said, "Okay, I believe you can do it, but if you just want to make quick money, it's okay to do so. If you want to really go long term, you must abandon the idea of taking shortcuts." Chen Qing blinked this time, slightly confused. Simon said, "I'll ask you a simple question. Name a few of the top 500 companies in the United States." Chen Qing blurted out without thinking, "General Motors, Ford, Walmart, ExxonMobil, AT&T, General Electric, IBM, Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae. Well, of course there are deaneries in Igrit. If it weren't for the confidentiality of financial data, Cersei Capital would definitely be one of them. Then, can you find a common point among them? Not all of them, but certainly most of them." Chen Qing thought for a moment, and began to rub against Simon and act coquettishly. "Boss, what is it?" Simon held down the mischievous girl and turned to Lin Su on the other side. "What about you? Chen Qing always says that you study very hard. Have you thought about it?" In fact, Lin Su, who had been listening to the conversation between the two silently, could only shake his head. The three of them had been talking in Chinese, and the other girls lying on the bed were even more confused, just pretending to listen carefully. The two girls didn't expect it, so Simon had to reveal the mystery and said, "Companies such as General Motors, ExxonMobil, AT&T, etc., have one thing in common, that they are all facing the general public with the largest consumer base, because almost everyone has some demand for their products, and even cannot do without their products, so these companies can become giants. Therefore, in my opinion, the business that can be faced to everyone is the best business." The same is true for PCs. In China today, personal computers may still be luxury goods, but with a consumer base of 1 billion people in China, the economic accumulation over the years, the potential consumer population is actually not small at all, and it will only be larger in the future. So, Chen, do you know where you were wrong? Chen Qing nodded, and couldn't help but say, "Boss, in fact, striving for government procurement is just an entry point. I will definitely not let go of the ordinary consumer market in the future." Simon shook his head and said, "According to the materials you provided me, there are 8 PC manufacturers in China with a market share of more than 5% at this stage, and there are more than 30 PC manufacturers worldwide that have begun to pay attention to exploring the Chinese market. You want to cover all aspects. Have you considered whether these manufacturers whose technology, funds, and connections are no worse than yours will agree? Chen, don't treat anyone as a fool. China's PC field seems to be a blue ocean market with huge potential. In fact, with the current level of competition under the market capacity, it is actually a very tragic red ocean market. In addition, this is also a very capital-intensive industry that burns a lot of money, just like AST and Lenovo, the top 2 companies in China's market share, because of the collapse of memory prices this year, which has led to inventory backlogs and other factors. The 2 companies are expected to lose $97 million and 190 million Hong Kong dollars respectively. So, how much money do you plan to burn? Or, you can 100% guarantee to me that you can do it well. If you dare to guarantee and do it, I will give you as much investment as you want. Chen Qing finally fell silent. Simon said, also, the second question in your proposal is that you want to imitate Dell's low-price direct sales strategy. This seems to be a good idea. With the market target you are aiming for, the proposal seems to be perfect. However, first of all, do you think the government will care about the price when purchasing? Chen Qing nodded or shook her head. The girl actually felt that she was not wrong. What she wanted to imitate was Dell's direct sales strategy. Low price was not a problem. However, this low price was the low price of manufacturing cost, not the low price when selling. It's just that these twists and turns are not suitable to be explained too much to her boss. Simon actually saw through the girl's mind, and he also didn't mean to go into it. He said, in short, I won't agree with your plan. If you want to do it, you can use the money you earn, or you can also attract investment yourself, and you will be responsible for your own profits and losses. The man said this. Chen Qing was a little anxious this time. She had never thought about getting rid of the man next to her, so she leaned towards Simon again and started to act coquettishly. Boss, I know I was wrong. According to your ideas, can I revise it again? Lin Su on the other side listened to Chen Qing's disgusting voice and had the idea of running away again. It was too disgusting. Simon also hit the girl again, but he said with relief, completely redo the plan. 2 suggestions. First, don't ask for a big scale. Start small. Invest a small amount of money first. Lock in the market of a province. Lock in the consumer group. It is best to only seriously develop one series, and copy Dell's low-price strategy according to the specific conditions of the Chinese market, so as to save costs and reduce risks to the greatest extent. Second, be a price butcher. This is absolutely critical. Push the price to the lowest within the consumer group of a province, so that all other brands, even the lowest-cost computer assembly manufacturers, have no profit margin, because you are small in scale, and at your cost line, other slightly larger competitors will definitely lose money and have to withdraw voluntarily, and then you win. After a province succeeds, this model can be quickly copied. How far you can eventually achieve, or whether you can't even survive, depends on your ability. Chen Qing imagined a scene described by the man. Her eyes lit up, but she quickly asked again, but, boss, how can we make money like this? Simon said, before the company grows up, don't think about making money, even if it keeps losing money. If the company grows to the top in the industry and you haven't figured out how to make money, then that's your problem. Chen Qing nodded in approval and suddenly felt that this guy was a big gold mine, so she continued to dig. Boss, can you tell me more? Simon thought for a moment and said, in fact, the key to the success of this plan is whether you can reduce the cost to the extreme. When Tinkerbell's ICOM was just launched a few years ago, due to insufficient production capacity, do you know how they did it? At Columbia University, Lin and I happened to study this case some time ago, hunger marketing. But, is this useful in lowering PC costs? Think about it again. Oh, is it? Time difference? The prices of PC components change very quickly. Maybe it will be another price in a month or a week. Simon nodded, that's right. If you can make good use of this time difference, such as adopting a pre-sale strategy on the grounds of insufficient production capacity, you can regain some cost advantages. Moreover, another advantage of the hunger marketing technique is that it can continue to attract consumers' attention and stimulate consumer demand. After all, you can't get the best. Of course, this is only one aspect. You will also face costs in various aspects such as manpower, marketing, and warehousing, all of which need to be done to the extreme. If you can't do these, rashly becoming a price butcher will only lead to your own bankruptcy. Chen Qing wrote down everything one by one, and discussed with Simon for a while, then gently stroked the man's chest with her small hand. Boss, if we start small, because the purchase volume is relatively small, we will not have any bargaining advantage. Can you help say hello to Intel or Microsoft? Simon couldn't help pinching Chen Qing's face again. Do you think my face is so worthless? No, I was wrong. Simon let go of his hand and said, I won't say hello for you. You should talk to the person in charge of their China region yourself. Chen Qing understood that her boss was acknowledging that she could use the power of others to bully others, so she quickly smiled and nodded. This was just a small matter, and Simon certainly didn't mind. He was never stingy when it came to supporting his subordinates. After all, there were very few people who truly started from scratch without any support, Just like in the early days of Microsoft, Bill Gates' first big business was also pulled from the blue giant by her mother as an IBM director. It was just a temporary visit to Simon, and the private plane was still waiting at the airport. The four women stayed at the mountain villa in Woodside for less than an hour before leaving. When the Gulfstream V took off from San Francisco International Airport, it was only a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday, November 25th. It was expected that after about 12 hours of flight, plus the time difference, it would arrive in China, which would be around 5 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. After a night's rest, it would just be the right time to start a new week of work. Until the Gulfstream V flew smoothly in the stratosphere, Emmanuel Brandt's mind was still on the erotic scene he saw at the mountain villa in Woodside. Taking a glass of red wine from the small bar in the cabin, Emmanuel came to the front cabin with a glass in her hand. Chen Qing and Charlotte Brinett were sitting opposite each other and talking. There was a laptop on the table in front of Chen Qing, which she was typing on from time to time. Sitting next to Chen Qing, Emmanuel said in a nonchalant tone, "What do you think the big boss is doing now?" Some of the topics women talk about in private are actually very dirty. However, Emmanuel brought up the topic with great interest, and Chen Qing and Brinett seemed to have no interest. The main reason was that they had been together more or less at close range, and both women knew that a certain man liked the eye-catching scene surrounded by vases. However, when it comes to matters between men and women, they are not indulgent at all, but very restrained. Some time ago, Charlotte Brinett was almost delivered to her door, but as a result, after staying in Ukraine for a few days, and even taking Simon's ride to leave Ukraine, the man never had anything to do with her. Chen Qing has a deep understanding of this. If the man was really eager, when the four women rushed to the Woodside Mountain Villa, they probably would not see the scene of men watching a solo ballet. Chen Qing's fingertips flew on the keyboard, and she skillfully modified the business plan for the computer company in English. She smiled and said to Emmanuel, "Emman, I advise you not to attract the attention of the boss. You can see that there are so many women around the boss that he can't even remember all their names. No matter how beautiful you are, perhaps, in the boss's impression, you are probably just, oh, the red-haired one." Emmanuel Brandt was exposed by Chen Qing's thoughts. She poked Chen Qing shyly and counterattacked, "Are you the black-haired one?" Chen Qing shrugged, "Yes, I am the black-haired one," and said to Lin Su, who was leaning on the sofa reading a book on the other side of the aisle, "There is another black-haired one over there." Lin Su turned a page of an MBA case material in her hand, and said without squinting her eyes, "Don't take me with you." Chen Qing smiled and thought of the scene when they were together with Simon. If she knew a certain word, she could definitely apply it to Lin Su accurately, someone who says he doesn't like something but acts honestly. She said no, but in fact, among the two, Lin Su was the one who had real feelings for a man, but it was obvious that this kind of feeling was doomed to have no result. Chapter 871 Theme Song. The Mountain Villa in Woodside. After Chen Qing and the others left, Simon sent away Yulia Antonenko, who looked restrained and inferior because she didn't fit in with a group of girls around her. He patted the edge of the king-sized bed and called the other three girls on the lawn, saying, "Come to the pool and take a nap with me." Eva Herzigova and the other two girls who didn't get a seat at first got up and threw themselves on the bed. Including Simon, the oval bed that looked like a big bowl was crowded with 8 people. After Yulia left, 6 of the remaining 7 girls were Victoria's Secret angels, so the last one seemed a little out of place. Fernanda Lima, Trisha Schiffer and Karen Mudd on Simon's right didn't understand why the man sent Antonenko away and kept the other one, but it didn't prevent them from tacitly squeezing the girl named Melania to the edge. Noticing that Simon did not show any partiality or favoritism, it was even easier to do so. Karen Mudd, who happened to be next to Melania, even deliberately showed a disdainful attitude, occasionally pushing back to warn the other party not to touch her. Even though it was inevitable to fight for various resources on weekdays, the 6 Victoria's Secret angels were lying on the bed at this time, and they would not allow outsiders to steal the limelight. On the other side, Eva Herzigova, who also pushed the least experienced Heidi Klum to the edge, hugged Aniela Pustareva, half-pressed her body on her, looked at the man, and said, "Simon, was that a Chinese song you just sang? It was really beautiful." Simon let Aniela Pustareva, who was facing him sideways, tease him by unbuttoning and buttoning the top button of his shirt, and nodded with a smile, "Yes." Fernanda Lima, who was leaning against Simon on the right, interrupted and said, "I think it's more like a poem." Although I don't understand what it means, it should be, At this point, she probably couldn't find the right adjective in her English inventory for a while, so she switched to her native language and said in Portuguese, a little sad. Simon just smiled. When Eva Herzigova saw that Fernanda had switched to her native language, she certainly didn't understand, but she was curious and asked, Simon, how many languages do you know? I haven't counted, and I can only speak a few of most of them. Eva Herzigova blinked. What about Czech? Herzigova and Pasterva are both from the Czech Republic. Simon shook his head. I really don't know this. Czech also developed from the old Cyrillic language, and a lot of small countries in Eastern Europe are basically the same. However, if the difference between Russian and Ukrainian is the difference between Mandarin and Yunjin dialect, the difference between Russian and Czech is the difference between Mandarin and Wenzhou dialect. Simon's mind carries a huge amount of memory information of more than a dozen people, but the Czech Republic is too small, so Czech is not popular. Seeing the man say he didn't know how to do it, Eva Herzigova said excitedly, Simon, how about I teach you? Simon agreed. Okay, let's start now. Eva Herzigova looked around, and suddenly thought of Daniela Pastiva who was pressing down on her. Her green eyes turned, and she slightly moved Pastiva's delicate body. How about starting with a human body nouns? Simon saw Eva pointing her fingertips at Daniela's nose, nodded, and then shook his head. Teacher Eva, I want to start learning from below the neck. No problem. Daniela was manipulated by Eva, and finally began to revolt, twisting her body with a smile. You're so annoying, I don't want to be your teaching model. Then you go to the back, I'll do it myself. Don't even think about it. It seems I can only use force. Well, Simon, save me. After such a playful moment, the man felt very happy. Eva, who had subdued Daniela and lay on her again, said, Simon, investment in the new technology field in Silicon Valley is becoming more and more popular. Can you introduce some projects to us? You know, it would be best if it were like the IG invested by Yasmin and others. Eva spoke, and the other girls became quiet, pricked up their ears and waited for the man's response. This was discussed in advance. Yesterday, I received an invitation to spend the weekend with Westeros. On the private plane from New York, several girls occasionally talked about the current Silicon Valley and Yasmin Gary, who has retired and can enjoy life. It is inevitable that they are moved. The 6 Victoria's Secret angels are now considered to have squeezed into the top of the pyramid of the modeling industry. However, under the scenery, many things are not as glamorous as outsiders imagine. Ordinary people only see that they seem to earn a lot of money by walking around the stage, but they don't know that every fashion season, the girls may have to work non-stop and only sleep 3 or 4 hours a day, and their income is far less than outsiders imagine. Now the investment of waist and leg beauties in Instagram is simply a legend in the circle. With only $200,000, they eventually received hundreds of times the return, with a total net worth of over $100 million. Even if they leave Simon Westeros in the future, they will have no worries about food and clothing in their lives. In comparison, although Eva Herzigova and others have made it big and earn much more than ordinary people, their expenses are also very high. If they don't plan carefully now, or find a rich husband to marry, once they are out of fashion, their situation is often very bleak, and there are many who end up on the streets. However, what disappointed the girls was that Simon shook his head directly. If it was 2 or 3 years ago, there would be many opportunities, and it would be no problem to take you with me. But now it's not possible. Think about a gold mine that has attracted thousands of burly men. You little girls who can't even swing a pickaxe a few times will only work in vain if you rush in. The current popularity of the new technology industry is roughly equivalent to that of 1998 in Simon's memory. A large amount of hot money has poured in, more professional institutions have entered the market, and slightly creative business plans have been snatched up by various venture capitals. The big goblins around them want to take hundreds of thousands of dollars to pick up leaks, but they may not even be able to make a splash. The girls were a little disappointed when the man said that, but they didn't show it on their faces. They didn't have high expectations in the first place. However, Eva Herzigova still asked, so, Simon, if we buy some technology stocks now, can we still make money? Yes. Eva Herzigova's beautiful green eyes flashed, and she asked tentatively, then, if we buy now, when is the best time to sell? Simon smiled and shook his head. I don't know about that. Considering that technology stocks are already full of bubbles and seem to be in a state of collapse at any time, Simon's statement that he can continue to buy at this time is definitely worth a lot of money if it is heard by someone with a keen eye. None of the girls lying on the bed are really brainless vases, so their reactions are also different. When Simon was enjoying a lunch break with girls on both sides, in the villa of the mountain mansion, Yulia Antonenko was sent away by Simon, and returned to the villa, feeling more and more uneasy. She was spotted by Simon some time ago. After the man left, she was able to leave Ukraine soon and was arranged by the man to live in London. She worked with another Yulia to manage Simon's property in London. Currently, she spends most of her time taking English lessons. Suddenly, she went from the plane to heaven and saw the prosperity of another world. Yulia didn't want to go back to her original life anyway. However, apart from a beautiful appearance, Yulia soon found that she had no ability to show off. The other Yulia was a professional dancer. She could manage a lot of properties in London in an orderly manner and teach those girls in London, but she couldn't even speak a few words of English. She dropped out of school and didn't have any skills. Therefore, she soon felt a crisis. Fortunately, her younger sister was also arranged to go to London. After all, she lived in a villa in the south of Britain for a year. Her younger sister was smarter and more shrewd than her and could help her get a lot of attention. Moreover, there was one thing that she didn't want to think about but couldn't help thinking about. Two sisters. Men are always more interested. However, this time the man did not go to London, but she was brought to San Francisco, from one strange city to another. Her sister wanted to go with her, but was not allowed. Seeing the girls around her who were as good-looking and temperament as her and each had their own abilities to rely on, her sense of crisis became stronger and stronger. If this goes on, the man may forget her in a blink of an eye. What should I do? Wandering around the villa absent-mindedly, she came to a living room on the first floor and saw girl A sitting at a long table near the French window, busy typing on a laptop. After hesitating for a moment, she walked in. Noticing the movement behind her, girl A turned her head to look at her, then retracted her gaze and casually said, "Please refill my coffee, thank you." This tone of ordering the waitress did not make Yulia feel resistant. Instead, she felt that she was useful. She obediently stepped forward, picked up the coffee pot and refilled the cup next to girl A, and then quietly retreated to the sofa next to her and sat down quietly. Girl A did not mean to talk to her either. She looked very cold and continued to be busy. After a moment, the sound of footsteps came. Yulia looked over first. It was another Yulia's daughter, named Nina. The little girl, who had just turned 4, had perfectly inherited her mother's excellent genes and was as delicate as a Barbie doll. When Yulia saw the girl, she couldn't help but think of her own daughter Vera. The child was able to live in London with her, but she was too young and didn't come this time. She was not lacking in confidence in her appearance, and she hoped that the child would be like Nina when she grew up. It would be best if she could also call him Dad. A little girl in a beautiful light blue princess dress walked into the living room, and when she saw Yulia, she greeted her politely, "Good afternoon, Aunt Antonenko." Yulia also showed a gentle smile, "Good afternoon, Nina." After greeting, the little girl rushed to girl A's side, not caring about Allison's cold temperament at all. After all, her own mother was often like this. Instead, she pulled the collar of girl A's oil suit in a familiar way. "Aunt Ellie, where's Dad?" Girl A was also more patient with the little girl. She temporarily stopped what she was doing and pointed in a direction outside the French window. "Dad is taking a nap outside." The little girl looked in the direction pointed by girl A because of the fence. She naturally couldn't see it, but she still said really like a little adult, "You are so lazy. The baby has woken up for his nap, but Dad is still sleeping." Girl A pointed at the little girl again, and finally said, "Go and wake up Dad." The little girl confirmed that her father was behind the fence, nodded, turned around and ran out again. Seeing that girl A encouraged the little girl to disturb Simon, Yulia widened her eyes slightly, but didn't say anything. Her eyes flickered. She felt that she shouldn't, but deep in her heart, she couldn't help but have some thoughts. If there was only one Yulia in London, it would probably be good. Yet, my sister can also help me. And I also have a lovely daughter, who'll definitely please men when she grows up. Thinking of this, as if worried about being discovered, Yulia couldn't help but lower her head slightly, feeling inexplicably guilty. After all, Shelshikina took good care of her during the time she just arrived in London. Thinking of Shelshikina, The other party appeared at the door of the living room in a blink of an eye. The girl had changed out of her close-fitting ballet training clothes and wore a dark blue suit like Girl A. After taking a look, Shelshikina politely asked, "Yulia, Miss A, have you seen Nina?" Yulia subconsciously looked at Girl A, not knowing whether to answer. Allison didn't mean to hide it, and gestured slightly in a certain direction. Shelshikina immediately understood and turned around and hurriedly chased after her. It was a pity that it was a little late. Arriving at a corner of the lawn of the mansion, the little girl had already climbed onto the large bed, pinching the nose of the man who was pretending to be asleep, and persisted in trying to wake up her lazy father. The other girls lying on the bed were all watching the excitement with surprise and astonishment, and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts, too bold, too favored. If this is all right, don't mind calling Dad. Shelshikina, who rushed over, was so scared that she almost fell down when she saw the scene in front of her. She didn't care about being polite and directly pulled her daughter up from the bed. When she saw the man's nose was slightly red, she opened her eyes. The daughter in her arms looked like she had succeeded and said in a coquettish voice, "Bad Dad," pretending to sleep. Shelshikina's voice trembled slightly. "Really, I'm sorry, sir, Simon waved his hand. "Hurry up and take the little annoying girl away, and don't let her get within 5 meters of me." Shelshikina turned around and left obediently, but the little girl was persistent. She leaned towards the man in her mother's arms and reminded him in a coquettish voice, "Dad, if you don't get up, the sun will set." Simon pretended to be angry and raised his voice, 10 meters. Shelshikina quickened her pace a little more, and she wanted to cover her face. However, she was a little touched in her heart. The innocent and straightforward daughter must be an angel, which made the man love her so much. After returning to the villa, she sternly warned her daughter not to disturb Simon again. Noticing that her mother was really angry, the little girl finally obeyed and ran to find Miss A again. Shelshikina had to chase her, worried that her daughter would disturb Miss A's work. In the living room, Miss A, who was sitting at the long table, had just received a single demo from New York. Seeing the girl come in, she didn't ask about the result of the matter just now. She directly hugged the little girl to the long table and said, "Auntie has a song here, Nina, do you want to listen to it? Did your father write it?" "Of course." The little girl moved closer to the laptop. "Well, I want to learn it and sing it to my father tonight." "That's a good idea," Miss A said, and pressed the play button of the single demo. This is the theme song that Simon chose for this reality show at the request of Shane Derrick, the head of American Idol some time ago. There are many suitable songs in mind. However, after careful consideration, it should be both inspirational and suitable for the contestants to sing together. Finally, an advertising song for Huawei mobile phones in my memory was selected, "Dream It Possible." Soon the song filled the living room. I run, I climb, I fly. Never give up. Get rid of the shackles, pluck the strings, the past time does not mean tomorrow. We hold on to the dream until it comes true. Look at the starry sky. Chapter 872 Public Opinion. The audition stage of the first season of American Idol was completed on November 16, with a total of 16 episodes, which is exactly half of the total number of episodes planned for the first season. All 32 finalists were confirmed and entered the winter break. The 16 episodes had an average audience of 31.7 million, and the average audience rating among the core audience group of 18 to 49 was 17.5%, all of which were far ahead of other TV programs in the same period. According to the schedule, the second half of the first season will return on February 6 next year. In order to ensure that the popularity of American Idol will not dissipate during the more than 2-month winter break, Deanery's TV department has formulated a very detailed winter break marketing plan. In addition to ABC's official continuous publicity, all 32 finalists regularly interacted with the audience on social platforms such as Facebook and Instagram in accordance with the requirements of the production team, and shared behind-the-scenes dynamics of receiving official singing training during the winter break. Simon personally provided the theme song "Dream It Possible" for this project, which is also a heavyweight in the marketing plan of American Idol during the winter break. Many times, propositional essays often do not produce very good works. Therefore, when American Idol producer Shane Derrick wanted Simon to create a theme song for the show, he was mainly planning to take advantage of his boss's fame. When the production team received the lyrics and music sent by Simon to New York, they were simply overwhelmed. A large part of the production team came from Deanery's Records and had been in this circle for a long time, so they could understand the quality of a song more deeply than ordinary people. Dream It Possible not only fully fits the theme of American Idol from the name to the lyrics, but the melody is also at the level of the top pop singer's record. Amazing. Or it can only be described as amazing. It's still very uncomfortable to hold a pearl in your arms and not be able to show it to others. After enduring for a while, the preliminary recorded single demo was sent to Simon in San Francisco. At the same time, American Idol producer Shane Derrick also announced the news personally on his Facebook page at 8 o'clock that night. The theme song composed by Simon Westeros for American Idol will be officially released on January 5, 1996. As Facebook officially promoted the news as a hot topic, within less than an hour after the news was announced at 8 o'clock on the East Coast, the number of likes on Shane Derrick's Facebook blog post exceeded 2.1 million, and hundreds of thousands of users also forwarded the news. Among the hundreds of thousands of comments and messages, most people expressed their expectations for Simon Westeros' latest work, and a small number of people were very excited, and they couldn't help but curse. It's not even December yet. Releasing a single on January 5th, okay, this is a normal promotion rhythm for other singers. But can't it be released in advance? Can't it? Exclamation mark. Because of this expectation, all Simon-related singles on the broadcast website under Tinkerbell increased significantly in sales within the next 24 hours. Then, someone simply set up a petition website to collect support from netizens and asked the American Idol production team to release the single created by Simon Westeros in advance. As for whether it was for the promotion of American Idol, who cares? Everyone just wants to hear Simon's new song. Also, with the help of Ygritte, the petition website quickly became a hot news, and countless netizens went to vote. In just 3 days, the number of supporters on the website exceeded 5 million. Even though most of them were just following the trend, the American Idol production team still had to take it seriously. The manipulation and utilization of public opinion can often achieve unexpected results, and it is also a force that absolutely needs to be taken seriously. After urgent consultations and greeting the big boss, the production team finally announced on November 30th that the release date of the American Idol theme song would be advanced to December 15th. This time there is no room for compromise. After all, the demo of the song has just been completed, and there is still a lot of work to be done, such as making MVs, so it is impossible to launch a half-finished product. In addition, Tinkerbell also announced that this theme song will be simultaneously launched on the broadcast platform, which once again boosted the sales of iPlayer players. In the North American film market, the second week of the Thanksgiving season from November 24th to November 30th also came to an end soon. Beauty and the Beast, the fourth 3D animated film produced by Deanery's, has retained the top spot on the weekly box office list without any suspense. Due to the weak performance of the new films last week, the box office of the film fell by only 23% in the second week, and continued to earn $52.91 million. The cumulative box office in 2 weeks easily exceeded $100 million, reaching $121.63 million. Martin Scorsese's new film Casino won the second place on the list. In the first 7 days of its opening, Casino earned $16.91 million at the box office. This result is the best among the new films last week, but the gap with the first-place Beauty and the Beast is too obvious. With a revenue of $16.91 million in the first week, combined with the word-of-mouth and box office trends, the final domestic box office of the film is likely to be between $40 million and $50 million. Warner Bros. Pictures provided $52 million in production costs for Casino. Now, the domestic box office is equivalent to the production cost. Even if the overseas performance will be better, it is fortunate to be able to recover the cost at the box office in the end. Even if there is no loss in general, considering the time cost, it is basically a waste of time. The third place is also a new film that opened on November 24th, Silver Linings, starring Black movie star Wesley Snipes. This action movie about a money transport robbery earned $13.18 million in the first week. The production cost of the film was only $30 million, and the harvest was not bad. The fourth place is White House Romance, another Sony Pictures production like Silver Linings. The box office fell by only 21% in the second week of opening, earning $10.66 million, which is in line with the box office trend generally predicted by the industry. In 2 weeks, The film has accumulated a box office of $24.15 million. However, considering the production cost of White House Romance of $62 million, Sony is not happy at all with such a box office figure. The fifth place is The Conjuring 2, a project of the Conjuring movie universe produced by Deanery's New World Pictures. In the fifth week of its release, The Conjuring 2 fell by 25%, earning $7.79 million, and the cumulative box office of the film reached $112.91 million. Even though it is far inferior to Beauty and the Beast, The Conjuring 2 is the most enviable project for Hollywood studios during this period. With a low to medium production cost of $25 million, a steady market trend, and box office revenues of over $100 million both domestically and overseas, it is simply a low-investment, high-output movie that any film company dreams of. In addition to the top 5, MGM's Good Things Come in Pairs is also worth mentioning. It grossed $7.43 million in its first week, ranking 6th on the list. This family comedy starring the Olsen twins cost only $10 million to produce, so the first week's box office revenue of $7.43 million fully met the expectations of the producer. Paramount and Carlock's Cutthroat Island was withdrawn from theaters on a large scale in the second week, and its already low box office revenue plummeted by 56% again. In the second week of its release, the box office revenue was only $2.17 million. In 2 weeks, this super blockbuster, which cost $100 million to produce, had a cumulative box office revenue of $7.13 million. With the expiration of the 2-week guaranteed screening contract, Cutthroat Island was basically withdrawn from theaters on December 1st, and the box office figures were therefore frozen. With the box office failure of the project, these days, there is a lot of saliva flying around this movie. Basically, Paramount, Carlock and a group of film creators are shirking responsibility with each other, and various revelations are emerging one after another, which is dizzying. Simon finally had to take action to suppress some public opinion trends. The main reason is that Martin Campbell is also the director of the Wonder Woman series in addition to Cutthroat Island, and Wonder Woman 2 has already started. Neither Deanery's nor Time Warner will allow the negative reputation of Cutthroat Island to affect Wonder Woman 2. The two giants are working hard, and the quarrel in the media quickly shifted the target. The result is basically determined. Martin Campbell went out for a while, and honestly returned to Deanery's to make Wonder Woman 2 with peace of mind. He did not dare to ask for anything outside the original contract. This is the result Simon hoped to see from the beginning. Paramount is in a mess. Even the Seagram Group, which took over Paramount, has not lost its confidence in the entertainment industry. After several parties tossed around, they probably felt that Hollywood is not so easy to play. Carlock Pictures went bankrupt and began to liquidate. The original Rennie Harlin and Gina Davis escaped because they did not participate in this project. However, the new version of the male and female protagonists, William Baldwin and Daryl Hannah, both suffered a heavy blow in their careers. William Baldwin is the most handsome of the Baldwin brothers and has great potential to develop in the direction of an action star. Unfortunately, after Cutthroat Island, it will probably be difficult for him to receive projects of the same size in the next few years. Daryl Hannah, who became famous in the early 1980s by starring in Blade Runner, has been trying to hit the front line in recent years. His resources are not bad. In addition to Blade Runner, he has also worked with big names such as Robert Redford, Tom Hanks, and Michael Douglas. Unfortunately, he has always been the kind of person who makes the audience very familiar but not very popular. Because Cutthroat Island is a movie with a female lead, this time it can be said to be a breakthrough for Daryl Hannah. Unfortunately, the carp failed to jump over the Dragon Gate, and the result was even bleaker than William Baldwin. In general, after last year's IPO, some of the patterns in Hollywood have been divided. Deanery's Entertainment will no longer retain its strength this year, and as a result, other Hollywood studios have not had a good year. Of the 7 major Hollywood studios, only Deanery's Entertainment and Time Warner Group are truly controlled by American capital. Of the remaining 5 companies, Sony controls Columbia and has gradually canceled this label. Although the boss of 20th Century Fox has immigrated to the United States, the core of its parent company News Corporation is still in Australia. Paramount was bought by Canada's Seagram Group, MGM was controlled by an Australian consortium headed by the Johnston family, and Disney, once a representative of American culture, was acquired by Francis Vivendi. In this case, Even if Deanery's Entertainment's excessive strength makes the other 5 want to rebound, it is doomed to be fruitless. Not to mention the increasingly deep political layout of the Westeros system and the federal authorities. Even without these, if overseas capital wants to attack local capital, in any country in the world, the result will basically be to help relatives and not help others. As for Time Warner, under Simon's continued operation, the relationship between the two companies has always been very close. Even after being acquired by General Electric, the two sides can get along well. It is impossible to compete with Deanery's Entertainment in business, and it is even more impossible to suppress it by other means. After a year of slump, Sony Pictures, Paramount and Disney, which were the focus of Deanery's Entertainment, had to quietly reduce the scale of production in 1996 at the end of this year. Although it was a last resort, it is obvious that doing so will only form a vicious circle. The market space voluntarily given up by these studios is fully capable of being eaten up by Deanery's Entertainment and its allies. Then, the living space of Sony and several other studios will become smaller and smaller, and when they finally wake up, they may have completely become second-tier studios in Hollywood. Malibu, Deanery's Studios. Simon's last work schedule on the afternoon of December 1st was to discuss the package financing plan with Shirley Lansing, the head of MGM. During this period, Shirley Lansing dug 2 executives in charge of financing from Carlock Pictures, which had filed for bankruptcy, to MGM, which was considered to be the initial inheritance of Carlock Pictures' former financing channels. Even though they had just fallen flat on their faces on the Cutthroat Island project, the 2 executives who switched to MGM gave a very positive response to their previous financiers after revealing MGM's financing plan to their previous financiers, even if they did not agree outright. After all, everyone knows that MGM is Deanery's Entertainment's younger brother, and it relies on the towering tree of the Westeros system behind it. Moreover, considering that the projects that Deanery's Entertainment has taken out in the past few years have basically brought great benefits to other Hollywood studios, even if MGM takes the lead this time, as long as Simon Westeros is the leader behind the scenes, it has considerable investment potential. Simon also discovered this problem. The rise of many second and third-tier film companies, in addition to the speculative capital behind the scenes, is more importantly due to the fact that the film companies accidentally produced several very successful films in the early days of their establishment, which eventually formed a virtuous cycle for a long period of time. If a series of packaged projects are ultimately tepid in this plan to guide overseas capital, there will probably be no second chance. After all, no one is a fool. Therefore, it is better to give a bigger sweetness at the beginning. The bigger the sweetness, the greater the subsequent attraction. As long as it becomes a routine, even if there is only one hit film in each issue in the future, it will bring slightly higher returns to speculative capital than other investment channels. The locomotive effect plus positive returns will continue to attract capital. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. So, after a lot of consideration between Twister and Independence Day, Simon decided on the latter. It is the next strong medicine. Moreover, Roland Emmerich, the director of Independence Day, is from Germany. The financing channels of Carlock taken over by MGM are basically German tax-avoiding capital. In addition, Roland Emmerich's accumulated fame in the DC movie universe series will make it more effective to guide German capital. Of course, Simon will not only focus on Germany in this plan. Whether it is Europe, Asia, Australia, or even Latin America, anyone who wants to participate can do so. The only point is that they are responsible for their own profits and losses. The original One Day at a Time cost $75 million and earned $800 million at the global box office, more than 10 times the return on investment. Simon certainly won't let it go completely. Therefore, for the entire package project, Deanery's Entertainment will provide 15% of the investment, which is considered to be a shared risk. In addition to assuming the distribution and locking in 12.5% of the distribution fees, MGM will also bear 15% of the investment. In summary, about 40% of the profits of this package agreement will be pocketed by the Westeros system. Chapter 873 Careful. It has been a week since she arrived in China. This is her first time in this country. Charlotte Bruneta's deepest feeling is that there are really a lot of people, especially the bicycle flow on the city streets every morning, which is simply amazing. Moreover, many things are not what she once imagined. Following Chen Qing to shuttle back and forth between the most prosperous cities in this country, And seeing with her own eyes a series of projects invested by the Westeros system here, Charlotte Brenetta, as an investor, was very keen to discover the country's strong economic vitality. It is definitely a blue ocean for investment. However, Charlotte Brenetta did not immediately have the urge to seek investment opportunities in China, because she also found many problems. A completely unfamiliar investment environment and a business atmosphere that is very different from what Brenetta is used to. If she cannot fully understand these, she will definitely return with nothing if she rushes into the market. This also makes her admire Chen Qing, who can be at ease in such an environment, because she knew that this 27-year-old Chinese girl was just a translator last year. After being discovered by a man, she was like a fish in water. In just a few days, through a series of meetings with Chen Qing in various political and business circles in China, Brenetta vaguely saw a rudimentary network of contacts. Even though she knew that the real person behind this big network was actually a man, even as a spokesperson, Charlotte Brenetta had no confidence that she could do better in Chen Qing's position. December 3rd. It was Sunday in China. After continuous running around and attending a reception organized by the local government last night, Charlotte Brenetta woke up in a building on Shongshan Road, the Bund in Shanghai. It was already past 8 in the morning. Waking up in a building may be a bit strange, but it is true. A guy bought a 7-story Italian-style building on the Huangpu River, a street where foreign banks once gathered, as his residence in Shanghai. When he just arrived here last Sunday, he talked to Chen Qing. The building was bought from the Chinese government last year. It was previously the office space for some state-owned enterprises. Before that, this building, built in 1923, was the headquarters of Standard Chartered Bank in Shanghai. After the building was bought, a huge amount of money was invested to invite a professional restoration team from Italy to carry out a year-long restoration of the building. In order to ensure that the building, which has a history of more than 70 years, is restored to its original state, the restoration team spent 3 months just using a toothbrush to clean the dust in the gaps. However, since the building was restored and the interior decoration was completed 2 months ago, the guy has obviously not been here, and a group of women have become the first residents. According to Chen Qing, including the purchase of real estate and the subsequent overall restoration and interior decoration, a total of $12 million was invested in the building. The total assets of the Brenetta family, which manages more than $3 billion in funds, are about $150 million. Charlotte Brenetta's family business stocks and the accumulation of these years are actually less than $10 million. It turns out that I am so poor. After learning about the general economic situation of this country, Brenetta realized that $12 million, converted into RMB, is enough to build several modern buildings of the same size in the new district that is being developed on the other side of the river. Now, this money is just to prepare a residence for a guy who may not live in it several times a year. Not only that, from the first meeting with Simon Westeros to the recent shuttle between major cities in China, Brenetta has seen so many similar properties that she can't count them with both hands. Extravagant guy. Thinking of this, after washing up, Brenetta left the guest bedroom on the 6th floor and came to the rooftop terrace under the guidance of a waitress. Chen Qing, Lin Su and Emmanuel Brandt, who also woke up late today, were having dinner. The winter sun had risen. Because the city was in the south, the temperature was just right. After greeting everyone, Brenetta sat down at the dining table and looked around while waiting for the waitress to bring breakfast. She sat facing south, in line with the direction of the street next to her. On the left was the Huangpu River, which was shimmering in the morning light. On the other side of the river was the towering Oriental Pearl TV tower. Under the sunshine, you could also see another construction site on the other side of the Huangpu River. When Chen Qing first came last week, she also introduced that a building that was expected to be the tallest in China was being built there. After the waitress brought breakfast, Brenetta also retracted her attention. She happened to see another 10-story building next to her. She felt a little resentful because she was too poor again. She half-jokingly said to Chen Qing, "The building next to it is taller. Why did your boss choose this one? He probably doesn't like the buildings next to him to be taller than his residence, right?" Chen Qing could feel Brenetta's ridicule and resentment, and smiled. "You are right. The boss did want to buy the building next to it at first, but unfortunately the city government did not agree, so he had to choose this one as a second choice. Even this one was not easy to negotiate. You know, these buildings on Shongshan Road are basically cultural heritage. Charlotte Brenita did not expect that she had hit the mark by accident, and shrugged. Your boss should not be the kind of person who likes to settle for second best, right? Indeed not, but the boss thought the number of this building was good, so he decided on it. Number. Yes, Chen Qing nodded and said, this is number 18 the bund. Is there anything special? Anyway, the boss is very satisfied. Chen Qing waved the cutlery in her hand. In fact, Simon did not explain it to her at the beginning. He just filled in his mind. 18, in Chinese, the homophone means get rich. Charlotte Brenita still didn't quite understand. However, well, who made me a poor person? So she changed the subject and asked, what are your plans for today? Chen Qing took a sip of the orange juice next to her and said, Lin and I have to deal with some matters related to the establishment of a national-style art troupe. If you are not interested, you can go to Suzhou with Eamon. A VCD manufacturer there is seeking to reach a deep cooperation with SKABO. Eamon is going to inspect their factory in Suzhou Industrial Park. These days, Brenita has followed Chen Qing to see many projects of the Westeros system in China, including Nokia's factory, Shuanghu's meat production base, BBK's headquarters, and the steel plant in which Johnston Holdings participated. In fact, she already knew what she should know. At this time, after hearing what Chen Qing said, she was more interested in the art troupe that a certain guy was going to form. So she quickly said, I won't go. I'll stay and help you choose girls. On the plane back to China last week, Chen Qing revised the business plan of the computer company while completing a recruitment copy. After sending it to Simon for confirmation, she quickly formed a recruitment team in China and bought a full-page advertisement for 3 consecutive days on Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. At this stage, newspapers are still very cautious about accepting advertisements. Fortunately, the National Style Art Troupe, a dance team established to promote Chinese culture, is very positive. In addition, some of the connections Chen Qing has woven in China came forward to speak up, and it was quickly approved. The price was of course not low. Anyway, Lin Su, who was in charge of managing the budget for the establishment of the art troupe under Simon's arrangement, felt that she was spending money recklessly, and the two had a small dispute. In the end, Lin Su compromised. Simon only gave an impromptu order, but Chen Qing accurately figured out her boss's mind and formulated a series of very strict recruitment conditions. However, the recruitment requirements are very simple: age 18 to 22, height between 168 centimeters and 173 centimeters, with a solid dance foundation. Students currently studying or graduating from art schools are preferred, with a well-proportioned figure and a good face. The treatment in the recruitment notice is the biggest highlight. Monthly salary of 2,000 yuan. Have the opportunity to perform abroad. Because of inflation in recent years, the salary of Chinese residents has also increased very rapidly. However, a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan is still equivalent to 4 times the average salary of Chinese residents in 1995, not to mention that similar statistics in China always have a large number of averages. A monthly salary of 2,000 yuan, calculated by purchasing power, is much higher than a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan more than 20 years later. As for performing abroad, this is an opportunity that many Chinese people dream of at this stage. After all, if you go abroad, you may be able to stay, which is equivalent to entering heaven. In fact, both the simple recruitment requirements and the salary and benefits given are fake. The invisible threshold of this job is 100 times higher than the surface. Selected completely according to the standards of Weismaids. In addition to the most basic body shape and appearance and solid dance skills, in order to get this job, the girls applying for the job have to undergo various tests and examinations. The salary is also fake. It is not that the salary is falsely reported as high, but it is seriously suppressed. After Chen Qing arrived in China, she discussed this matter with Simon again. The conditions given by the man were to follow the standards of the Wei family maids. The Wei family maids are actually divided into grades. Chen Qing didn't want a large group of little fairies to be treated the same as herself, so she suggested to the man that a monthly salary of $1,000 would be more than enough. As a result, if it weren't for the transoceanic line, he would probably be hit on the head. Of course, Simon didn't treat these girls the same as Chen Qing. After a compromise, the annual salary was determined to be $100,000. $100,000, even in the United States, is currently considered a salary for many corporate management levels. In China, if you say this in a newspaper, you will 100% be considered a liar. $100,000 a year, equivalent to more than 800,000 RMB, recruiting dancers, who would believe it? Therefore, you can only mark a fictitious number that is attractive enough and will not make people feel false. The monthly salary is 2,000 yuan. The plan is to tell the truth to the final group of girls after several rounds of screening. However, even with such a treatment as 2,000 yuan plus the opportunity to perform abroad, Chen Qing's several temporary consultation telephones have been flooded with calls. A monthly salary of 2,000 yuan is actually equivalent to the annual income of many ordinary employees at this stage. As for the official data, just take a look. In this era, the salaries of dancers in various art groups are actually lower than the average. If you can really make 2,000 yuan a month, in the eyes of many people, it is a star treatment. These days, there have even been people who have asked Chen Qing to inquire about the back door. Chen Qing responded skillfully, and of course she had no intention of making things convenient for some people. She positioned herself very accurately. Although the man was her lover, this relationship was not actually reliable. It was a long-term solution to firmly treat the other party as her boss. Since he is the boss, she must be loyal to him with all her heart. Even if it was a task that the man ordered casually, Chen Qing would spare no effort to do it well, because she knew very well that once she started to mix in selfishness, she would immediately lose the man's trust. In this world, there are countless people who want to win the trust of others, just like the Swiss girl who followed her around China this time. Once lost, there is little hope of regaining it. At that time, she is more likely to be left with only the identity of his lover. It seems to be closer than the relationship between employees and bosses, but this is only for other people. For him, the thing that is certain that lacks the most is probably lovers. There are so many that he can't remember all their names and may be forgotten at any time. Then, the female maids and guards of the Wei family who serve her will probably disappear suddenly one day. Completely out of favor, although she has already established a foothold in the United States. But, compared with everything she can enjoy now, there must be a very big gap. At least, don't expect to travel back and forth freely on a private plane like this. Not to mention that you can live in a private residence like this converted from a building in any city. Thinking of this, Chen Qing, who was sitting on the terrace of number 18 Bund eating breakfast, suddenly understood the intention of the man to give those girls an annual salary of 100,000 US. It was really evil. Unless a dancing girl can get other opportunities to become a big star, otherwise, the annual salary equivalent to more than 800,000 RMB may not be earned in this life. Simon gave such a generous treatment, probably to make these girls more and more unable to leave. It is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Just like many stars, why do they still work tirelessly and painstakingly after making enough money and fame? Because they feel the scenery of a place, they can't leave it. This is not a simple solution to earn enough money to spend in a lifetime. The girls who will join the Guofang art troupe in the future will most likely be the same. An annual salary of 100,000 US may be enough for these girls to live a rich life before becoming Ouija dancers. However, once they enter a certain circle and feel the scenery in it, even if some girls save all the money they earn, which is enough for them to live well even if they leave, they will probably be reluctant to leave in the end. Because it is no longer a matter of money. Just like her and Lin Su, in 1 year, even if they deducted those debts, they already have millions of dollars in wealth. Converted into RMB, they are considered rich in the eyes of many people in China. However, can the two of them get rid of Westeros and leave now? Now. Immediately leave the building where they are dining, without the service of a bunch of female servants and guards, without private jets, and without the huge network of contacts in the Westeros system. Only a few $1 million are left. People who have no way of experiencing it personally must think that if it were them, a few $1 million would be enough to spend a lifetime, and they could also use it as capital to start a business. Only when you are in the game can you deeply understand that this money is actually nothing. Because they are now enjoying a standard of living that even billionaires at the billionaire level may not be able to achieve. Whether it is a private jet or a super luxury house, millions of dollars cannot afford it. Similarly, in the future, those girls are likely to enjoy a life that only billionaires can live with an annual salary of $100,000. It is even more difficult to get out of it. Thinking about it this way, the boss who seems to be habitually generous to the point of being treated as a sucker is actually an extremely evil existence. Chapter 874 The Princess is a Disease. After breakfast, Emmanuel went to Suzhou, while Chen Qing and the other two went to several top art schools in Shanghai. It was not an interview. The recruitment advertisement had just been put out, and the next step was to receive resumes from all over the country. After the initial screening, the first round of interviews would be held, and a primary review would be conducted randomly to confirm the basic information of the girls applying for the job, and then the second round of interviews would be held. This time, 1,000 candidates would be left. Then, Chen Qing would personally participate. The remaining girls at this stage would also be informed of the details of this recruitment. The final list was determined by Simon. Chen Qing's job today was to hire some professors and lecturers from the art academy to serve as part-time interviewers for this recruitment. With the participation of these discerning professionals, in the future interviews, they could determine the dancing skills of the applicants by just a few glances, and absolutely avoid unqualified people. The Guofang art troupe will also formally hire some of them in the future. After all, an art team cannot have only dancers, and it also needs various creative and technical talents as behind-the-scenes support. China has just entered the middle of October in the lunar calendar, and there are still more than 2 months before the new year. Chen Qing will not stay here for too long. She will return to North America in a few days. She will stay until the new year. After the second round of interviews, Chen Qing can spend the new year in China while completing the follow-up work. Charlotte Brienne stayed with Chen Qing and others in China until December 7th. She did not return directly to Europe, but flew to North America again. The first stop this time was Los Angeles. Deanery's Studios. It was the second day after arriving in Los Angeles that I saw Simon again. The west coast of the United States was Friday, December 8th. Chen Qing and Lin Su spent 2 hours reporting to Simon, and Brienne only had lunch together at noon. In the executive restaurant in the administrative area of the studio. After the waiter served lunch, Simon looked at Brina and asked, "You don't need to tell me your general feelings about this trip to China. Do you have any specific investment ideas?" Charlotte Brina glanced at Chen Qing and the other two girls at the same table. After a little hesitation, she nodded and said, "Regarding education, I have heard them talk about their children studying abroad more than once when I attended some gatherings. Afterwards, I did some research and found that Chinese people attach great importance to their children's education. So, I think it may be possible to develop related business in China." After Brina finished speaking, Chen Qing next to her narrowed her eyes slightly. Brina had never talked to her about this matter in China, but she felt relieved after thinking about it for a while. After spending these days together, Chen Qing could feel that she and Brina were exactly the same. Think about yourself. If you have similar ideas, you will not be stupid enough to talk about it with others casually. You must make a detailed and feasible plan first, and then find the right person, such as your boss, in order to maximize your own interests. Sure enough, when her boss asked her again if she had any specific plans, Chen Qing saw Brina nodding. "Chen took me to see the high-end community that the Levison Group is planning to develop in Pudong New area. I think we can build an international school to provide multilingual teaching for the transition. After meeting the basic conditions such as age and language, we can arrange for students to study abroad. Private schools in Switzerland are very developed. I can arrange for a connection." Chen Qing, who listened carefully, complained again. He really didn't hide it. Simon asked, "Do you think it can make money?" Charlotte nodded. "Of course, education has always been a very profitable business. According to my investigation, Chinese parents are more willing to invest heavily in their children's education than parents in other countries. Moreover, from my experience during this period, I also found that the consumption power of the Chinese elite is no less than that of the rich in Europe and the United States. As long as it is done well, the profit will be very lucrative." Simon nodded slightly, smiled again, and said, "Since you think this is a good business, isn't it a little small to only set up an international school in Shanghai to connect with Switzerland?" Charlotte immediately realized that the man had seen through her thoughts. In fact, the main reason is that if she wants to participate in this matter, she can't do it too big because of her own strength. The woman didn't feel guilty and said, "When you advised Chen about the computer company, didn't you also say that you should start small?" At that time in the villa in Woodside, Simon was communicating with Chen Qing in Chinese, and Brunetta couldn't understand. This was something the girl occasionally talked to Chen Qing about in private during the trip to China. This also made Chen Qing, who was listening, grit her teeth again. "Bitch. Simon was cutting the steak in front of him and thinking quietly for a moment while eating. Chen Qing and the others did not interrupt him. After a while, he said, "You discuss this matter with Chen and make a formal written plan. Since it was you who proposed it, you can take 30% of the share. I don't care whether you use this 30% exclusively or get funds from your family business. I just want to see results. My personal advice to you is that you can make it big, but don't make it a whole, because your customers want elite education, and elite education has never been mass-produced." At the table, Chen Qing understood immediately after Simon finished speaking, but Charlotte was a little puzzled. "Simon, I don't quite understand what it means to make it big but not a whole." Simon gestured to Chen Qing next to him. "Explain it to her." Chen Qing raised her lips slightly and said, "It's just a team incubating many projects, and on the surface, people can't see the direct connection. Specifically, we can set up international schools of different levels in different cities in China, and then connect with private schools of different specifications in different Western countries. Those who are willing to spend $1 million can get $1 million in services, and those who only spend $100,000 can only get $100,000 in treatment." Charlotte Brunetta heard this and pondered for a moment, and her outlook on life collapsed slightly. She came up with this idea, although she wanted to make money, but also to provide high-level educational services. She even wanted to connect the top private school in Geneva invested by the Brunetta family, where she studied when she was a child, with a planned Shanghai International School. Chen Qing's words were completely treated as a business. It was still a very big business. Different levels, different prices, and different services. Of course, those who invest $1 million or more can receive a better education, but if they only have $100,000, it is hard to say what kind of fake school they will be sent to in the end. After all, education is related to a child's life. Noticing Brunetta's hesitant and flickering expression, Chen Qing switched to Chinese and said to Simon, "Boss, I think we can get rid of her and do it ourselves." Before Simon could say anything, Brunetta had already looked at Chen Qing with doubt and a little vigilance. Then, Chen Qing heard her boss selling her out. Chen said, "We can get rid of her and do it yourself." Brunetta's expression immediately turned into a glare. Chen Qing looked pitiful, glared at her boss, and simply lowered her head to eat. Simon smiled, put away his expression, and said to Brunetta seriously, "After spending these days together, I think you two have become very familiar with each other, and you should have discovered that you are not only the same type of people, but also complementary. Chen is good at treating people, and you are good at handling things. If you cooperate honestly, you can do a lot of things in the future." Charlotte Brunetta is not an impulsive person. After hearing what the man said, she hesitated a little, but still nodded. Simon looked at Chen Qing. Chen Qing quickly reached out to Brittany. "I'm sorry, I roughly understand what you were thinking just now, but business is business. If you really do it according to your own ideas, you will definitely not be able to do it big, and you won't make much money. Because you don't really understand what those people who arrange for their children to go abroad want. In any case, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future." Charlotte also nodded politely, and finally glanced at Lin Su, who had been eating quietly. Chen Qing noticed her gaze and said without hiding it at all, "I have always wanted Lin to have a pleasant cooperation with me, but, except in bed, it is difficult for the two of us to have a pleasant cooperation. We have different ideas." This time it was Lin Su's turn to glare at Chen Qing with a slightly red face. Simon ignored the kittens scratching each other beside him, and saw that Chen Qing and Brittany had reached an agreement, and asked, "How is the matter of the national style art troupe going?" The 2 hours before lunch were spent on formal work discussions, and this matter was considered a hobby. Chen Qing said, "The advertisement has been put out. Before I come back, the recruitment team has already started receiving resumes and conducting an initial screening. I have invited a group of professionals from several art colleges in Shanghai to form an interview team. The first round of interviews will start in about half a month. We plan to set up 4 interview points in different cities in northern and southern China. I will go back again when the time comes. There is also a support team. The lecturers and professors who are responsible for the interviews can be selected to work behind the scenes after finishing this job. I have talked to some people and they are all very interested in this. If everything goes well, after the Chinese New Year, you, the boss, can personally determine the final list." Simon nodded slightly and said, "I recently wrote a song based on Gathering Wei in the Book of Songs, as well as some drawings of costumes and choreography. Take it with you when you leave. Just treat it as the final assessment question for the dancers and the behind-the-scenes team. Is it what the boss sang last time? No, I only picked 4 lines of lyrics this time, and I just made a small sample for the people you choose to perfect it. In fact, it is a very beautiful classical dance in Simon's memory, an excerpt from the stage play Confucius called Gathering Wild Wheat. The lyrics only have 4 repeated sentences, but Simon remembered it deeply. During this period of free time, he made some materials casually and planned to let his team restore it. Chen Qing didn't ask any more questions and agreed, then said, also, where does the boss plan to place them in the United States? We have to arrange it in advance. I have a property in East Hampton. It was originally built as a club, so the house is very big. The main villa has about 100 rooms, but there are only 26 bedrooms. It needs to be modified to increase to 50. Since you brought it up, you will handle this matter. Boss, can you pretend I didn't mention it? Sure. Forget it, I'll do it. Chen Qing took the initiative to compromise, and asked again for some reason. 100 people, 50 bedrooms. Yet, you don't understand. I understand. After a little joke, Chen Qing became serious again and continued to discuss some details with Simon. Remembering an idea she had during breakfast on the terrace of number 18 the Bund last Sunday, she couldn't help but say, Boss, I found out something else. Huh? The girls who are about to join the National Style Art Troupe, are you planning to raise them as princesses? Yes. Did you admit it so easily? Simon glanced at the girl and said, you and Lin, aren't you two also being raised as princesses by me? You are not satisfied and want to be queens. Chen Qing stuck out her tongue, looking very coquettish. Knowing what Chen Qing had discovered, Simon certainly would not expose it himself. Being a princess is actually a disease. If you get it, you can only take medicine all the time, and it is very expensive, and most people can't afford it. Anyway, the girls Simon selected from Latin America and Eastern Europe earlier were originally raised as maids, but because the training standards given were too high, they are basically raised as princesses now, the kind that are difficult to cure. After lunch, Chen Qing wanted to escape, but was stopped by Simon. While drinking coffee, she recited the goddess of Luo River, the great learning and the doctrine of the mean. Of course, Chen Qing did not forget this matter. She recited it bitterly and accused Simon of being partial to Lin Su for not letting her recite it. The reason Simon gave was also very powerful. Since Chen Qing had finished reciting it, there was no reason why Lin Su, who only had the task of the goddess of Luo River, could not complete it. He would not waste his time. After all, his time was also very precious. Emmanuel had returned to San Francisco yesterday. The 3 girls said goodbye at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and rushed to New York together. Simon also started his afternoon work. Today is December 8th, Friday, and another box office week begins. However, it is now in the cold period between the Thanksgiving and Christmas seasons, and there are no heavyweight new films opening today. Among the old films that have been released, the only one worth mentioning is the 3D animated film Beauty and the Beast that opened on November 17th. In the 3rd week of its release from December 1st to December 7th, due to the temporary market cooling, the box office decline of Beauty and the Beast also began to widen, reaching 39%, and continued to earn $32.27 million. In 3 weeks, the cumulative box office of this 3D animated film is $153.9 million. It is considered the biggest winner of the Thanksgiving period. However, considering a super blockbuster in the Christmas season, the final domestic box office of Beauty and the Beast may not be comparable to The Lion King 2 years ago, and the final point may be around $250 million. Moreover, from the perspective of overseas market performance, although Beauty and the Beast has an equally good reputation and the market response is not as good as The Lion King, it is considered very successful to break through $600 million in global box office. Except for Beauty and the Beast, other films in the Thanksgiving season have basically withdrawn from the competition of this popular period at the end of the year. Now, although the Christmas season will start a week later on December 16th, the public's attention is basically locked on Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, which will be released on December 22nd. Time Warner, which is responsible for the distribution of the film, recently released the last trailer before the release, which vaguely points to the death of Superman event that has been speculated by fans since the filming of the film. Before this, under the strict confidentiality of the creative team, The plot of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice has been shrouded in mystery. Because of the national popularity of the two superheroes, neither DC fans nor ordinary audiences thought that Superman would really die in this movie. Therefore, when the last trailer was released, it immediately triggered a strong discussion in the public opinion, and the audience's expectations for the film were also raised to the highest level. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.